Prologue. Bitterroot Mountains, Montana. November. He's going to kill you. Right here in the middle of this snow-covered, God-forsaken valley, he's going to kill you. Fight, Wendy, fight. Wendy Ito struggled, battling with the ropes that cut into her bare flesh, feeling the sting of a fierce Arctic wind as it howled through the mountain ridges that surrounded them. She was alone, aside from the psychopath who had captured her. God, why had she trusted him? How in the world had she thought that he was her rescuer? That his mission was to heal her until, after the blizzard, he could call for help or take her to the nearest hospital? Had she been lured by his sincere concern as he'd come upon her wrecked car? Had it been those blue eyes, his smile, his soft words of assurance? Or had it been because she'd had no choice? Because without his aid, she would surely die alone in a deep, forgotten ravine. Whatever the reason, she'd believed him, trusted him. Fool. Idiot. He'd proved himself to be her worst nightmare, an evil wolf in sheep's clothing. And now, oh God, now she was paying the price. Shivering, certain she would die, she was naked and lashed to a tree, the thick rope cutting into her bare arms and torso, a gag so tight over her lips that she could barely breathe. And he was close, so close she could feel the warmth of his breath sifting around the trunk of the sturdy pine, hear him grunt as he put all his strength into securing her, see a flash of white neoprene ski pants and parka from the corner of her eye. Another tug on the rope. She gasped, her whole body jerking even tighter against the scaly bark of the tree. Pain shot through her, and she set her jaw. She just needed to get close enough so that she could kick him, hard, hit his shin, or his nuts. She couldn't let him get away with this. Wouldn't. Her heart raced as she tried to come up with a way to save herself, to break free of her bonds and climb up the snow-covered deer trail he'd dragged her down. Oh, she'd fought him, wriggling and fighting, flinging herself at him, trying to find some way to free herself, to avoid being brought down here to whatever fate he'd planned. She could still see the fresh tracks in the thick snow, his steady, evenly placed big boot prints and her smaller, wild, erratic barefoot tracks made when she tried to get away, even as he'd prodded her with his damned knife. There were drips of blood in the white snow, proving that he'd cut her, that he meant business. Dear God, help me. She silently prayed to the gunmetal gray heavens threatening more snow. He laced the restraining ropes ever tighter. No! Wendy tried to scream. No, no, no! But the foul gag covered her mouth and kept her cries muffled and weak, while the panic, surging through her blood, caused her heart to thunder. Why? Oh, God, why me? She blinked back tears, but felt the salty drops fall from her eyes to stain and freeze upon her cheeks. Don't cry. Whatever you do, do not let him see that you fear him. Don't give the son of a bitch the satisfaction. But don't fight either. Pretend to give up. Fake it and act like you've accepted your fate. Maybe his guard will slip, and you can somehow get a hold of his damned knife. Her stomach clenched even tighter, and she tried to keep his weapon, a hunting knife used for gutting game, in her sights. Razor sharp, it could slice through the ropes easily, just as easily as it could pierce and cut her flesh. Oh, God! Her knees went weak, and it was all she could do not to bawl and beg, to mule and plead, to offer to do anything he wanted if he would just not hurt her. Go ahead, let him see that you're resigned to your fate, but keep your eye on the knife, with its menacing deadly blade. She was shivering harder now, shaking so violently that slivers from the bark were digging into her skin. Was she trembling because of the bitter Montana wind, gusts she was certain were blowing down from Canada and the Arctic? Or was she quivering from the fear that tore at her insides? Beneath the gag her teeth chattered. and she felt the raw wind of his legs, warmed by thick hunting socks and the white ski pants, his heavy fur-lined parka protecting him from the very elements to which she was exposed. This lying son of a bitch had no intention of saving you, of healing your wounds after the horrible car wreck. All along the sick bastard kept you alive, citing the storm as a reason he couldn't get help, only to kill you. In the time he wanted, in the manner he wanted. He was savoring the anticipation, while you half fell in love with him. Bile rose up her throat, and she nearly retched at the thought. He'd known it. She'd seen it in his eyes, that he'd read her utter dependency, her silly, stupid, and pathetic desire to please him. If she could, she'd kill him. Right here, right now. She heard him grunt in satisfaction again, as he pulled the taut rope even tighter, forcing her buttocks into the sharp bark, her shoulders to be held fast. She could still kick, but he kept himself far from the damage she might inflict, even with one leg still sore from the accident. She thought she could wound, and wound badly, because of all her training in the martial arts. But he was careful to stay on the far side of the tree and keep away from her heels. And the cold was beginning to take its toll. She had trouble focusing, thinking of anything but the ice in her flesh, the sheer frigidity settling in her bones. Blackness pulled at her vision. Each breath she drew was labored and thin, her lungs on fire from lack of oxygen. Maybe unconsciousness would be the way out. The blackness was soothing, taking the sting out of the wind. But then she saw him move so that he was in front of her, staring at her with his cruel, relentless gaze. How had she ever thought him handsome? How had she ever fantasized about him? How had she ever considered making love to him? Slowly he removed the knife from his belt. Its cruel metallic surface winked in the shifting gray light. She was doomed. She knew it. Even before he slowly, inexorably raised the blade. Chapter 1. Goddamn son of a bitch. Ivor Hicks usually didn't mind the cold, but he didn't like the thought that he was being forced to hike in this section of the mountains after the recent blizzard. For the love of God, there could be an avalanche if he coughed too hard, and he was liable to, because his lungs felt heavy, as if he might be coming down with something. Probably the damned aliens, he decided, though he quickly rid himself of the thought. Criminy, no one wanted to believe that he'd been abducted in the late 70s, used for an experiment that involved his lungs, blood, and testicles. The blasted ETs had left his drained and exhausted body in a snowbank 2 miles from his mountain home. When he'd come out of the drug-induced coma, he'd found himself half frozen, lying in his jockey shorts, an empty bottle of rye whiskey on the other side of a hollowed-out log that was home to a porcupine and beetles. But not one of them damned law enforcement boys wanted to listen to him. At the time, the deputy he'd complained to, a smart-ass kid about 30, hadn't even bothered to swallow his smile of disbelief. He just took a quick statement, then hauled Ivor to the local clinic for treatment of frostbite and exposure. Doc Norwood hadn't been so outwardly disbelieving, but when he'd sent Ivor to the hospital in Missoula, he'd suggested psychiatric testing. Damn fools. They'd all just played into the aliens' hands. Krytor, the leader of the pod, who had teleported him into their mother ship, was probably still laughing at the Earthling's simpleton explanation of alcohol, dehydration, and hallucinations that the doctors were sure had been the cause of his confusion. Well, they were just dumbasses all around. Using a walking stick, Ivor trudged up Cross Creek Pass, his hiking boots crunching in the snow, the sky as wide and blue as an ocean. Not that he'd ever really seen one, but he'd seen himself Flathead Lake, which was one big-ass lake. Must be the same, only much, much larger, if those televised fishing excursions on the Fish and Game Channel could be believed. Breathing heavily, he trudged up the trail, winding through the outcropping of snow-dusted boulders and ancient hemlocks, with branches that appeared to scrape the sky. He stopped to catch his breath, watching it fog and cursing the aliens who'd forced him up the mountain trail when his arthritis was acting up. The pain now was exacerbated, he was certain, by the experiments they'd done on him, and the invisible chip they'd slipped into his body. I'm going, he said when he felt that little pinch at his temple, the prod they used to urge him on, the one that had pushed him out of his bed before the sun climbed over the mountain crest. Hell, he hadn't even had a swallow of coffee, much less a sip of Jim Beam. Krytor, damn his orange reptilian hide, was a more intense taskmaster than Lila had been, God rest her soul. He made the sign of the cross over his chest in memory of his dead wife, though he was not a Catholic, never had been, and had no intention of becoming one. It just seemed like the right, reverent thing to do. Even Krytor didn't seem to mind. Through a stand of fur he noticed elk tracks and dung in the snow, and wished he'd brought his rifle, though it wasn't hunting season. Who would ever find out? Well, besides Krytor. Rounding a bend in the path, he caught a glimpse of the valley below, and he stopped short, nearly slipping. His 76-year-old heart almost quit on him as his gaze, as good as it ever was, focused on a solitary pine tree, and the naked woman lashed to the trunk. "Holy Mother Mary," he whispered, and headed faster down the hillside, his walking stick digging deep through the snow to the frozen ground below as he hurried downward. No wonder the aliens had wanted him to see this. They'd probably abducted her, did what they wanted, and left her there in this frigid, unpopulated valley. That's what they did, you know. He wished he had a cell phone, though he thought he'd heard the damn things didn't work up here. Too remote, no towers. He slid and caught himself, moving quickly along the familiar trail. She was probably still alive, just stunned into submission. He could wrap her in his jacket and hike back and get help. Digging his stick deep and fast into the snow, he descended rapidly, hurrying down the switchbacks to the valley floor, where a snow owl hooted softly in an otherwise eerily quiet canyon. "Hey!" he cried, half running, nearly out of breath. "Hey!" But before he reached the woman strapped to the tree, he stopped short and froze. This was no return of a body from an alien ship. Hell no. This was the work of the very devil. The hairs on the back of his wrinkled neck lifted. This woman, an Asian woman, was as dead can be. Her skin was blue, snow dusting her dark, shiny hair, her eyes staring without life. Blood lay on her skin, dark and frozen. A gag covered her lips. The bindings strapping to her knee had cut deep bruises and welts into her arms and chest and waist. Not quite hog-tied, but close enough. Somewhere a tree branch groaned with the weight of snow, and Ivar felt as if unseen eyes might be watching. He'd never felt more fear in his life, not even as Krytor's prisoner. Again, wishing he had his hunting rifle, he stepped backward slowly, easing out the way he'd come, until at the edge of the mountain trail he turned and started running, as fast as his legs dared carry him. Who or whatever had done this to the woman was the purest and deadliest form of evil. And it lingered. God in heaven, it was still here. Detective Selena Alvarez dropped into the chair at her desk. It wasn't yet 7, but she had piles of paperwork to sift through, and the unsolved case of the 2 dead women found nearly a month apart, linked by the way their bodies had been left in the snow, was uppermost in her mind. The images of those bodies, naked, tied to trees, gagged and left in the snow to die, chilled her to the bones. For years, any dead bodies discovered in and around Pinewood County were few and far between, usually the result of hunting, fishing, skiing, or hiking accidents. One time a jogger was mauled nearly to death by a cougar, and there had always been the domestic disputes gone bad, fueled by alcohol or drugs, a firearm or other weapon in handy reach. But murder had never been common in this part of the country. Multiple murders, rarer still. A serial killer in this neck of the woods? Unheard of. But one was here. She had only to look on her computer screen and see the dead bodies of Teresa Charlton and Nina Salvador, two women with little in common, to know that a psychopath was either nearby or had passed through. She clicked her mouse, and the dead body of the first victim, Teresa Charlton, came into view on her monitor. A few more clicks and she'd split the screen with several images. The woman's driver's license picture, procured from the Idaho DMV, a photo of the wrecked green Ford Eclipse, labeled Crime Scene 1, and another shot of a lonely hemlock tree in a snowy valley, with the woman lashed to the trunk, tagged as Crime Scene 2. The final image was of the note left nailed above the woman's head. Her initials, TC, in block letters, written below a star that had been not only drawn on the white paper, but also carved into the bole of the tree about 5 inches above her head. The lab had found traces of blood in the carving, blood belonging to the victim. Alvarez's jaw tightened as she stared at what had been left of the schoolteacher from Boise. She'd had no known enemies, married for 2 years, no children, the husband devastated. He'd claimed she'd been visiting her parents in Whitefish, and his story had checked out. The victim's parents and brother were beside themselves with grief and anger. Her brother had insisted the police find the monster who did this. "We're working on it," Alvarez said to herself, as she opened a file and saw a copy of the note. The star, similar to the one cut into the tree over the victim's head, had been drawn high over the letters T.C. Why? Alvarez wondered. What did it mean to the killer? The sheriff's department had checked on the people who had seen her last, and come up with nothing so far. They'd thought the incident was a single murder, until the next victim had been found, in an identical situation. Again, Alvarez clicked her mouse, and another image, so similar to the first that it turned her blood to ice, flickered onto the screen. A naked woman with long dark hair was bound to the trunk of a fir tree. Different location, but eerily similar. Victim number 2 was Nina Salvador, a single mother and computer programmer from Redding, California. She, too, had been found tied to a tree in a tiny valley within the wilds of the Bitterroots. Her body had been 2 miles from her vehicle, a Ford Focus, wrecked into a nearly unidentifiable crush of red paint, metal, and plastic, found several weeks earlier. The star cut into the tree over Salvador's body was located in a slightly different position in relation to her body, and the note that had been left at the scene was slightly different as well. This time, though the star had been drawn on a standard-sized piece of printer paper, new letters had been written on it. It appeared that both sets of the victim's initials had been interwoven. T, S, C, N. Was the killer playing with them? Trying to communicate? If he wanted credit for both killings, why not write T.C. and S, the order of the women's first and last names? Why mix the initials up? Alvarez narrowed her eyes. She was a computer wizard and had run several programs trying to find out if the 4 letters meant anything. So far, she'd come up dry. "Bastard," she muttered, trying to imagine what kind of monster would do something so brutal and cruel as to leave a woman to freeze in the wilds of Montana in the winter. Interviews with those closest to Nina Salvador had provided no additional clues. She'd been on her way back to California, though she'd planned to meet up with friends in Oregon first, and had driven from Helena, Montana, where she'd been visiting her sister. The missing persons report had been filed in Oregon first, when she hadn't arrived in the small town of Seaside and had been missing for 24 hours. In Helena, Nina's sister had filed a similar report that same day. Despite combing the crime scenes, bodies and wrecked cars, and working with police in the hometowns where the women had lived, the department had no suspects. Random killings? Or victims who had been targeted and stalked? Alvarez bit her lip and found no answers. After staring at the screen for a few minutes, she gave up, left her cubicle and made her way down a long hallway, She veered to the left and through a doorway to the lunchroom, a windowless area complete with small kitchen and a few scattered tables. A glass pot of congealing coffee sat on a warmer, left over from the night shift. Selena dumped the dark liquid in the pre-measured packet of grounds and started over, rinsing the pot, filling the reservoir with water, and finding a fresh package of dark roast in a drawer. All the while the coffee machine sputtered, dripped, and brewed, she considered the bizarre killings. The lab had found traces of bark in both victims' hair. The wood splinters matched those of the trees to which they had been lashed. The bruises and contusions on their bodies had been consistent with being tethered to the trees, and they each had a cut or two from a knife, nothing deep, just a quick little slice, or prick, as if whoever had been urging them to their ultimate place of death had prodded them along. But other wounds had begun to heal, according to the autopsies. Injuries consistent with what had been sustained in their car wrecks had begun to heal. Broken metacarpals, cracked ribs and a fractured radius in Teresa Charlton's case, a broken clavicle and dislocated knee for Nina Salvador. Each woman's bones appeared to have been set, her abrasions tended to. Salvador even appeared to have had recent stitches on her right cheek and an area of scalp where some hair had been shaved away. Where had he kept them? And why? Why bring them somewhat back to health, only to leave their naked bodies out in the weather? Why heal them, only to let them die? According to the M.E., neither woman had been sexually molested. The case was odd, nerve-wracking, and Alvarez had spent dozens of hours of overtime trying to get into the killer's head, to no avail. The FBI was being consulted. Field agents from Salt Lake City had come and left again. On the kitchen counter, the coffee machine gurgled and sputtered its last drops just about the same time Joelle Fisher, secretary and receptionist for the department, breezed in. "Oh, you already made the coffee. That's my job, you know," she said with one of her ever-present smiles. Nearing 60, Joelle looked 10 years younger, except for the fact that she insisted upon wearing her platinum hair in some kind of teased hairdo, reminiscent of the 50s screen sirens Alvarez remembered from watching old movies with her mother. "Yeah, I know." Joelle's pretty face squinched up as she quickly picked up some old napkins and stir-sticks left on one of the tables, then wiped the surface. "You'll get me in trouble with the sheriff." Pouring herself a cup, Selena didn't think Dan Grayson gave a flying fig about who made the coffee, but she kept her views to herself. Joelle's smug self-satisfaction about all things domestic was no big deal. If she considered the kitchen her little kingdom, so be it. "Hey!" Court Brewster, the under-sheriff, strode in with a newspaper tucked under his arm. "How's it going?" Alvarez asked, offering him just a hint of a smile. Brewster was a good guy, happily married, the father of 4, but there was something about him that put her on edge a bit. A glint in his eye, maybe, or the way his smile didn't always meet his gaze. Or maybe she was being super-sensitive. Brewster had never done anything untoward to her, or to anyone else in the department, as far as she knew. "If the coffee's not to your liking, I'm sorry," Joelle said, flinging up her hands in resignation. "It was, already brewing when I got here." Her perfect little pink-tinged lips puckered a bit and her eyebrows shot up as if she was a schoolmarm, pointing out that little Timmy had been playing with himself under the table. "My fault if the coffee tastes like sewer sludge," Alvarez admitted. "I made it." Brewster laughed as he found a ceramic mug in the cupboard and poured himself a tall cup. Joelle, miffed, strutted out of the kitchen, her high heels tapping indignantly down the hallway. "Looks like you stepped on someone's toes this morning," Brewster observed. "It's every morning." Selena poured herself a cup. "Working here should be considered hazardous duty." "Meow," Brewster murmured into his cup. "Comes with the territory." She shrugged and headed to her desk. Her shift wasn't due to start for another 45 minutes, but a few of the night crew were trading stories and packing up. Her phone rang, and she answered it with a grunt of acknowledgement as she sat down. "Alvarez, this is Peggy Florence in dispatch. I've got a call I think you should hear." From the tone of the dispatcher's voice, Selena guessed what was coming and braced herself. "Came in 2 minutes ago from Ivor Hicks. If he can be believed, we've got ourselves another one." And it's another sub-zero degree day in this part of Montana. Blizzard conditions on the roads and another storm rolling in this afternoon. The radio announcer sounded way too chipper, considering the news he was delivering. Coming up after this, we've got an extensive road report and school closure list. So stay with us at KKAR at 97.6 on your FM dial. He segued into the first note of Winter Wonderland. Regan Pescoli buried her face into her pillow and groaned at the thought of rousing. Bing Crosby crooning about the joys of snow wasn't exactly what she wanted to hear, not this morning. Her head was thundering, her mouth tasted like garbage, and the last thing she needed was to roll out of a nice warm bed and head to the sheriff's department office, where all hell was surely breaking loose with this last storm. Besides, it was still only November. There was still a lot of time before Christmas. She slapped at the damned radio without opening her eyes, missed and realized belatedly that she wasn't in her own bed. Holy crap! Lifting an eyelid, she focused on her surroundings, only to recognize the scarred, shabby furniture of Room 7 at the North Shore, a small local motel where she'd stayed overnight with her sometime lover. Never mind that the low-slung concrete block motel was situated at the south end of town, near the county line, and there was no shore, no river, no lake, and certainly no ocean for miles. She blinked at the mocking red digital display of the clock radio. 7:08. If she didn't get cracking, she'd be late for work. Again. "Oh, hell," she muttered, untangling her legs from the faded striped quilt of the queen-sized bed. He was just lying there, snoring softly, his incredible muscular back to her, his hair black and gleaming against the pillowcase. "Sweet dreams, Hotshot," she muttered ungraciously, as she searched in the dark for her clothes. Black lacy undies, matching bra, slacks and a sweater. "Back at you, sunshine," he whispered without so much as lifting his head. "Some of us have to work." "Really?" He rolled over then, instantly awake, and grabbed her hard, pulling her back down onto the bed. "Hey, I don't have time for this." "Sure you do. Really, But he'd already stripped her of the bra she'd just put on, and yanked off the panties in one quick, sure motion. He rolled her atop of him, and she felt his erection thick, hard, and ready. "You miserable son of a bitch," she said as he thrust up inside her. "That's me." God, he was good. Her juices began to flow within seconds, and his hands, kneading her breasts before he rose to suckle her nipples, made her cry out in pleasure. His movements were quick, sure, long. She was panting, her breath fast and shallow, her blood coursing hot through her veins, her mind spinning in images of love-making and desire. Her fingernails bit into the muscles of his shoulders, and she felt herself begin to spasm, one rocking contraction after another, as she leaned back her head, her eyes shut. An orgasm started deep inside and shook her to her soul. Oh, God! Oh, God! He held her tight, strong hands gripping her waist, keeping their bodies pressed together as he jerked upward, thrusting in and out, faster and faster, causing her breath to get lost somewhere in her lungs, and her mind to spin out of control again. "Ooh," she whispered, as at last he lunged upward, thigh muscles straining and taut. With a growl and one last hard, mind-numbing thrust, he let go, releasing himself into her. She felt him stiffen, his back muscles convulse, and when she opened her eyes, she found him staring at her, as he always did whenever they made love. "Damn you," she said, sweat running down her back and curling the hairs around her nape. "Damn you straight to hell." "Too late," he said, and laughed, pulling her down into the rumpled bedclothes. "I'm already there." "I know." She let out a long sigh, telling herself she really, really had to get up. "Me too." You're late, you know. You love it, don't you? Love what? Being a prick. His grin was a wicked slash of white in the semi-dark. No, darling, you love it. She snorted and rolled off the bed, swiped at her clothes, and before he could grab her again, dashed into the bathroom where the air was so cold her breath came out in clouds of steam. What was it about him that was so insidiously tempting? Why could she never say no and mean it? What was it about him that she found so damned sexy? Hadn't she sworn over and over again that she was going to get over him, that she wasn't about to tumble into his trap again? Yeah, well, a lot of good that did. If only he weren't so unabashedly good-looking. Oh, hell. She'd known a lot of men, many good-looking, most with rock-hard bodies. But this one was different. Really? Isn't he just another bad boy in a long line, starting with Chad Wheaton in the 8th grade? Face it, Regan. You have horrible taste in men, and enough signed divorce decrees to prove it. She glanced in the mirror and cringed. Bloodshot eyes, messy hair, ruined makeup, a hickey the size of New Hampshire on her neck. What was the phrase? Rode hard and put away wet? That's what she looked like, and she didn't have time to go home and step into a long, hot shower. Deftly she cleaned herself with warm water and a cloth. Dampening her face, she scrubbed off the traces of last night's mascara and lipstick. Then she dabbed the cloth at her armpits and between her legs. Within 5 minutes she was ready, clothes on and somewhat unwrinkled, makeup refreshed, hair snapped back into a curly knot at the base of her skull. She stepped into the darkened bedroom and heard him snoring again. "Bastard," she muttered, trying to sound angrier than she actually was. "I heard that," muffled from within the pillow. "Good." She pulled on the boots she'd kicked off at the door and snagged her jacket from the back of a chair. Then she slipped on her shoulder holster, checked the safety of her sidearm, and tucked her wallet with her badge in her pocket. Without another word, Detective Regan Pescoli pushed open the motel room door and stepped into the bitter cold of another Montana winter morning. What was wrong with her? She wondered as she walked to her Jeep, unlocked the rig, and climbed behind the wheel. Her cell phone chimed as she backed out of the pockmarked parking space, and she checked caller ID. Luckily, the caller wasn't her ex-husband or his sickening Barbie doll of a wife calling about the kids. But it wasn't good news. She recognized the cell phone number. Her partner, Selena Alvarez. "Pescoli," she answered, eyeing the rearview mirror, then shoving the Jeep into drive. "We got another one." Regan's heart nosedived. She knew what was coming. Another dead body had turned up in the icy crags and valleys of the Bitterroot Mountains. Compliments of their very own serial killer. Shit. Where? Wildfire Canyon. Alvarez was all business as she gave Pescoli directions to the killing ground. "I'll be there in 30, she said, and hung up. The remains of yesterday's supersized soda, probably frozen, sat in the cup holder between the bucket seats. She didn't think twice, just grabbed the soggy paper cup, placed her lips around the straw, and took a long swallow of the flat Diet Cola. As she nosed her way onto the county road, she dug in her glove box for the single pack of Marlboro Lights she kept hidden inside. She was down to 1 pack a week, not bad considering her habit had once been 3 packs a day. But this son of a bitch who was killing women and leaving them in the freezing cold, he was playing havoc with all her good intentions. She planned to quit altogether after the new year, less than 2 months away. But between the pressures of her ex-husband, her job, and this sicko numbnuts who got off torturing his victims in the Montana cold, she feared all her good intentions and resolutions might just go by the wayside. She flipped on her siren and lights and trod hard on the accelerator. The man in the motel room flitted through her mind for a second. Then she pushed him steadfastly to that locked corner of her brain she rarely opened, the one that reminded her she was still a sensual, sexy woman with needs. For the moment, and for most of her life, she was a cop. Bad boys be damned. She had a homicide to investigate. Chapter 2. Alvarez ignored the bite of the wind as she surveyed the crime scene where a naked woman was lashed to a solitary tree. Tree branches rattled and snow blew off the heavily laden branches. Selena Alvarez had never felt so cold in her life. Dressed in county-issued coat and pants, she stared at the frozen corpse, and her own blood seemed to freeze in her veins. The victim was Asian from the looks of her. Straight black hair, capped with snow, once smooth flesh showing bruising and contusions, blood discoloring the snow at the base of the tree. Snow that had at one time been mashed beneath boots and bare feet, then crusted over, was now, with a fresh blanket of white, slightly uneven. Forensic techs were hoping to take casts of what remained of the prints, or gather evidence in the form of soil, hair, fibers, or any kind of debris that might have dropped from the attacker's clothing or the soles of his boots. Alvarez held out little hope, as the killer so far had been either meticulous or just damned lucky. As in the other cases, a note had been left at the scene, nailed over the victim's head, and a star hewn out of the bark a few inches above her crown. Though again the star seemed in a slightly different position, the same being true of its placement on the single sheet of paper. This time the note read, W-T-S-C-I-N. "What the hell does that mean?" Brewster, who had driven out with Alvarez, asked. "Don't know. Is it some kind of warning? Explanation?" Alvarez shook her head. "He's just screwing with us. Obviously the victim's initials are W and I, though who knows which is her first name and which is her last." "You mean like Wilhelmina Ingalls or Ida Wellington?" "Yeah," she said sarcastically, slowly walking around the tree, though a short distance away. "Like Wilhelmina." Already the forensic techs and M.E. were examining the body, trying to establish a time of death and maybe a cause, as well as searching the area for any other pieces of evidence, anything at all. As for the cause of death, Alvarez was willing to bet the cause was the same as the others: exposure. Though this woman's body had a few more bruises and cuts upon it, Alvarez thought the end result would be the same. Maybe the killer was growing more violent, getting off on torturing the women first. Or maybe this small woman fought harder than the others, or had fewer injuries from the accident where her vehicle had skidded off the icy road. "No car found," Brewster said, as if reading her thoughts. "Yet." She glanced up at him. There was no playful flirting now. "Only a matter of time." From the corner of her eye, she saw movement coming down the trail they'd used to access this canyon. Then her partner, Regan Pescoli, all 5 feet 10 inches of her, appeared and signed into the crime scene with the road deputy who had been first to arrive at the site. Pescoli was wearing sunglasses, though it wasn't all that bright and clouds were rolling in, and the same unflattering outerwear as the rest of the detectives and road deputies on the scene. "So we got ourselves another one," she said as she reached Alvarez and Brewster. Her face was flushed, red hair coiling wildly from beneath her stocking cap, and the smell of cigarette smoke clung to her like a shroud. Alvarez didn't doubt for a minute that Pescoli had been partying the night before, hooking up with yet another loser, but she kept her mouth shut. As long as what her partner did off hours didn't affect her ability to handle her job, it wasn't really any of Selena's business. "Yep, looks like," she agreed. She brought Pescoli up to speed about the fact that no vehicle had been found. There were new letters on the same kind of note as left at the previous scenes. There was a slight repositioning of the star, and the body had been found by Ivor Hicks. "Old man Hicks was up here?" Pescoli repeated, her eyes, behind shaded lenses, scanning the desolate area. "Walking. Who the hell walks up here before dawn?" "It was the aliens again," Brewster explained. "They made him do it." Pescoli's lips twisted into a wry smile. "Was it Krytor, the reptilian genius, who sent him up here?" "General, the reptilian general, not genius," Brewster corrected. Everyone in the department knew about Ivor Hicks's transportation to the mother ship for experiments and tests by the aliens. The story had been written up in the local paper in the 70s, and then again recently on the 30th anniversary of the abduction. "Ivor been drinking?" Pescoli asked. Alvarez shook her head. Doesn't seem like it. He drinks a lot. I know. Brewster snorted. The aliens who did all those tests on him. Wonder if they ran a breathalyzer. Alvarez smiled faintly. Yeah, they probably think all humans run around blowing a .32 in a blood alcohol level. Pescoli stared at the victim as the paramedics bagged her hands and feet, then cut her free and placed her into a body bag. I don't think Ivor has the strength, smarts, or wherewithal to be our guy. What's he tip out at? Maybe 120, 130 pounds? She shook her head. You talk to him? She asked Alvarez. At length. He's in Deputy Hanson's rig if you want a word. I do, Pescoli said. You know he'll go to the press as soon as he gets back into town. Pescoli pulled a face. We've kept some details from the press, but if Ivor shoots off his big mouth, every nutcase who wants a little publicity will come forward, Alvarez said, unhappily considering the wasted man-hours that would be spent separating the wannabes from the real deal. The time ill-used sifting through the BS would take away from the time that could be spent trying to find the killer. He's all yours. Alvarez hitched her chin toward the trail they'd all used to make their way into the canyon, and Pescoli took off in the hopes that she could jar a little more information out of Ivor Hicks's alcohol-shriveled brain. Good luck, Alvarez muttered. Thanks. Pescoli's smile held no warmth. I'll radio into missing persons. Ask them about any missing Asian or Amerasian women with our Vic's description. I'll also have them look for anyone missing in the last week with the initials that include W and I. Make it more than statewide. Have missing persons check Idaho, Washington, Oregon, Wyoming, and California. Got it. Pescoli was already walking along the trail toward the idling rig where Ivor Hicks was waiting to insist everything he did was because of aliens. Not exactly the most credible witness. Alvarez watched as the body bag was carried out. Guess we're done here. Yeah. Brewster shook his head. What the fuck is going on? Don't know. They, too, began walking out of the snow-covered open space. Before the next storm sets in, we need choppers and vehicles searching all the roads in a 2-mile radius from this point. The other 2 victims' bodies were found about 1.5 miles from the point where their vehicles slid off the road. Pay special attention to the roads that curve sharply over a ravine. Brewster snorted. You're talking about every damn road in this part of the county. I know. She looked up at the sky, where clouds were definitely gathering. They didn't have a lot of time, but the longer they waited, the more likely the Asian woman's vehicle would be buried until the spring thaw, and any evidence from the car would be lost or degraded. In the meantime, she'd go back to the office and chart out each crime scene, see where, if at all, the 2-mile radius from each separate area intersected. Maybe then she'd be one step closer to finding the son of a bitch. Sheriff Dan Grayson's day had gone from bad to worse, and it didn't look like things were going to improve any time soon. With his heartburn acting up, he stood behind the desk in his office and stared out the window at the approaching storm. At 5 in the afternoon, the lights of the city were already glowing, reflecting bluish in the snow-covered streets. As the sheriff's office and jail were perched on the top of Boxer Bluff, he had a view of the river and the falls, located nearly a mile downhill, where much of the town, including the brick-and-mortar 100-plus-year-old courthouse, was located. The press, in the form of microphone-wielding television reporters, had come en masse to the heretofore small, unnoteworthy town of Grizzly Falls. The last big news in the area was the flood of '88 that had wiped out the boat landing and wildlife refuge located on the banks of the Grizzly River. But now, some goddamned psycho had decided to start leaving naked women bound to trees in this section of the Bitterroot Mountains. And that had brought the camera crews, with the recording equipment, lights and vans sprouting satellite dishes, descending like Ivor's aliens upon this sleepy, usually boring town. Freelance reporters and photographers for the local, statewide, and even national newspapers were filling the local motels. Armed with pocket recorders, sharp rapid-fire questions, and a sense of importance, they, along with their television counterparts, had been mixing it up with the locals. One idiot of an innkeeper had winked at Grayson over coffee and said, "Well, I'll tell you one thing, Sheriff. All this press is damn good for business." Grayson had wanted to shove Rod Larimer's cherry Danish down his throat. Instead, he'd finished his coffee in one swallow and said, "What's happening around here, Rod, isn't good for anything, including business." Now, Grayson found a bottle of antacids in his desk, opened the plastic lid with one hand, and popped a pill dry before settling into his squeaky old leather chair. Earlier in the day, just after noon, he'd held a press conference, warning the public, explaining the severity of the situation. You would think that'd satisfy them, but when he was finished, the reporters had still clamored for more information. He had given them what he could, had held back only a few vital bits of knowledge, and he'd locked Ivor Hicks up on a trumped-up charge, just to keep him away from the press. Ivor's son, Bill, had gotten wind of his father's predicament, and had insisted the old man be released. "You can't hold him, Sheriff," he'd insisted on a telephone call earlier in the day. "For God's sake, Dad helped you, didn't he?" Grayson hadn't been able to argue that point, and had promised to let Ivor go free as soon as the detectives had interviewed him again and taken his statement. "I'll hold you to it," Bill Hicks had growled before hanging up. It wasn't the first time Ivor's son had tried to bail his father out of a tight spot. It wouldn't be the last. The truth of the matter was that Ivor's son had called his bluff. Holding the old man was really a load of cock and bull. Several detectives had interviewed Hicks. Grayson was convinced that the sheriff's department had learned everything they could from the old man, yet he hated to think what would happen if one reporter offered to buy Ivor a drink. Ivor could very easily give the guy details of the investigation only the police knew, though, if pressed, he would start talking about the aliens prodding him to the killing site, and the reporter would rule the old man out as a credible source. Or not. "Hell," Grayson grumbled. As soon as he figured out a way to keep Ivor from spouting off to the press or neighbors or anyone who would buy him a drink for a good story, he'd release him. But Ivor Hicks wasn't his only concern. The feds were involved, too, though this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Right now, he felt he needed all the help he could get, from the state police to the feds. Absently, Grayson tugged on his mustache and stared at the snow blowing in from the north. Predictions were that another blizzard was heading their way, which was only more bad news. The department was stretched to the limit as it was. Roads were closing, power crews were working double time to keep the electricity and gas flowing, and meanwhile, there were some people who didn't have heat. Idiots were still trying to drive and ending up wrecking their cars, and, if that weren't enough, somewhere in the frigid coming night, a psycho was plotting his next move. Grayson's jaw slid to one side. "Not in my county," he said, but even to himself the words sounded hollow. Already 3 murders had been committed, all within the boundaries of Pinewood County. He just hoped there wouldn't be more. A rap on the doors snapped him out of his reverie. "Sheriff," Selena Alvarez said as he looked over his shoulder, "I thought you'd like to see what we came up with on the 3rd victim." "Just tell me you figured out who the bastard is." Alvarez's brown eyes darkened a shade. "Not yet," she admitted. She was serious, even more than usual, her mouth drawn down at the edges, her black hair twisted into a knot at the base of her neck, a few thin lines appearing between black, arched eyebrows. Smart as a whip, Selena Alvarez worked at 120%, but kept her private life locked away, as if she had some secret. Not that it mattered. He followed her down a short hallway to what had become a special room for a task force that was coming together. Tacked to the scratched green walls were panels of pictures and information on each of the victims, along with details of their deaths. Photographs of the bodies, the wrecked vehicles, and the victims' driver's licenses were part of the tableau as well. Teresa Charlton's pictures and info were next to Nina Salvador's, and in the third space the name Wendy Ito was written next to a question mark. "We've ID'd her?" he asked. "Not positively, but we think her initials are W and I, or I and W," Alvarez said. "And in our statewide search, looking for a missing Asian woman, we found Wendy Ito, single hairdresser from Spokane, Washington, Missing since the second week in November after she spent a weekend with friends in Whitefish. We're checking with those friends now, and the parents." She shook her head. "Still waiting for photo identification from the Washington State DMV." She pointed to a large map of Pinewood County on one of the other walls. Pushpins had been shoved into the map indicating where the bodies and wrecked cars had been discovered. 3 red pins pointed out where the bodies were found, all in different small valleys of the mountain range. 2 yellow pins signaled where the crumpled vehicles had been located. A large circle had been drawn around the area, and other marks showed the distance between the existing crime scenes. Grayson stared at the map. "You've talked to all the people who own property or live here?" he asked, tapping the circle's center. "We're working on it. Pretty isolated country. Some summer houses, but not many. A few full-time residents." She glanced up at him. "We've talked to most of them." Before he could ask, she added, "No one knows anything." The knot that was his stomach tightened. "Keep asking. Have we located the last victim's car?" "Not yet." He glanced at the map again. "And keep looking." "We are," she assured him, and the set of her jaw convinced him that she'd leave no stone unturned in her quest. He just wasn't sure that was going to be good enough. At 6:30, the sun wasn't quite up in Seattle. Gillian Rivers poured herself a second cup of coffee and nearly sloshed it onto the sleeve of her robe as her cell phone beeped from somewhere in the bowels of her purse. She glanced at the digital clock in the microwave and wondered who in the world would call her so early. The same idiot who called 3 days ago at 5 a.m. and didn't leave a message, like it's a big joke. She felt an immediate flush of anger before trying to convince herself she was overreacting. The call might be from someone on the East Coast, forgetting how early it was 3 time zones away. Hadn't her college roommate made the mistake not once but twice before? Digging through her handbag, she found the phone just as it quit ringing, and called hello to no one. Great. Using the cell's menu, she clicked onto a list of received calls. The last one appeared with no information. "Wonderful," she said with more than a trace of sarcasm, as the cat door clicked loudly. Marilyn, her long-haired calico, pressed her head against the plastic door, slithered through the opening, and slunk into the kitchen. Gillian had installed the door herself upon moving to this townhouse on the shores of Lake Washington. "What, no mouse, no rat? No disgusting headless snake?" she asked as Marilyn did figure 8s around her ankles, rubbing and purring loudly. "All right, mighty huntress. Even the best mousers have off days." She picked the calico off the floor and whispered into a pointed, flicking ear. "You're still the fairest of them all, you know." The cat, snow-white with only a few patches of orange and black, had been named Marilyn after Marilyn Monroe by Gillian's mother. "She's just so beautiful. She has a Hollywood quality, don't you think?" Linny White had gushed upon delivering the 8-week-old kitten to her youngest daughter. "I tell you, I saw her and couldn't resist. Let's name her Marilyn." "Wouldn't Norma Jean be a little more, I don't know, subtle or intellectual? Kind of an inside joke?" Gillian had offered. "Well, for God's sake, Gillian, it's a cat, for crying out loud. Who needs subtle and intellectual?" "I'm not even sure I want a cat." "Of course you do." Linny had handed Gillian the adorable little bit of fluff, and the tiny thing had shown the insight to look up at Gillian with wide green eyes and purr wildly, as if Gillian were some kind of savior. Upon being held closer to Gillian's neck, the kitten had kneaded her with those petite paws, and that was, as they say, that. Gillian had fallen instantly in love. Her no animals decree was null and void. "Oh, God, she's already working me," she said, knowing she'd been snared. Gillian could have protested to the ends of the earth, but she'd begun bonding with the little feline immediately. Even though she'd never been a cat person, and even though, after the death of her old blind dog, another rescued animal from the pound, Gillian had sworn off animals, none of that mattered when Marilyn purred against her neck. "That's what cats do, work you. Lenny had agreed, smugly satisfied that Jillian was hooked by the kitten and there would be no returning the little calico to the Humane Society shelter. And it's why they're so much like husbands. Fine, fine, Marilyn can stay. Just don't go to the ex-husband pound and bring me one back, okay? Lenny smiled. Funny girl. Didn't I tell you not to marry Mason, huh? I distinctly remember mentioning something about you not being over Aaron when you took up with him. Mom, Aaron was dead 4 years when I married Mason. He was missing for 4 years. And you always suspected something else was going on with Aaron before he disappeared. So did the police, but it's ancient history now, Jillian reminded her, not wanting to think what her ex had done, how he'd set her up, how she'd been hounded after his death. Lenny had clearly wanted to say more, but for once had thought better of it. So stick with cats for a while. Oh, I will, Jillian had agreed. Believe me. No men? No, Mom, no men, not for a long, long time. And so the cat had stayed, and so far Jillian had kept her vow, which didn't answer the burning question, who was calling her at the crack of dawn? No, make that before dawn. She took a sip of coffee, set a squirming Marilyn onto the ground, and was about to walk up the stairs to her bedroom when her cell, still in her hand, jangled. She answered before the second ring. Hello? He's alive, a reedy, paper-thin voice whispered. Pardon? He's alive. Who? Who's alive? Who is this? Your husband. He's alive. I know he's alive, and by the way, he's my ex. She knew Mason Rivers was very much alive and still driving a BMW, practicing law, and most likely cheating on his most recent wife. Lots of women wished him dead, but Mason was just too damned egotistical to die. Who is this? Not your ex. I'm hanging up, Jillian said after a moment. A cold sensation was climbing up the back of her neck, and she stared out the kitchen window at the grey waters of the lake. Her own pale reflection in the glass looked frightened. Who are you? Click. The phone went dead, and as she stared at it, she saw that her hand was shaking, trembling, her throat as dry as dust. Aaron. Whoever was on the other end of the phone was telling her, warning her, that Aaron was alive? What the hell was that all about? And it wasn't true. But they never found his body, did they? You never quit believing that someday he would walk back through your front door to explain how he'd left you alone after he'd embezzled all that money, after the police had suspected you were in on the plot to steal over $500,000 in funds from people who had invested with him, trusted him. Oh, God, she whispered, and dropped the phone, sending it clattering across the tile floor. Tears welled in her eyes, and her heart was pounding as she slumped against the side of the sink. Aaron was dead, as in forever. An accident while on that damned hiking trip in Suriname. Just because his body had never been recovered from the rainforests of South America didn't mean he was alive. And then she was angry, infuriated with whomever had called her. She hated practical jokes, hated them. Aaron was dead and gone, and had been for years. With an effort, she calmed herself down slowly. Marilyn was staring at her in an unnerving way, and it sent a funny little chill down Jillian's spine. He's dead, she told the cat firmly. For an answer, Marilyn uneasily flicked her tail and scurried back out the cat door. Jillian was left staring after her and wondering. Chapter 3. Rise and shine, Regan Pescoli ordered from the open doorway of her son's bedroom. Posters of grunge and heavy metal bands battled for space on the walls and ceiling, with oversized pictures of pro basketball players. Clothes, DVDs, and dishes, complete with the dried-on remains of spaghetti or pizza, littered the floor, desk, and top of the small television. In a word, the 10-by-10 room in the basement was a sty. No response from the huge lump in the middle of the futon he'd claimed as his bed. "Hey, Jeremy, did you hear me? It's time to get up for school." This time she heard a grunt. "You know you're not out of the woods yet. One more tardy and Mr. Quasdorf is going to—" "I don't give a rat's ass what Quasdorf will do," her son declared, throwing back the covers. Glaring at the ceiling, he looked so much like her first husband, Regan felt as if she'd been kicked in the gut. "He's so damned gay." "I wouldn't be spouting that off, especially to his wife and kids." Jeremy rolled morosely out of bed, and Cisco, their mottled terrier of some kind, hopped onto the floor. Cisco was 10 and graying, but still thought he was a puppy. "I could use a little privacy," Jeremy groused, all 6'2" of him. Regan sipped her coffee and didn't move. "I get it, Mom, okay? And give your sister a ride to junior high." "I know." He glanced at her with eyes still filled with sleep, and she saw only a glimmer of the happy-go-lucky kid he'd once been. Now he was trying to grow a soul patch, scraggly, uneven whiskers, a darker spot on his chin, and talking about getting tattoos and piercings despite her protests that he wait at least until he was 18. If only his father was still alive. If only Joe hadn't been a hero and died in the line of duty. If only I'd been a better wife. Jeremy nearly ran into her as he made his way up the stairs to the single bathroom and slammed the door. Through the thin panels she heard him turn on the shower, and as the water warmed up, flip up the toilet seat and pee like a racehorse. Things would have been better if Joe had lived, she thought. No, check. Change that. Things would have been different. That much she knew. Better? That was just conjecture. She walked the few steps to the kitchen, where her daughter, perched on a bar stool, was ignoring a slice of peanut butter toast and text messaging as if she'd been born with a cell phone trapped between her slim, beringed fingers. With thick, near-black curls, smooth Mediterranean skin, and eyes as blue as a summer's day, Bianca was a small, feminine version of her father, Luke Pescoli. She'd often wondered why, after carrying her children for 9 months in her womb, neither had the courtesy to look like her. Jeremy was the spitting image of his father, Joe Strand, while Bianca was a miniature Luke. Sometimes Regan felt like little more than the vessel in which her husband's DNA had sprouted. "Eat up," she said, her gaze sliding through the dining area to the living room, where, beside a tired mock-leather couch, a Christmas tree, festooned in a billion lights and innumerable strands of tinsel, was shoved into the corner, inches from a non-working fireplace. The chipped porcelain nativity scene, that had been in her family for generations, was strung along the mantel atop glittery cotton that once had resembled snow, but now was tattered and torn. This would be the snow's last year. Bianca, fingers still flying, the phone clicking, ignored her. The toast was untouched. "Bianca, Jeremy will be ready soon, and you know he won't want to wait around. Eat your breakfast." Click, 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 click. "Ugh, Mom, gross. Don't you know that peanut butter is just fat?" "I believe there's some protein in there." "Whatever." Bianca didn't bother looking up. The tiny keys kept clicking softly. Not in the mood to argue, Regan refilled her cup from the pot warming on the coffee-maker. The kitchen was cramped like the rest of the house, a small starter home that Regan worked hard to pay the mortgage on each and every month. The furnace was rumbling loudly, trying to make up for the cold air seeping through the cracks in the caulking around the windows and doors. Cisco was whining and scratching at the slider door leading to the deck. "Need to go out?" Regan walked to the dining area and opened the door. "Hurry back," she said as the terrier, spying a squirrel trying to break into the bird feeder on the rail, took off on all cylinders, his bark low and gruff, the hackles on the back of his neck raised at the audacity of the rodent. "I'll cook you an egg," Regan said to her daughter as she closed the door. "Are you even remotely serious? Do you want me to puke? Geez, Mom, Michelle doesn't make me eat breakfast." Bully for stepmom. Though Bianca's father, Luke, Lucky Pescoli, and Regan had been divorced 3 months before he began dating Michelle, Regan had never liked the woman, who was still in her 20s for God's sake, and had no business trying to be the kid's second mother. No business. Built like a Barbie doll, if not an airhead, Michelle had the dumb blonde routine down pat. Regan figured the ditziness was an act worthy of an Oscar. Beneath those long blonde tresses and behind the impossibly wide blue eyes, there was a cunning 26-year-old who had graduated from college. Michelle knew exactly what she wanted and how to get it. She just needed enough lip gloss and stiletto heels to make it happen. The fact that she'd wanted Lucky was a mystery, one Regan hadn't yet been able to solve. Not that it mattered much. Rather than think about the twit, Regan found a glass on the counter, rinsed it out, filled it with water, and poured some into the rapidly wilting speckled poinsettia on the counter, adding a few drops into the soil surrounding the Christmas cactus, which was going nuts with vibrant pink blooms. Bianca, never one to leave an argument alone, added, "Michelle says a person should only eat when they're hungry." "Does she?" Not that Regan cared. "Uh-huh, and she never has a weight problem." Good for her, Regan thought as she picked up Bianca's rejected toast and bit into it. No reason for it to go to waste. Or was that W-A-I-S-T waste? "I'll make you some of that instant oatmeal." Bianca glanced up, her pretty face twisted into a knot of disbelief. "You really do want me to throw up?" Her cell phone beeped again. Another text that had her absorbed as a bellow of rage echoed from the bathroom. Old pipes groaned as a faucet was slammed off. "Shit!" Jeremy yelled loudly enough to be heard throughout the small house. Regan sipped her coffee and nibbled on the toast. "Guess your brother's finally awake." The door to the bathroom opened so hard it banged against the wall. Jeremy, towel slung over his slim hips in an attempt to hide, or maybe call attention to his nether regions, stormed into the kitchen. "Who the hell used all the hot water?" he demanded, skewering his sister with an intense stare of hate that could have come straight out of a teen horror flick. "The tank's small." Regan dusted her fingers of crumbs. "Want some breakfast? Peanut butter toast?" Jeremy wasn't about to be derailed. "So that means she has the right to hog it all? Jesus, Mom, aren't you always preaching about consideration?" He walked to the refrigerator, pulled out a carton of orange juice, and held it to his lips. "Get a glass. I'm finishing it." "You brought up consideration." He guzzled juice and left the carton on the counter next to last night's pizza box. "Jeremy?" "What?" he called as he hurried down the stairs. "We need to talk about your chores around here." "I thought my chore was to take the dingbat to school." Bianca snorted. "The dingbat who's on the honor roll? What a creep! He hasn't seen anything above a 2-point for so long he wouldn't know what it was." One eyebrow lifted in prim smugness, though the truth of the matter was that her grades had been slipping lately. Something was up. "About those grades," Regan said. "Yours have been—" Yeah, I know." Bianca finished her text and looked up. "I'm bringing them up. I told you Miss Lefevre has it in for me." "Maybe it's all the time you're spending with Chris." At the mere mention of her boyfriend's name, Bianca absolutely lit up, her bad mood disappearing for an instant. Her lips twitched into a happy little smile, which Regan found more than slightly disturbing. "Chris has nothing to do with my grades. Since you started," Regan made air quotes, "going with him, you haven't been so interested in school." "Big deal. Bianca?" "Oh, what, I've got a boyfriend?" she mocked. "Yeah, that's right. But he's not affecting my grades, okay? Maybe you're just jealous or something." Regan stared at her silently. "I mean, it wouldn't hurt you to date. You know, get a life. Then maybe you'd be off of my case." She swept her backpack from the counter and slid off the bar stool as Jeremy's heavy tread pounded up the stairs again. "Gotta go," Bianca said quickly and slid her phone into her book bag. "We're not finished with this discussion," Regan warned as Jeremy appeared in an oversized sweatshirt, sweatpants, and a stocking cap pulled low over his forehead. As he slipped on a pair of sunglasses, Regan thought her son was a dead ringer for the Unabomber or half a dozen other police sketches of wanted men. Bianca had already grabbed a jacket and was out the door as Jeremy, keys jangling from one hand, followed after her. "What about your backpack?" Regan asked, eyeing her son. "In the car." "So you didn't do your homework." "Oh, Mom." One hand on the doorknob, Jeremy rolled his eyes just as Cisco shot into the house. She fought the urge to light into her son about his schoolwork. Now wasn't the time. "Drive carefully. Some of the roads have been closed, and there's another blizzard predicted for this after—" The front door slammed behind them, and Regan walked to the living room to stare through the window as her son dutifully turned down the old pickup's engine, then went about scraping off the windows as the defroster heated the glass from the inside. Even inside the house, she heard the heavy beat of some indefinable rock music. "At least it's not rap. At least it's not rap," she said, her mantra for the past 5 years. Within minutes, the windows were clear enough, and he folded himself into his 20-year-old Chevy truck. When had it come to this? When the kids took off without saying goodbye or buzzing her cheek with a kiss, or even listening to her? She watched them drive away and waved, though of course neither of them turned to look back at the house. She felt a little like a fool. She had to do something about the kids. She knew they were both headed for trouble. Jeremy was dealing with issues about his deceased dad, and Bianca was trying to find a way to fit herself into her father's new family. And it didn't help that Regan was a single mom, working with the sheriff's department on the first serial killer case in this part of Montana that anyone could remember. She'd spent almost every waking hour trying to figure out who the bastard was, and when he would strike again. It had been 2 weeks since the last body had been found. Wendy Ito had been identified by her 2 grief-riddled parents, the father stoic and grim, while Wendy's mother had dissolved into a rage of tears and had to be held up by her slight but rigid spouse. It had been hell. And all the interviewing in the world hadn't brought the sheriff's department, or the friggin' FBI for that matter, any closer to the killer. Wendy Ito's new Prius hybrid hadn't been located, and none of the friends she'd spent the weekend with had been much help. No one, it seemed, had any idea as to the identity of the girl's killer. Just like with Teresa Charlton and Nina Salvador. But it wasn't over. "We'll get you, you son of a bitch," Regan said as she walked back to the kitchen and dumped the remains of her coffee into the sink. She rinsed out her cup and left it with the ever-growing stack of dishes piling on the counters. "We'll get you." The trouble was, if the killer was still in his same pattern, it was about time for another accident, where he, presumably, would stage the scene, shooting out the tire of his next victim, then showing up to rescue her. That's how he did it. Shot out the goddamn tires. Bastard. Regan set her jaw. The M.E. was certain that the women who had been found staked to trees in desolate parts of the mountains had spent at least a week, maybe 2, healing from the injuries sustained in accidents where their vehicles had skidded off the road. The medical examiner theorized that each of the dead women had received basic first aid or medical care before they'd been marched naked to the place where they would be forsaken and left to die. She wondered vaguely if there were other victims who hadn't survived the staged accidents, lucky ones maybe, who hadn't been made to suffer and die in the elements. But she dismissed the thought. No other wrecked vehicles had been discovered. After feeding Cisco and making sure the dog had ample water for the day, she walked to her cramped bedroom to change into slacks, a red turtleneck sweater, because it was the holidays, damn it, her shoulder holster, a jacket, and boots. She then made certain the Christmas tree lights were unplugged and the exterior doors were locked, and headed through the attached single-car garage to her Jeep. There was a chance that today would be the day they caught the prick. Maybe they'd get lucky. Though a gambling woman by nature, Detective Regan Pescoli wasn't ready to bet on it. Not yet. Jillian parked in her assigned spot under the carport, then made a mad dash to the front porch as raindrops assailed her from a nearly dark sky. Most of the row houses were decorated, their sparkling colored lights tiny bright beacons in the gray drizzle that was Seattle in winter. Battling with her small umbrella at the curb where the bevy of mailboxes for her group of units was located, Jillian unlocked her box and found a large manila envelope wedged in. her name and address written in black marker and block letters that began to run in the rain. "Great," she murmured, a gust of wind catching in her umbrella and turning it inside out as thick raindrops pelted her face. Ducking her head and sidestepping puddles, she dashed past the front lawns of 2 other row houses, then hurried up her front walk. The rain, blowing sideways off Lake Washington, pummeled her as she finally unlocked her front door and scurried inside. "Honey, I'm home," she called as she entered, pulling the door shut behind her. It was her private joke, but every once in a while, as if on cue, Marilyn would come trotting from the kitchen at the back of the house, meow, and greet her expectantly. Today she wasn't lucky, and after tossing her keys and purse on the side table, she set about opening the mail, starting with the envelope with the postmark of Missoula, Montana, where Mason, her ex-husband, lived. So what was this? Some post-divorce court order? God, Mason could be such a bastard. But then, why no return address? No printer-generated label from his law firm. Water from the hem of her coat dripping onto the hardwood floor, she tore the wet packet open without the aid of a letter opener. Several grainy photographs, the kind that looked as if they had been taken by an amateur photographer using a cell phone and printed off a computer, slid onto the side table. 3 images, all of the same man. All fuzzy and a little out of focus, as if the subject were moving, walking away, his head turned away. Jillian's heart nearly stopped beating. Oh, God, it couldn't be. She switched on the lamp. Golden light poured over the pictures that she flattened so that they lay side by side, as if they were stills from a movie. The man was profiled in the first 2 shots, but in the 3rd shot, he looked back over his shoulder and faced the lens, so that she could make out his features beneath his beard and aviator shades. "Aaron?" she said aloud, and her first husband's name seemed to reverberate off the walls. "Dear God, Aaron?" Tears burned the back of her eyes. She'd loved this man, loved him, lived with him, married him, lost him, and grieved for him. Oh, Lord, how she grieved for him. And now he was alive? She let out a slow breath that she didn't realize she'd been holding. The envelope, the one from which the pictures had tumbled, was clenched hard in her left hand. He was alive? Aaron Caruso, her college sweetheart, the man she'd married so naively, hadn't died in a forest in Suriname? Had lied to her? Had wanted her to think him dead? Had heartlessly left her while absconding with investors' funds? Hadn't cared that she would be a suspect too? That the police would believe she knew what had happened to him? Would he have been so cruel? Her knees threatened to give way, and she braced herself against the table. No, this man in the hastily snapped photo wasn't Aaron, just someone who looked like him. The beard hid his jaw. Aaron's had been square and strong, and the sunglasses disguised the color and shape of his eyes. Aaron's had been a deep brown and wide set, his nose broken from an old basketball injury. She studied the pictures again and thought she saw the slight bump on his nose. Of course, it had been over 10 years since she'd seen her first husband. He, if he had lived, would have changed. Like the man in the photo, who was at least 10 pounds heavier and bearded, but the hair, that light brown hair with its distinctive widow's peak, was the same, thick and wavy. So distinctively Aaron. What did it mean if this photo was real, if Aaron was alive? He would have built some sort of life for himself, a wife and kids, a home. Don't fall for this, Jillian, she warned herself. But it was too late. She was already half buying into the fact that these photos showed her first husband, the one whom everyone, including the insurance company and the authorities, had presumed to have slid down a steep ravine to a raging river, where he'd been swept away by a swift current and drowned. Presumably drowned. The house phone rang, and she nearly jumped out of her skin. Carrying the rest of the mail and the damned pictures with her, she walked through the hallway to the small family room and snapped up the receiver before the second ring. "Hello?" she said into the receiver, and noted that, once again, the caller ID had been blocked. "He's alive," the disembodied voice hissed again. "Who is this? I'm not interested in playing any games." "Check your mail and your email." "What do you want?" Click. "Damn it!" Gillian hung up and felt a rage so deep she could barely think. Who was doing this? Not Aaron, even if he were alive. So who? And why? Gillian felt as if a ghost had just brushed against the back of her neck. Either the person on the other end of the call had been teasing her, playing a sick prank on her, or the unthinkable had happened, and Aaron had come back from the dead. Gillian closed her eyes. 10 years. A damned decade. He couldn't be alive. That didn't make any sense, and yet... "Go to the police," her inner voice suggested, as she peeled off her coat, walked to the front of the house again, and hung the garment on the wrought-iron coat tree near the front door. She found her tattered umbrella, fixed the broken spokes as best she could, then shoved it into the lower part of the same tree. Taking the steps 2 at a time, she climbed to the second floor and made her way to her den, which, when the hide-a-bed was opened, became her guest room. The computer was on and waiting, a screensaver of waving palms, like wistful arms beckoning her to some sunny, remote destination where the sun always shone. Kicking out her desk chair, Gillian sat down and clicked onto her email account. She found one that had slipped through her spam filter with an attachment. When she opened it, sure enough, the same 3 pictures of the bearded man who was supposed to be her dead first husband appeared. She checked the email address, pressed reply, but of course her mail bounced back at her. Damn! She clicked back to her home page, and a news item caught her eye. Serial killer strikes Montana. The story mentioned 2 women found dead in desolate parts of the Bitterroots, but she was too distracted to read on with these photos of Aaron taunting her. She enhanced the pictures, enlarging them, then sharpening the images. As she worked with computer and photographic images for a living, this was a piece of cake. She'd spent the past 5 years creating brochures, both real and virtual, for clients ranging from universities to travel agencies and tour groups. In this room alone, the walls were covered with photographs she'd taken herself, colorful pictures of exotic locales and beautiful homes turned into inns. There were images of a brilliant sunset on the Oregon coast, the Cascade Mountains deep in snow, a fishing excursion on the Kenai River in Alaska, and a 150-year-old hotel situated in the rugged Columbia Gorge. Using programs that enhanced, enlarged, zoomed in, and recolored, she played with the photographs, erasing the man's beard and sunglasses, growing his hair a few inches, taking off 10 pounds. With each change, her heart beat a little faster. Her nerves tightened, and anticipation coursed through her veins. When she was finished, the altered image was a dead ringer for her long-lost first husband. Anyone can make someone look different. You've seen countless short movies of people morphing from one person to another. You've seen the before and after pictures of models on the covers of magazines. You know how to make an image change shape. This could be an out-and-out scam. But why? And who was behind it? Mason in Missoula? She shook her head at the thought. If Mason wanted to give her information, he'd just do it, call her up and give her the facts. And if he were trying to be sneaky, he'd mail the envelope from another town. He knew she wasn't an idiot. But what about that new wife of his, Charisse? She always had it in for you. And his mother, Belle. That woman never did like you. It seemed far-fetched. She and Mason rarely communicated, and though Charisse, Mason's receptionist, had outwardly despised Gillian when Gillian and Mason were married, now, since she'd become the second, much younger Mrs. Mason Rivers, Charisse's animosity had faded. Charisse had won the great prize of becoming a trophy wife, so why try to stir up trouble now? Gillian leaned back in her desk chair and tapped the eraser end of her pencil on the arm of the chair as she stared at the image on the computer. She heard a soft meow, and then Marilyn padded through the open door and, spying Gillian's empty lap, leaped into it. "Hey, sweet cakes," Gillian said, absently rubbing the calico's head. "What do you think?" The cat responded by curling up in her lap, while Gillian tried to figure out if her long-dead husband had suddenly resurrected and why anyone would want her to know. "It's a problem," she confided to Marilyn, and knew in that instant that she couldn't leave it alone. She had to find out the truth, if for no other reason than to clear her name, no matter what it entailed, how painful it happened to be. Chapter 4. Naked, I stand at the window, alone, waiting, while sand slips oh so slowly through the hourglass. The coming night is near, shadows playing darkly. A hollow wind, keening and savage, cuts through the canyons with the promise of death upon its breath. I hear its plaintive cry from deep in the cabin. It wants me, I think. It wants her. It's as hungry as I am. Good. Feeling the ache, the low, insistent pulse, I peer through the window panes, glazed in ice, frosted with blowing snow. Naked branches of the lonely trees rattle and dance, like skeletal arms raised in supplication to the heavens, as if God were interested. I feel the urge to step outside. The tug of the cold tempts me to languish in the caress of frigid gusts upon my bare skin. But it is too soon. I won't let myself fall victim to that easy enticement. The timing isn't right. Not yet. I have to be patient, because she is coming. Unfailingly and without any inkling as to her fate, she is drawing near. I feel it. And everything has to be perfect. "Come on," I whisper quietly, and feel that sensual twitch deep inside at the thought of her. Lightly tanned skin, dusting of freckles, wide hazel eyes, and untamed hair a deep brown that shines red in the firelight. Come the fuck on. The knowledge that she will soon appear causes my blood to race, my mind to fire with images of what's to come. I can almost taste her, feel the texture of her skin as she quivers at my touch. In my mind's eye I watch her pupils dilate, until her eyes are nearly black with fear and a dark, unwelcome desire. Oh, she will want me. She will beg for more of me, and I will give her what she wants, what she fears. Her last conscious thoughts will be of me, only me. But not yet. I have to hold back. Tamping down my vibrant, exhilarating fantasies, I decide to savor them later, when the timing is right. With one last glance at the window, I walk to the table near the fire, sit in the smooth wooden chair, feel the varnish against my bare skin. When my body is unfettered by clothes, my mind is sharper, clearer. I study my maps carefully, using a magnifying glass, charting my course. The worn, marked pages spread upon the table near the kerosene lantern glow softly. Scattered upon the scarred planks are the astrological charts, birth certificates, and recent clippings of the deaths that no one will ever trace to me. In the articles, the beautiful release of souls is described as brutal slayings, the work of a psychopath. Reporters, like the police, are idiots. I can't help but smile at all their wasted efforts. The authorities are morons, cretins, fools who are so easily toyed with. Burning wood crackles in the grate, anxious flames devouring the mossy chunks of oak and pine. The scent of wood smoke is heavy in my nostrils as I reread the stories about the victims, tales that have been carefully construed by the stupid cops to ensure that no details they wish to keep from the public have slipped into the articles. They have worked diligently to hold back information, clues that will keep every nutcase around from claiming ownership of my deeds. For if that should happen, the short-staffed sheriff's department would have to sort it all out, spending valuable hours dealing with a fraud. Officers would have to expose him or her as just some whack job, trying to get his or her 15 minutes of fame. The department would lose a lot of time uncovering the false murderer, a lunatic pretender who in no way could understand the divinity nor the complexity of the painstakingly executed sacrifices. Sorry, imbeciles. You will have to find some other killer to emulate. Killer. The word tastes bitter, as do criminal and psycho. Because what I do isn't a crime, not just a killing, not some psychotic whim, but a necessity, a calling. However, those who are unenlightened can never understand. What I've done, what I will do again, is misunderstood. So be it. A window rattles against a gust of wind, and I feel a sudden chill slither down my spine. Glancing up from my work to the icy panes, I see fluttering flakes of snow in the steely day beyond. Feeling the storm seep through the cracks in the walls, the cold air taunting my skin, I envision her again. Beautiful bitch. Soon you will be mine. God and the fates are on my side. I lick my lips as a thrill steals through my bloodstream. Turning back to the table, I see her picture. In black and white, the surrounding out of focus, her features clear and crisp. In the glossy photograph, she appears happy, though, of course, her smile is a frail facade. She looks almost flirtatious. A lie. I stare deeply into her eyes. I detect a shadow, a small hint of darkness that betrays her fear. In that fragile moment when the camera captured her, she sensed that her life was far from what it seemed. And yet she couldn't possibly comprehend the truth, then or now. Little does she know what is about to happen, that her fate has already been sealed, that she will soon join the others. Carefully, I read the charts once more. The stars are in the right positions, the groundwork has been done, and December, with its cold, stinging kiss, will soon be here, as will she. She will arrive before the turn of the calendar's page. Closing my eyes, I imagine our meeting. Her chilled flesh will press against mine. Her skin will have the salty taste of fear. Her cheeks even more so, with the tracks of tears. A frisson of expectation sizzles through my blood. I glance down at the photograph again. So clear, So sharp. So ready. Soon, I whisper, not saying her name aloud, not wanting to hear it echo through the rafters. Very soon. My groin tightens with expectancy. Winter and death are about to meet. Gillian stepped on the accelerator. Her medium-sized station wagon engine whining responded, winter tires digging into the icy terrain. She took a sip from her cup, a rapidly cooling cup of coffee that she'd bought at the last town she'd passed through, now nearly 5 miles back. Spruce Creek, the town if you could call it that, was little more than a stoplight at 2 crossroads. The intersection had boasted a post office, gas station, coffee shop, 2 churches, and, as if in perfect juxtaposition, 2 taverns. A few distantly spaced farmhouses had peppered the snowy landscape. "Welcome to rural Montana," she said aloud, wondering, not for the first time, if she was on a fool's mission. The radio was turned to a country western station, and Willie Nelson was singing over the underlying static. White Christmas, no less. "I'm dreaming of a white Christmas," he warbled in his nasal twang. "Well, you got one, Willie boy," she said, staring out a windshield threatening to fog over to a vast landscape of snow-laden trees and piling drifts. "You got yourself one hell of a white Christmas." All around her, the mountains knifed upward, their peaks hidden by the thick clouds and driving snow. Here in the Bitterroot Mountains, it looked like a second ice age. The road twisted ever upward, and her little car climbed steadily, its wipers slapping the flurries off the windshield. One tire slipped before digging in. Gillian eased into the slide, sloshing coffee, and the car's all-wheel drive didn't let her down. Nonetheless, she was nervous and wondered how far it was to the next town. This mountainous part of Montana was more desolate than she'd anticipated, and though she wasn't a coward or the least bit skittish, today, as dusk threatened, and she met not one other vehicle on the road, she felt a little anxious, a bit edgy. "Too much caffeine," she muttered as Willie's song faded and an announcer's voice cut in and out. Irritated, she switched off the radio and thought about the call she'd received from the unidentified caller and the pictures he or she had sent. Had they been of Aaron? Or was this some elaborate hoax? "Face it, you're on a wild goose chase," she told herself for the umpteenth time. But her hands tightened on the steering wheel as she remembered those whispered conversations, all insisting the same thing. "He's alive." "Son of a bitch," she muttered as the Subaru's engine suddenly strained. She hadn't really believed the weirdo on the other end of the line, and God knew the photos could have been doctored, but she wasn't one to live with any kind of doubt. So what if it was just a twisted joke? At least you could finally put Aaron's memory to rest. Right? She'd left Seattle without telling a soul, other than to ask her 19-year-old neighbor, Emily Hardy, to take care of Marilyn for a few days. So now she was in the middle of the Montana wilderness, a blizzard brewing. "Turn around," she told herself, realizing she was chasing the same damned ghost she had been pursuing for years. Hadn't Mason, her second husband, accused her of just that? Damn it all to hell. The Outback's tires slid a bit, and she slipped the gear shift into a lower gear. Come on, come on. The mid-sized car lunged forward, engine groaning in protest. Spruce Creek wasn't that far behind her. If she found a wide spot on the road, she could turn round and give up for the night. The thought of a bed and a warm room in a motel made her sigh. She could hole up and spread her map out, check out the best route between here and Missoula, where she would spring her surprise on Mason. But turning back felt too much like quitting, and she'd never been a quitter. Not since 3rd grade, when she'd been bucked off a horse and decided to give up horseback riding altogether. Until her grandfather had stared down at her with kind blue eyes and said, "Hey, Julie, don't you know, quitting's for sissies. I never figured to be one to run and hide when things got a little rough." He'd helped her back on the wild-eyed colt, walked that painted pony for hours, until Jillian's confidence had returned. So she wouldn't give up now. Grandpa Jim had been dead and buried for over 15 years, but she still felt as if he could see her every time she considered throwing in the towel. Setting her jaw, she saw the next corner on this white, snow-flecked ridge. Maybe this was the summit. Maybe she'd finally reached a point where the road would wind down to the next town, and she'd find a hotel or bed and breakfast where she could spend the night, take a long, hot shower, and— crack! Jillian jumped. The sharp report of a rifle echoed through the canyon. Bam! Her front tire blew. Oh, Jesus! Her heart flew to her throat. No! The car spun crazily, wildly careening from one side of the icy road to the other. Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh! Don't overreact. Drive into the spin. Grandpa Jim's voice filled her brain, and all the advice she'd heard about driving in ice and snow flashed through her mind. Already skidding, the Subaru bouncing off the wall of ice on the mountainside of the road, shaving off snow and ice, only to slide to the other side of this narrow ridge, toward the yawning canyon of the cliff face, as Jillian fought to control the outback. Please, oh, please! She pressed the brakes and gripped the steering wheel. Closer to the edge of the ridge, where the tops of trees were the only indication there was a bottom to the steep ravine, the automobile wavered and shuddered. No, no, no! She cried. To hell with the advice. She couldn't turn into the spin and steer toward the abyss. Frantically, she yanked on the wheel, cranking it away from the gaping hole and trying like hell to keep the car on the road. She stood on the brakes. The tires jerked beneath her, anti-lock mechanism working to grab the icy pavement. No, she whispered through her teeth, her heart tattooing wildly, her mind screaming. She stomped on the brake pedal, trying to slow the damned car down. She braced herself against the steering wheel, her foot jabbing hard on the brake. Stop! Stop the car now! One wheel slipped over the edge. The car rocked crazily. She cranked on the steering wheel again, hard. Too late. Momentum propelled her Subaru over the edge. And then the car was falling, plunging into the coming night. Through the windshield, Jillian saw the tops of snow-covered trees, heard the scrape of branches tearing at the car's underbelly and sides. Glass shattered, metal twisted and groaned. She screamed, arms covering her face, both feet on the brake pedal, as the mid-sized car hurtled into the dark, gaping abyss of the canyon. Perfect. The silver vehicle with Washington plates plummeted into the canyon, free-falling almost in slow motion, a thing of beauty. The accident planned to meticulous perfection. The Subaru tumbled and dropped. Brittle tree branches snapped. Frozen snow fell in clumps. Metal shrieked. A scream rang through the ravine, a scream of pure, unadulterated terror, which couldn't have been more exquisite. All of the waiting had been worth it. Jillian Rivers, the bitch, was finally about to die. Jillian's eyelids snapped open, but she couldn't see. All around was darkness. She groaned as a burning, grinding pain shrieked through her body. And her vision, oh God, why couldn't she make out anything? Her legs were on fire, her head thudding, something covering her mouth and nose, cutting off her air. Oh, sweet God in heaven, what happened? Where am I? And please, please make the pain stop. She tried to draw in her breath, gasping around whatever was over her face, suffocating her. Panic engulfed her, but she attempted to put it at bay. It was dark, but not completely, and the object over her face wasn't pressing down, wasn't stopping the flow of air completely. Her mind cleared as she tried to bat it away. What the hell was it? A pillow? No. A damned balloon? No. Oh, dear God, it was an airbag. Teeth chattering from the cold or shock, she flailed at the damned bag and pushed it to one side. Despite the pounding in her head, she tried to focus, Slowly she realized she was trapped in the twisted wreckage that had been her Subaru. A car wreck? I was in an accident. Oh, Holy Mother, my ankle. She sucked in a breath, tried to think back. She was trapped inside a car, her 10-year-old Subaru Outback, now mangled and dead. It was freezing cold, wind screaming through the shattered windshield. Her head pounded, and she felt blood, sticky and warm, in her hair. Her thoughts were scattered and disjointed, as if she were drunk, blackness threatening to pull her under, pain keeping her conscious. "You've got a concussion, you idiot. You've got a stupid concussion. That's why you feel lightheaded. Wake up, Jillian, and figure this out. You're going to freeze in here." She moved just a bit. Pain stopped her cold. Every bone in her body felt as if it were broken, her muscles and skin bruised, agony throbbing through her joints. Gritting her teeth, she tried to move again, but her left foot, pinned beneath the crumpled dash, wouldn't budge. Pain jagged up her leg. Nausea boiled in her throat, and she nearly retched. She felt the blood drain from her face, and knew she was on the verge of passing out. "Don't do it. Don't let go. Hang on, whatever you do. Losing consciousness will kill you." Taking deep breaths, her chest aching as if she'd cracked ribs, she struggled to stay awake. God, it was cold. So damned cold. She tried the ignition, twisting the key, but nothing happened, as if the starter itself were ruined. She tried again and again, but there wasn't so much as a click indicating the engine was trying to spark. "Damn it all to hell," she muttered, giving up on any hope of starting the car. She stared out the splintered glass to the coming dusk, and the snow blowing in wild circles, a million swirling flakes, caught in the dim beams of headlights, twisted at odd angles, but still, somehow, giving off cockeyed illumination. Maybe someone would see her, find her because of the headlights splashing in macabre patterns upward through the trees. And if they don't, what happens? You freeze. Right here in this wreck of a car. You have to get out, Jillian, and you have to get out now. "Help!" she cried. "Someone help me!" Her voice was hoarse and faint against the wind. Where had she been going on this stormy night? Why the hell was she in these mountains? Why was she alone? At that thought, she froze. Maybe she hadn't been traveling by herself. Maybe someone had been with her. She slid a glance to the side, but the passenger seat was empty. Ignoring the pain, she twisted her neck and glanced into the torn and buckled area that had been the back seat. Fabric was ripped, padding exposed. Her suitcase wedged between the front seat and what was left of the back seat. But there wasn't any evidence of anyone caught in the mangled metal and plastic and shards of glass. No bloody arm peeked out of the torn cushions. No terrified face of a dead person stared at her through glassy, sightless eyes. Shivering, she pulled at a blanket she always kept in the car and yanked hard as it was caught in the folds of wrenched metal and plastic. The pain in her ribcage was excruciating, but she didn't give up. Come on," she muttered, yanking hard on the damned piece of quilt her grandmother had made 50 years earlier. She heard it rend, old stitches giving way, but she managed to tear off most of it and wrap it around her as her damned ankle continued to pound and her head ached, the cuts on her face burning. She yelled again and pounded on the horn. It gave out a sharp blast. Again she hit the damn thing, yelling, hoping beyond hope that someone would hear her. What had she been doing driving in what appeared to be steep mountains, with sharp ridges and sheer canyons? And where the hell were these damned mountains located? The Cascade Range in western Washington? The Canadian Rockies? The Tetons? Or some other craggy range? Montana, she thought dimly. You were driving to Montana. Surely someone would be missing her soon, when she didn't arrive at her destination, wherever in Montana that was. And then, of course, a search party would be sent. Unless this trip of yours was secret, clandestine. She had the uneasy feeling that no one knew where she was, though she wasn't clear about where she was going. It had something to do with Montana and her ex-husband, something secret. What was it? If she could only recall. "For the love of God," she muttered, and shook her head, only to wince at the pain. She didn't remember everything about herself, but she knew she wasn't some sort of spy, and she wasn't one to keep secrets, and she never really cared to keep anything on the down low. And yet, a dark fear that she was completely alone snaked around her heart. "Don't even think it," she told herself. Someone, somewhere was missing her, looking for her. It was only a matter of time before she'd be found. She just had to stay alive long enough for the rescue. Head throbbing, she glanced up again, searching for the road that had to be high overhead. All she saw was a sheer wall of snow and ice. There were trees in this grim crevice, a few foreboding sentinels covered in snow, but not much else. Obviously her car had slid down the steep embankment and landed in what appeared to be a frozen creek bed. Had she swerved to avoid hitting another vehicle? A deer? Someone on foot? Or had she just taken a corner too fast and hit ice, only to go careening over the ledge? Try as she might, she couldn't remember. Yes, there were fleeting thoughts of packing the car, of planning a quick trip, a long trip from Seattle, where she lived. She had a quick memory of checking a road map and heading east, out of the snarl of traffic of the U District, and her row house near the campus of the University of Washington. She nosed her outback across the Evergreen Point floating bridge, which straddled a narrow point in Lake Washington, and then drove on the freeway past Bellevue, and further east, and then nothing. She had an inkling that she'd been determined, maybe even angry, which wasn't a surprise if it had anything to do with her ex. "Terrific," she muttered under her breath, unable to call up any memory more tangible. Not that it really mattered. Why she was on her hastily planned trip, and even where she was going, weren't of vital consequence. Getting out of the canyon and to safety was. "Damn it all," she whispered, frustrated and shivering, her breath fogging in the freezing air. Still staring upward, she swallowed back a new surge of despair. The sheer face of the cliff was daunting. If the road was up there, high over this frozen creek bed, how would she ever be able to climb up the steep, frigid wall of rock and ice? Even if she weren't injured, even if she were healthy, dressed for the Arctic, with rock-climbing gear, she doubted she could scale the mountain. "Think, Julian, think. There must be another way out of here." Holding the blanket tight, she slowly surveyed the creek bed. Was there a path or road, some other means away from this ravine, towards civilization? Maybe she could follow the stream downhill. Oh yeah, right, Einstein. With an ankle that might be broken, a leg that moved so much as an inch causes you to howl in agony. Face it, you can't get out of here without help. "Hell!" She banged on the horn again, urgently, frantically, desperately, sending the sharp blasts ricocheting through the snowy gorge. But it was useless. She knew it. To her own ears, the wild honking sounded like the forlorn bleating of a frightened sheep. Pathetic, but it was all she could do. Still pounding on the horn, she yelled again until her throat was raw, hoping her pathetic din and the fading headlights would draw some attention. But no sound of a car's engine answered. No jumbled shouts of rescuers could be heard. No whop-whop-whop of a helicopter's rotors sounded over the sigh of the wind. No, she was alone. In this God-forsaken wilderness, with the freezing night slipping ever closer. She was totally and frighteningly alone. Chapter 5. "You suck," Bianca grumbled under her breath as Jeremy lay on the couch watching MTV. "You suck," he threw back and tossed another handful of some trail mix into his mouth. "Right now, I think you both suck," Regan broke in from the kitchen. "And for the record, I hate that word. Can't you come up with some other insult? Something a little more clever?" "Oh, Mom, don't be such a nerd." Bianca flopped into a side chair, red blonde curls flouncing around her small face. A few freckles she tried desperately to hide with makeup bridged her nose, and her big hazel eyes were rimmed with thick, dark lashes, just like her damned father. Cisco hopped into Bianca's lap. She usually adored and indulged the dog, but she was in one of her foul moods right now, and, frowning, pushed Cisco onto the floor. He sat on the worn carpet and cocked his head from one side to the other, as if trying to understand the girl who had, before falling in love, lavished all her attention upon him. "Can't help it, Bianca. I'm a nerd by nature. It's genetic, and as such you too have the nerd gene." Regan plucked off a prematurely dying bloom from the Christmas cactus in the garden window. Bianca rolled her eyes as if her mother were the most stupid woman on the planet. "I just want to go over to Chris's for a while. I don't think it's that big of a deal." "It's a blizzard outside, if you haven't noticed. The only reason I'm going out is because I have to." Regan was bundling up in enough outer gear to battle the elements. She grabbed her stocking cap and gloves off the table, where the mail had been stacked and unattended for days. "I don't want either of you driving." Again Bianca rolled those huge Pescoli eyes, which ticked Regan off. "And not only are you to have your homework done by the time I get home, I want the dishwasher unloaded and all the dishes in the sink washed." Neither of her children responded. "Jer, I'm talking to you too," she said a little louder. He was glued to the set, didn't so much as look over his shoulder. "Jeremy!" She walked into the living room before realizing he was wearing earbuds buried deep in his ears so that he could blast his brain with music from his iPod while watching some reality show with what he called hot, whiny chicks. "Jeremy!" she yelled, tapping him on the shoulder. "Wha?" He looked up, and when he saw her stern expression, said again, "What?" She yanked out one of the earbuds. "You feed the dog and unload the dishwasher, then do the dishes. It's your week." "But Bianca did them last week. You're on, bud." "Yeah, right," he groused, his gaze wandering back to the television. "I mean it. And this mess," she motioned to the paper plates and glasses stacked on the coffee table within easy reach of His Highness, "needs to be picked up." "I'll do 'em, okay? Jeez." "Good. I've got a witness." Bianca, too burned that she wasn't being allowed to leave, didn't even show any of her usual smugness or pleasure that Jeremy was being reamed. She was too busy texting what were probably notes of undying love to the man of her dreams, Chris, a lanky, dull-appearing boy who spoke in monosyllables and, unless Regan missed her guess, was a habitual marijuana smoker, which scared her to death. Not that she hadn't done her share of weed back in the day, when she'd been a little older than Bianca, but she had had the good sense to leave it at that. Nothing stronger, ever. And she left pot alone with her first pregnancy, and never looked back. But these days, kids were different. Weed was different. "You get your homework done, too," she said to her sullen, beautiful daughter, "and clean your room. It's a mess." "It's better than his," she sneered, arching an eyebrow toward the couch, while her fingers flew over the buttons of her cell phone. "Yeah, I know, but he did make an effort last weekend. Believe me, he's not off the hook. I'm just prioritizing. Living room and kitchen first, then I'll tackle the mess in the dungeon." If Jeremy heard her, which she doubted, he had the good sense to ignore the jabs about his living area. "Okay, Bianca," Regan said. "I'm serious about the room and homework. You're going to go to your dad's this weekend, so everything needs to get done before you leave." Bianca let out a long, put-upon sigh as Regan petted Cisco, then walked through the back door to the garage, where the temperature dropped decidedly. Usually when the kids took off for the weekend, she spent at least one night out, sometimes both. Being home alone wore thin quickly, and she figured it was her time for a little fun. But all her plans for this weekend had been put on hold, so she could be ready to report in. It was near the middle of the month, the time the psycho struck. Though the victims had always been found later, the ME and forensic techs thought that the killer's pattern suggested that he hunted his victims a week or so before the end of the month, which would be soon. Everyone in the department was nervous, expecting to hear a call about an abandoned car or a dead woman tied to some lone tree somewhere in the mountains. She wondered how many victims there might already be. Women whose wrecked cars or frozen dead bodies, now probably picked at by animals, existed in the woods outside the small town where she'd lived most of her life. "Don't go there," she told herself as she backed out of the garage, barely avoiding Jeremy's truck, then turned around and drove carefully down the lane. Her access street wound between several trees before meeting the main road, but the snow was dry, not much ice beneath, and her tires got plenty of traction. She and the kids lived 5 miles out of town, in the hills surrounding Grizzly Falls, and there was little traffic. She passed a snowplow scraping snow to the side of the road and one abandoned vehicle. She stopped to make sure no one was inside, then called it in and returned to her Jeep. With snow melting on her shoulders, she took the main road into town. The amount of vehicles increased as the road split, and she headed to the part of the city located on the ridge overlooking the river. Ice had collected along the banks, and the water was the color of steel as it cascaded over the steep rocks that defined the falls. Parking in the outside lot, she walked briskly inside, her breath misting around her, the cold air slapping her cheeks as she pushed through the glass doors, signed in, then headed toward a back hallway and the rabbit warren of cubicles and offices of the department. She dropped her things in her locker, grabbed a cup of coffee, made a little small talk with Trilby Vandroz, a road deputy and single mother whose only daughter was 1 year younger than Bianca. Trilby's ex was worse than lucky, skipping the state and paying child support just sporadically enough to irritate the hell out of her, but keep her from running back to her attorney. A few minutes later, she found Alvarez at her desk on the phone, her computer screen filled with images of the victims of the first serial killer in the history of Grizzly Falls. "Brought you coffee," Pescoli said, knowing that Alvarez was forever pouring herself a cup and letting it cool untouched on her desk. "Thanks." She took the cup and sipped without looking up. "Anything new?" "Nah, not yet." "Still haven't located Wendy Ito's vehicle?" Alvarez glanced her way. Her dark hair was pulled back neat and tight, while Regan's reddish curls were waiting to spring free of their clip. "I've been working on the notes," she said, pulling a spiral notebook to the front of the desk. On the lined pages were the initials of the victims' names, laid out in the order in which they had been printed in dark block letters, and between those letters Alvarez had filled in the blanks. W. T. S-C-I-N. "Come up with anything?" "Nothing that makes any sense. If it's a message, the first word could be what, or maybe wait, or the T might be the start of the next word. It looks like the S and C are supposed to be linked, or a word like scene or school or scent, or who knows. The N might go with it or not. Or it could be one long word, a warning, or he could be screwing with us. Maybe he's laughing his ass off as he comes up with his wacko note." Alvarez's eyebrows drew together and she shook her head. "No, he's too organized. He finds his victims, tracks them down, blows out the tires of their vehicles, goes down and retrieves them and their personal effects, all without leaving any trace evidence. Then he keeps them somewhere while they partially heal and finally takes them to a spot I'm sure he's picked out ahead of time, and ties them up and leaves them in those damn notes." "Why do you think the spot is chosen earlier?" "From the few tracks we've found in the snow. There's no hesitation. They go in a straight line. Someone very familiar with the area. Geography, access roads. Someone confident he'll get in and get out without anyone seeing him." Alvarez was nodding, tracing the letters of the note with the index finger of her right hand. Hiker, skier, hunting or fishing guide, someone who works in the woods, forestry service? Alvarez glanced up, her dark eyes intense. Pescoli felt a chill as cold as death, and her heart nearly stopped beating. She lowered her voice. "You're thinking about someone in the department?" "I don't know what I'm thinking," Alvarez said. "But whoever's behind this, he's smart, he's organized. He knows the area like the back of his hand, and he's one step ahead of us. Worse yet, he's about to strike again, if he hasn't already." Pescoli felt unnerved. Whoever was behind these atrocities, whatever sick mind had become compelled to prey upon the women he hunted, surely he wasn't someone they worked with. In a half-second, all the faces of the deputies of the department flashed in quicksilver images through her mind. "No way," she whispered, but realized her fingers were wrapped tightly over the handle of her cup, her knuckles showing white. Alvarez muttered tersely, "I'm just saying we can't rule anyone out. Not yet." Regan nodded. She was right. That was the hell of it. Once again, Alvarez was spot on. Everyone was a suspect. Even the men within the department that both of them trusted with their lives. "Damn! Damn!" Jillian said aloud, her teeth chattering wildly, some of her skin feeling numb. She'd fallen asleep for a few minutes, or had it been longer? It was a little darker now, the moon rising as the sun started to set. Her headlights were dim and yellow. So this was it. She was going to freeze to death in a 10-year-old Subaru in the bottom of a frozen ravine? What kind of ignoble end was that? Dear God, Jillian, you're in deep trouble this time. And you can count only on yourself. She tried to think, to remember the crash, or the events leading up to it. But nothing but a yawning black hole filled her mind. Shivering, teeth chattering, she tried to remember as she worked at the handle of the door. It wouldn't budge. She reached across the seat, tried the passenger door. It, too, was locked, solid, either from ice or wreckage. She grunted in dismay. She could push herself through the broken window, if she could stand the pain and dislodge her foot from its trap. Setting her jaw, she tried to free her ankle again. Hot, blinding pain ripped through her foot. She sucked in her breath, felt the cold, then gritted her teeth for another go at it. She couldn't just stay here. She had to free herself, somehow. "Come on, Jillian, do something." The cell phone. Oh, God, where was it? Her purse? Wasn't her purse somewhere? Not on the passenger seat, but there, on the floor, beneath the glove box. She strained, reaching as far as she could, trying to ignore the agony tearing through her ankle and the pain in her chest. If she could just reach her damned purse. Its strap only inches from her fingers. She pushed herself, lying over the console, stretching as far as she could, reaching, brushing the edge of the strap with her fingers. "Come on," she urged, her breath fogging in the air, determination in her voice. "Come on." She strained, harder, felt something in her ankle pop. "Oh, oh!" Clenching her teeth, she inched her middle finger around the strap and drew back, bringing the purse with her. The damned cell phone fell out, onto the floor. No! It was within reach. She snagged the slippery phone before it slid away. Gasping, she held onto the slim device in a death grip, as if afraid it would jump from her fingers. "Please let there be service," she whispered, ignoring the throb in her ankle, the pain behind her eyes, the blood she felt coagulating on her cheeks and forehead. The phone was turned on, but no signal strength bars registered, and the LCD screen flashed. No reception. Jillian groaned. "Great," she muttered through chattering teeth. thinking things could hardly get worse. She tried to place a call anyway, hoping that her phone would ping off the closest cell tower, and that somehow someone would find her by the GPS chip in the damn thing. If the signal could reach a tower, if there was one anywhere nearby. Refusing to think about the possibility that in this remote location there might not be a cell tower for miles, or that no one in his right mind would be out in this blizzard, she opened her purse and in the fading light saw that her wallet, sunglasses, makeup case, and checkbook were still intact. There was a receipt for gas at a station in Wildwood, Montana. Wherever the hell was that? Using a little illumination from her cell phone, she checked the date. December 7th. Was that today? She had no idea, but found over $300 in her wallet, much more than she usually carried, and a half-full bottle of ibuprofen. "Thank you, God," she whispered, and with trembling hands shook out 2 pills, thought about it, and added a third, then tossed them down her throat and swallowed them dry. Do your magic. Recapping the plastic bottle, she prayed the medication would help her with her pain, then stuffed her wallet and the bottle into the handbag. Okay, so now... Shivering, she slid a glance at the cracked rear-view mirror and spied her reflection. She flinched. The image staring back at her wasn't only distorted from the broken glass and dark with the fading light, but appeared to have been through a war zone. Cuts and lacerations discolored her skin. Blood had dried around her nose from a gash in her forehead, and the whites of her eyes seemed slick and tinged pink. Bruises had already started to appear, and her brown hair, cut chin-length and layered, was matted to her head, glued with her own blood. She turned away. "Don't think about it," she muttered, and tried her phone again. Nothing. She couldn't call anyone. Teeth rattling, she yelled, "Help!" And again, "Help!" at the top of her lungs. Was it possible for anyone to be nearby? If so, wouldn't they have heard her skid off the road, the car crash into the trees? Where were the rescuers? The police? The firefighters? Anyone? She'd heard about cars sliding off mountain roads or small planes going down in the winter. The bodies of those inside the wreckage were often not found until the next spring, when it thawed, if ever. Shivering violently, she thought about her fate. Surely she wasn't destined to die in this unknown ravine, trapped in her own vehicle, all alone. "Stay calm. Don't think about it," she told herself as she spied a paper cup on the floor, remnants of a coffee drink splashed on the rug. Upon the cup was a brown logo, a picture of a moose backdropped by mountains. Beneath the logo were the words, "Chocolate Moose Cafe, Spruce Creek, Montana." She'd obviously been in that cafe, but try as she might, she had no memory of the place. Was it a mile down the road? 5? 20? It may as well be 1,000,000. She closed her eyes, tried to concentrate over the pounding in her skull and the pain throbbing up her leg. How could she save herself? Spruce Creek, Montana. Why the hell had she been there? What was it that had propelled her from her home to this frigid, forested wilderness? She couldn't quite grasp it, but there was something that connected her to this state. Something that bothered her, something she couldn't pull out of her subconscious. What was it? Oh, God! Her pulse jumped. She did know someone in Montana. Someone she was pretty certain she hadn't raced out in the middle of winter to visit. Mason Rivers, her ex-husband. Her stomach knotted as she tried to conjure up Mason's face, and came up blank. She had the vague feeling that he had brown hair and hazel eyes, and kept himself in pretty good shape, but she couldn't recall his features, at least at the moment. Besides, he was in Helena. An attorney. No, make that a defense lawyer. Though she couldn't remember why, she was fairly certain Mason was part of the reason she was in Montana in the first place. The cold became a soothing blanket, drawing her under as she shivered. Don't let go. Fight, Jillian. For God's sake, fight. She forced her eyes open. Help! She yelled again, determined to find a way out of this mess. Can anybody hear me? I'm down here. For God's sake, someone, please, help me. Again she pounded on the horn, but her words echoed back at her through the canyon, taunting her in their naivete and fear, the lights of the car dimming as the battery died, the horn becoming little more than a weak honk. She kept at it, but within minutes the battery had failed. Jillian beat on the horn, but its sound had died away, and her voice was little more than a desperate, croaky whisper, while the headlights had grown impossibly dim. "Oh, God," she murmured, alone in the dark. Worn out, she could do nothing but wait and pray and try to stay awake, to keep the cold and unconsciousness at bay, until there was only silence, dark, disturbing silence. She wondered about her life and those she'd loved. Would she ever see them again? Or was this it? Was her life truly over? A shadow in the cracked rearview mirror moved. It seemed far away, and yet oddly out of place, a scuttling umbra on this white landscape. Her heart jumped. She twisted her head, searching the darkening terrain. Had someone found her? Was it her imagination? Or was someone or something out there? Maybe it was just the snow falling, an optical illusion. She started to open her mouth to yell, then stopped before making a sound. There was a chance it was nothing. Her mind was playing tricks on her. Nerves tight as bowstrings, she stared into the night, eyes straining, heart pounding. A rescuer would have called out. Anyone searching down here would have seen her car, right? Why else would anyone be in this lonesome, frozen canyon? Another movement in the cracked mirror. Her heart leaped to her throat. Again she started to scream for help, and again she snapped her mouth closed and bit her tongue. Frantic, she tried to make out the movement in the shadows. Was she hallucinating? Or— You have to take a chance. Friend or foe, you need help. You can't stay here in the car if you want to get out of this alive. And yet, she didn't move a muscle, and the world began to spin as if she was going to pass out. She struggled to keep her eyes open, her gaze vigilant. Pinned in the car, unable to free herself and all alone, she was such easy prey. Too easy. Paralyzing fear controlled her. For the first time since the accident, she felt incredibly and ultimately vulnerable, entirely at the mercy of whomever or whatever was outside. The skin on the back of her neck prickled, and she fought the urge to scream. Muscles tight, she stared through the broken glass. Please be a good guy. Please, oh please. Another movement. She gasped, nearly screaming, then held back. She grabbed a piece of glass, cutting her hand, needing something to use as a weapon. Don't be silly, she told herself. But her blood was pumping, fear jetting through her veins, and yet she felt a wave of darkness threatening to pull her under. Don't fall victim to your own wild imagination or fright. You've watched too many teen slasher movies. Call out to whomever's out there. You need help. You have to get medical attention or you will die. However, she resisted the urge to let out even the barest of whispers. Because she knew. Deep in her gut, she knew. Call it feminine intuition, or some kind of animal instinct, but, trapped in the twisted metal of her car, unable to get out of this steep ravine, she was as easy quarry as a rabbit in a snare. She felt her scalp wrinkle with foreboding, and she was certain that whatever was prowling these snowy, night-darkened woods was the embodiment of pure, malevolent evil. Her insides turned as cold as death, and still the blackness tried to pull her under, tugging hard. Shivering, struggling to stay conscious, she set her jaw and wondered if, within the wreckage of her old Subaru, there was anything other than the piece of glass she could use as a weapon. Her camera! It was heavy. She could swing the strap of the case like a bola or mace and hurl the cannon 35mm at... Another movement, this time closer. Swift, dark, scurrying. In front of the car. Her pulse skyrocketed for a moment, jarring her awake. Jesus, help me. Her every nerve was strung tight. Blood oozed through her fingers as she clenched the shard of glass. The blackness toyed with her brain, seducing her to let go. She held her breath, listened hard, her ears straining, her eyes trying to pierce the coming darkness. But she saw nothing, and the wind died inexplicably. Goosebumps pimpled her flesh, and she fought to stay awake. Suddenly, the silence within that deep, frozen chasm was deafening. Chapter 6. Alvarez was naturally suspicious, but then again it came with the territory. She hadn't been born distrusting people. No, she'd been a happy child. But all that had changed about the time she'd entered high school. You can't outrun your past. She knew that, of course, but couldn't help trying. She probably always would, she thought as she hurried through the lobby of the courthouse, where she'd testified in a domestic violence case. She'd heard before that she was a good witness. Cool, calm, not rattled easily. Defense lawyers hated to come up against her, and today had been no exception. She pushed open the doors of the courthouse and, feeling the bite of the wind, tightened the scarf around her neck. Despite the fact the temperature was hovering near freezing, she was wearing a knee-length skirt, high-heeled boots, a snug turtleneck, and a jacket. Small silver hoops and a matching pendant necklace were her only accessories, and she twisted her hair away from her face a little less severely. Her testimony had been clear and concise, no matter how hard the defense lawyer tried to make her say something that would let the sleazebag of a stepfather off the hook. No way. Not when he'd been abusing his wife's teenaged daughter for the past 3 years. When the jury returned, she'd bet her badge the guy would be sent to prison for a long while. Good. She found her car in the lot and drove directly to her studio apartment, where she changed into slacks and shoes with lower heels. She loved this tidy little space, with its Murphy bed that flattened up against the wall, love seat, chair and ottoman. A small gas fireplace filled one wall, its mantel covered with framed pictures of the members of her large family, and a collapsible desk occupied the small space usually reserved for a kitchen table. As it had been for the past 3 months, the desk was littered with books, notes, diagrams, and her laptop computer. She hated to think how many hours she'd spent at that very desk in the past few months, all trying to solve the latest murders. She didn't begrudge herself the time, but it really ticked her off that she wasn't any closer to solving the crimes. Patience, she reminded herself, as she pulled on her heavy down coat and headed outside, locking the door behind her. She noticed that in the short time she'd been in her apartment, the wind had kicked up again, thick-bellied clouds roiling overhead, promising another storm. Just what we need, she thought aloud as a sharp gust tossed dry leaves across the parking lot, sending them dancing and reeling over the snowy landscape. As she crossed to her car, she felt as if someone were watching her. She actually looked over her shoulder, but spied no one. Just your imagination, she told herself. But as she slid behind the wheel, she felt it again, that sharp, clear premonition of death. Hers? Or another poor victim, bound naked to a tree, hoping and praying to be rescued, but all the while knowing she was doomed to die. God help us, Alvarez whispered, and for the first time since she was 14, she fervently made the sign of the cross over her chest. God help us all. Bam! 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 Jillian attempted to open an eye. God, it was cold. So cold. And dark. The ear-splitting groan reverberated through her brain. What the hell? Where am I? Hey, lady, wake up! A man's deep, anxious voice ordered. Help me out here, would you? What? She tried to focus and felt the throb in her ankle. What in God's name? Is this a dream? In a flash, she recalled waking up in the mangled Subaru. She'd been trapped in the car, hoping for help, sensing an evil presence, when she must have slipped into unconsciousness. Her heart kick-started as she squinted into the darkness. The shard of glass she'd been gripping was still in her clenched fist, now nearly frozen solid. Was this person who was trying to pry open the door the same one she'd thought she had seen furtively darting through the snowy forest? The one she'd been certain was evil incarnate? "Hey, are you okay?" her would-be rescuer yelled. Was he out of his mind? Of course she wasn't okay. Did she look okay? "Can you push on the door?" If only. She caught a glimpse of him then through the thick flakes of falling snow. A ski mask and goggles, all in black, covered his face, making him look more alien than human. He was wearing a thick ski jacket, but she saw no insignia indicating he was with the police or forest service or any agency. "Hey!" He reached through the broken windshield and touched her shoulder. "Wake up!" I am," she tried to yell, but it came out as a faint whisper. "Can you move?" He shouted so loudly she twitched with a painful jolt. Dear God, had she slipped into unconsciousness again? She tried to answer, but failed, fighting like hell to keep her eyes open. Should she trust him? Did she have any choice? "I can't pull you through here. The roof's crushed. I'm going to try the door." Her teeth were chattering again, and she no longer felt the same intense pain she had earlier, probably because she was numb and frostbite was settling in. Her eyes were so heavy, so damned heavy. "Hey, lady, stay with me! Oh, for Christ's sake, come on, hang in there! What's your name?" She blinked. Had she fallen asleep again? Blacked out? Son of a bitch! He had something in his hand, a crowbar, she thought vaguely, like the one in her trunk. If she could just sleep, only for a few minutes, 5 or 10, that was all she needed. She heard a deep, tortured groan, metal twisting and resisting as the man used the crowbar on the driver's side door. From the corner of her eye, she saw him pushing hard against the lever, throwing his weight into it, grunting and straining with the effort. "Come on, you miserable son of a bitch," he said through clenched teeth. Metal squealed, resisted. Frozen locks torqued but refused to give way. Come on, you bastard!" He swore at the car as he tried desperately to pry the door open. She should feel fear, or worry, or anything. But all she wanted to do was be pulled back under, into a warm, soft cloud of unconsciousness. "Stay with me," he ordered. She was drifting away. Snap! Something broke, she thought, but didn't know what, didn't care. Metal shrieked, and somewhere, far away, she thought she heard a man's voice over the rush of a bitter cold wind. "Don't you die on me. Do you hear me? You better not damn well die on me." She felt the icy wind and the jostle of someone touching her, feeling her neck, as if for a pulse, reaching over her. But she couldn't force her eyes open, and for the next few hours, or was it longer, she was in and out of consciousness, hearing him yelling at her through a long, dark tunnel. She would drift off to blackness until she was jarred by movement or noise, which roused her back to the surface until she faded out again. She was barely aware of the noise of an engine, of movement, and it seemed as if she were gliding, floating through the universe, with stars falling all around her. Her ankle and ribs still hurt, which was probably a good sign, but the numbness that had settled over her skin made her feel dreamlike and buoyant, her soul weightless. "Don't you let go," he kept saying to her over the thrum of some engine, his voice seeming disembodied, coming from far away. "Whoever the hell you are, hang with me." The call to the sheriff's department came in 2 days later, with a break in the weather. Another car had been found, wrecked, abandoned, and covered in snow. Selena Alvarez had been at her desk when dispatch phoned with the location of the vehicle, and therefore she was one of the first detectives on the icy scene. She rode with Johnson and Slatkin in the county crime lab truck down a closed access road to the bottom of a canyon, where the snow was nearly 2 feet deep. "Hey, Alvarez, over here!" Deputy Pete Watershed's voice echoed through the desolate canyon. She looked up from where she was crouched by the front wheel of the mangled car covered in snow. It had once been a Subaru, but with its shattered windshield, dented body, and mashed frame, it was nearly unrecognizable. She clicked off her handheld recorder. "Just a sec," she called over her shoulder, then returned her attention to the right front wheel of the sedan. Pictures had already been taken of every angle of the wreckage, so she brushed away a dusting of snow and examined the hole torn through a snow tire. Identical to the others. No doubt the result of a bullet being shot from a long-range rifle. "Son of a bitch," she muttered, though she wasn't surprised. She'd been at 2 similar crime scenes in just as many months. The right front tires of the cars, registered to Teresa Charlton and Nina Salvador, had been shot by a high-powered rifle, causing the cars to careen off a high cliff, only to land, crunched and twisted, at the base of the steep hillside. They were still looking for Wendy Ito's vanity-plated white Prius, but this car didn't belong to the dead woman. Alvarez said as much into her pocket recorder, the quickest way to take notes in freezing conditions, then clicked the recorder off and straightened as she gazed over the snow-bound ravine. Today, the normally empty canyon was transformed. Detectives, deputies, and criminalists working together, using the best equipment Pinewood County and the state of Montana had to offer, hoping for some bit of evidence leading them to the son of a bitch who was behind 3, now possibly 4, brutal murders. As with the previous single-car crashes, all personal effects and the driver of the vehicle itself were missing from the scene. The killer had left each car's license plates intact, though that was of little help, as a car's owner could be traced from the vehicle identification number. Otherwise, all that had remained in each case was a twisted piece of metal that had once been a vehicle, skid marks on the road above, and a few broken trees and branches that the plummeting vehicle had snapped in its free fall to the bottom of the canyon, deep in the Bitterroot Mountains. So far the right front tire had blown, and Alvarez was willing to bet her master's degree in psychology that upon further investigation, the reason for this latest blowout would be the same as the others. A bullet from a .30 caliber rifle. "You sick son of a bitch," she muttered, her breath a cloud, and despite her down jacket, gloves, ski pants, thermal underwear, and boots, she felt a chill deep inside, far colder than the icy breeze sweeping through the canyons. She pointed at the tire and said to the tech with a camera, "Let's get a shot of this." "You got it." Virginia Johnson, a black woman, bundled in a county-issued jacket, gloves, and ski pants, snapped off several shots as Selena picked her way through the crusted snow and downed branches littering the floor of the ravine. "So what have you got?" she asked Watershed, who, as always, appeared impatient, his eyebrows pulled together, his thin lips in a perpetual scowl. He, too, was wearing a down jacket issued by the department, and a wool hat with a wide brim that shielded his glasses while collecting the falling snow. "Take a look here." He squatted down close to the ground and pointed one gloved finger to a spot in the thick, newly fallen snow where, beneath nearly 2 inches of the frigid fluff, bits of red were visible. "Blood," he said. "A trail." He motioned east, toward a bend in the creek bed where a Forest Service road was partially hidden. "Looks like he dragged her out on some kind of stretcher." Alvarez shone the beam of her flashlight onto the drifts of snow, and sure enough, ruts were visible in the drifts, and between them was a definite blood trail. Dark drips of red beneath a thin crust of snow. "Let's collect it," she said. Mikhail Slatkin, one of the forensic techs who'd been attempting to take a casting of a boot print in the snow, nodded without looking up. Tall and raw-boned, the son of Russian immigrants, he was barely 26 and was one of the best forensic scientists Alvarez had ever met. "I'll get it in a minute. Just let me finish here." He worked fast, racing against the elements as snow was blowing through the canyon, covering evidence at the rate of half an inch an hour. Over the whistle of the wind, Alvarez heard the rumble of an engine and looked up to see Regan Pescoli's rig grind to a stop behind the county truck. Pescoli was out of the car in an instant, pulling on a stocking cap to cover her tangle of reddish curls. She was pale and wan-looking, dark smudges beneath her large eyes, indicating she hadn't gotten enough sleep, which wasn't a surprise. Though Pescoli's private life wasn't any of Alvarez's business, she couldn't help but be a little ticked off. 9 times out of 10 she had to cover for her partner, either because she'd had a long night waiting up for one of her kids, a battle royal with her ex, or a late night at a bar with one of her many loser boyfriends. Despite it all, Pescoli was a brilliant detective, and that's all that mattered. She had a knack for pegging a person on first meeting, for cutting through the usual BS and finding the truth. It bugged the hell out of Alvarez that all of her education and degrees didn't seem to stack up to her partner's gut instincts. It was a slap in the face, but Alvarez would get over it. Alvarez looked back at Watershed as Pescoli signed into the crime scene with one of the deputies, her eyes already taking in the single-car accident as she scribbled her name on the sheet. "Same damn thing," she said, heading toward Alvarez. "Same bloody damn thing." She smelled of cigarette smoke and looked like hell, but then no one was their best at this hour of the morning, bundled in outdoor gear. "So, what have we got?" "Nothing new. Take a look." Alvarez walked her partner through the trod-on snow to the car. "Wendy Ito's?" "Nope. Washington plates, but this is an older model Subaru Outback. Ito drove a newer Toyota with vanity plates. A Prius, I remember." Pescoli's jaw tightened as she bent down to peer into the twisted wreckage. "So we've got another one." "Looks like." "Hell," she sighed as she straightened, her eyes, usually a gold color, darkening. "Driver's door jimmied open, tire shot, no ID, no personal effects like a wallet or purse?" Alvarez nodded, snowflakes drifting from the steely heavens. "Same as before." "No body found?" "Not yet." Alvarez walked Pescoli around what was left of the silver Subaru and gave Pescoli a rundown of what they'd found. She had to shout as the wind began to shriek down the canyon again, tearing through the trees, rattling bare branches, and blowing tiny sharp flakes of snow against Alvarez's skin. "Just like the others," Pescoli observed. Her full lips pulled into a frustrated scowl. "What the hell is the bastard up to?" A moot question. Pescoli squinted upward toward the ridge, suspecting that this car, like the others, had been forced off the road, then plunged and careened down the canyon wall to land at the bottom of the canyon floor in this frozen creek bed. Alvarez followed her gaze and knew what her partner was thinking. It was a wonder anyone survived the crash, but then they weren't certain anyone had. Just that the driver had been removed. Damn. "We know when this happened?" Pescoli asked. Alvarez tugged her gloves on tighter. "It could have been as early as yesterday afternoon, judging by the snowfall." "Then the victim's probably still alive." Pescoli glanced around the bleak ravine with sheer walls of ice and rock. "The son of a bitch tends to them, nurses them like some damned Florence Nightingale, then ties him to a tree and leaves him to freeze to death. Sick bastard." "Amen to that." "Who found the car and called it in?" Pescoli asked. Beneath the brim of his wool hat, Pete Watershed winced. Pescoli wasn't about to be coddled. "Tell me." "Grace Perchant, walking her dog." "Walking her dog? When it's 10 degrees below freezing? Down here? Why the hell was she doing that?" "Why does Grace do anything?" Watershed asked, with a lift of one shoulder. "Good question." Grace Perchant was another one of the town's oddities. Alvarez reminded her partner, "Grace claims to see ghosts, too, and talk with the friggin' dead, for crying out loud. And that dog of hers is half wolf." "3/4," McHale cut in, looking up with a knowing smile. "You know this how?" Alvarez wasn't certain she really wanted to hear the answer. "I'm interested in a pup." "Oh, for the love of God, you know that Grace's dog is practically a wild animal. She probably wasn't walking it. The damn thing was walking her." "She's right," Pescoli said. "We've had complaints about the wolf dog more than once." "It bit someone?" "No, howled. Kept the neighbors awake." Pescoli tucked a stray strand of hair beneath her cap. "That's ridiculous," Alvarez cut in. "I mean, if the dog needs to relieve himself, why not just let him go outside? Why walk during a damn blizzard?" "It's Grace," Watershed said, as if that explained it all. Frustrated, her cheeks red with the cold, Pescoli looked around the scene, her gaze inching over the snowy terrain. Damn it, where did he take her? Selena Alvarez shook her head. Deep inside she experienced a chill, a frigid drip of dread, sliding through her gut. She knew the woman inside the car was already doomed, and eventually they would find her, just as they'd found the others. As the wind keened and the blizzard started ripping through this ridge of mountains, she and Pescoli walked back to the spot where Slatkin was taking samples of the frozen blood. "Maybe we'll get lucky and the son of a bitch cut himself. It could be his blood." "Let's not count on luck." Another male voice broke in, and Alvarez looked over her shoulder to spy the sheriff walking toward them from the direction of the Forest Service Road. His big boots crunched in the snow, and his expression said it all. Repressed anger, and maybe even a touch of defeat. The wind had been so damned fierce she hadn't even heard his rig arrive. Alvarez nodded. "You're right, we won't." "A little luck wouldn't hurt," Pescoli observed. "Personally, I'll take all we can get." A bit of a smile cracked across Grayson's face. "Fair enough." A tall, strapping man with a thick graying mustache and dark, deep-set eyes. Grayson was recently elected and recently divorced. The two, it seemed, had gone hand in hand. At least it seemed that way to Alvarez. "Tell me that Ivor Hicks didn't call this in." "Not this time," Alvarez assured him. "Nope." Pescoli shoved her hands deep into her coat pockets. "This time our witness is Grace Perchant." "Oh, for the love of God. Another nutcase." Grayson scowled. "First Ivor, now Grace. The next thing you know, we'll be getting tips from Henry Johansson." Though Henry, a local farmer, hadn't claimed to have been abducted by aliens like Ivor, nor did he commune with the dead, which was Grace's specialty, he had fallen off his tractor 20 years earlier and suffered an injury that caused him to claim he could read people's minds. There had been no proof of this phenomenon, and yet Henry was convinced that the voices he heard were the random thoughts of people he'd met. He was a regular visitor at the sheriff's department, always insisting he had the inside track on some local crime. "God help us," Watershed said. As Grayson observed the scene, his expression only grew more grim. "We better wrap this up soon. The Weather Service is advising that we're in for another blizzard, a big one." Alvarez's heart sank. The chances of finding the driver of the car weren't that great to begin with. Add a blizzard, and they dropped to nearly impossible. Grayson glared at the half-buried car, and the lines around his mouth etched even deeper. "Looks like he's at it again." "Looks like," Pescoli agreed. "Shit!" Dan glanced up at the ridge, and snowflakes caught on his mustache as he chewed on his lower lip. "Same M.O.?" Watershed nodded. "Yep. Body and ID missing." "Tire shot?" "Blown for sure," Alvarez said. "Haven't been able to determine if—" "It was shot," Grayson voiced what they all thought was fact, just not yet proven. "This isn't a coincidence. That bastard's hunting again." "I'd bet on it," Watershed agreed. Alvarez nodded. "Run the license plate," Grayson said. "Find out who owns the car and we'll work from there. If the bullet isn't lodged in the undercarriage or somewhere else in the vehicle, check the ridge. Maybe it fell onto the road or became embedded in the cliff on the far side. Anyone call a tow truck to haul the car in?" "Truck's on its way," Alvarez said. She'd put in the call as soon as she arrived. "Let's hope they can get down here. The roads are a mess. Half the staff is dealing with power outages and accidents." He rubbed his chin and shook his head, his gaze fastening on the crumpled car, which was quickly being buried in snow. "We need to nail this bastard." "I'm all for that," Pescoli agreed. Grayson nodded and met Alvarez's eyes. "But first let's find the victim, and this time let's find her alive." Chapter 7. Scratch. The matchhead scrapes loudly against the stone hearth, and the sharp smell of sulphur stings my nostrils. With a sweet hiss, the flame flares before my eyes. Perfect little flicker of hot light. I've always loved fire. Always been fascinated at how it so quickly springs to life, a living, breathing thing that requires air to survive. The shifting yellow and orange flames are oh so seductive in their warmth and brilliance and deadly abilities. Striking matches, bringing fire to life, is one of my passions, one of many. Carefully lifting the glass of the lantern, I light the wick, another spot of illumination in the large, barren room. A fire already crackles and burns in the grate, red embers glowing in a thick bed of ashes, mossy wood licked by passionate flames, smoke rising through the old stone chimney, golden shadows dancing on the watery old window panes. Outside the storm rages, winds howling, snow blowing furiously, and yet the stone and log cabin is a fortress against the elements. Here I don't have to bother with the burden of clothing that scratches and itches and bothers. No, I can walk comfortably over the smooth flagstones in bare feet, the heat radiating from the fire enough to keep my skin warm. I keep a large store of firewood within the cabin, but should I need to walk to the outbuilding to retrieve more, I won't need the trappings of boots and jacket, but can face the elements naked, bracing myself against the bite of the wind and the slap of ice. The match burns down, licking at my fingertips, and I shake it out quickly. With one ear to the police band radio that spits and sputters, I sit on the chairs I've turned by hand. I spread out my forestry maps, along with the more graphic pictures I've printed from satellites, photos available on the internet, on the long table. I've carefully pieced these images together and marked them with colored pins that correspond to the same colored pins on the forestry maps. From a room down the hallway, I hear her quiet cough. I freeze, listening. She groans, no doubt still unconscious. A smile pricks at the corners of my mouth when I think of her. She is rousing, and that's a good sign. Soon she'll be ready. A little sizzle of anticipation sweeps through my bloodstream, and I quickly tamp it down. Not yet. Not until the time is right. Not until she is healthy enough to do her part. Oh, it will be unwillingly, but she will partake. They all do. She groans more loudly, and I know I'll have to attend to her. Soon I look at the open closet, an armoire I've fashioned with my own hands and a few basic tools. I've carved it ornately, lovingly, with images of celestial beings cut into the dark wood. Inside are the cubicles where I keep my treasures, little mementos of the reluctant participants. The door is slightly ajar. I scoot back my chair and stand, stretching my muscles before walking to the closet. Opening the doors further, I note how the mirrors lining the inside catch the reflection of the fire and my own sinewy body. Toned muscles, dark hair, deep-set eyes, with 20/10 vision. A specimen, one foolish woman said of me as she let her gaze wander down my frame, as if I would be flattered. A tall drink of water, another unimaginative would-be lover cooed, licking her lips slightly. Ah, a bad boy with bedroom eyes, a third whispered, hoping I would fall prey to her uninspired advances. In the mirror, my lips twist at the memories. My eyes darken a shade. They found out, didn't they? But those incidents were just the beginning, before I fully understood my mission. Ignoring my reflection, I opened some of the drawers in the closet and eyed my treasures, little bits of the women who were to become immortal. A tooled leather bag with fringe, a small clutch made out of fake leopard fur, a snakeskin wallet filled with credit cards, driver's licenses, insurance information cards, designer cases for eyeglasses, cigarettes and makeup, nail files, tampons, cell phones, lipsticks in shades from wine to sheer shimmering pink. Treasures. From those who were the chosen. I glance at one of the newspaper articles that has been written about the killings, the clippings all stacked neatly on a thin shelf. In this particular article, the reporter quoted some source within the sheriff's department who indicated that the acts had been random and that a maniac sharpshooter was behind the murders. Maniac? Random? The police are worse imbeciles than I originally thought. Idiots playing at detection. From a distance, through long-range binoculars, I have watched the officers from the sheriff's department swarm into the canyon, some up on the ridge, searching for clues, sifting for evidence, pawing through the snow like dogs looking for bones in the sand. Others, the lazier ones, huddled around the wrecked car, scratching their chins, frowning and talking and getting nowhere. As I close the closet door, I hear her cry out, whimpering. Perhaps this one was a poor choice. She doesn't seem to have much backbone. But it's early. She will snap out of it. Her ferocity, her passion will surely appear. I know she is one of the chosen, just like the others. Listening to the howl of the wind, I wonder just where I will leave her to fight her battle with fate and the elements. She is too injured from the accident to move easily just yet, but within the week she will have healed to the point that she can be urged to the perfect spot, a site I have yet to find. It has to be remote, yet accessible, so that the imbeciles who work for the sheriff's department can find her. Eyeing the forestry map again, I run a finger down the spine of one of the smaller ranges branching off the Bitterroots, and remember a valley I hunted in long ago. Somewhat alpine. The meadowland has a few sparse trees along its perimeter. I think hard, remembering, bringing back the imagery of those few grassy acres. Just at dawn, I once spied an elk across the lea, a muscular bull standing near one gnarled pine, his rack 5 feet wide, if an inch, his dark mane and coat barely visible in the thicket. I shot at him, missed, and he disappeared as if he were a ghost. I found the bullet from my rifle burrowed deep in the scaly bole of a solitary pine. That tree, if it is still standing, will be the perfect death post. I study the map carefully. There are so many gullies and ridges, places a body won't be discovered until spring, and maybe not even then. But those won't do. I need the woman to be found. I have to keep searching for the perfect spot. I don't doubt that I will find it. God and the fates are on my side. "Okay, so what have we got?" Alvarez asked as the jeep, buffeted by the wind, slid on the icy terrain. "You mean besides diddly squat?" Pescoli was driving. Her eyes narrowed as she tried to keep the rig on the road. Despite the windshield wipers slapping frantically at the continuous flakes, visibility was nil in the near whiteout. The road they were driving had already been closed, the plows unable to keep up with the storm. Ahead of them, the vehicles driven by the officers at the scene slowly eased along the uneven mountain terrain. Yeah, besides that. The police band crackled, and the defroster blew enough hot air that Alvarez pulled off her gloves with her teeth, then unzipped her jacket. The interior smelled faintly of cigarette smoke, and the cup holders were filled with half-full drinks. "We've got his M.O." Pescoli glared through the window as she drove, her gaze fastened on the snowy road, her eyebrows pulled together, which so far only links the Subaru to the other cars we found. Alvarez didn't like the turn of her thoughts. She was certain the crumpled Subaru would show up registered to a woman who had gone missing. A woman who even now was being held hostage somewhere within the surrounding 5 miles. So close, and yet eons away in this blizzard. As Pescoli drove, Alvarez put a call into the state of Washington DMV, finally connected, only to be placed on hold. When the clerk on the other end returned to Selena, he refused to give her any information over the phone, but promised to fax the car's registration as well as email it to the sheriff's department. By the time Alvarez and Pescoli returned to the office, the car owner's identity would be available. Not so the killer's. "So if this car has been in the ravine 2, possibly 3 days, how much longer do you think you'll keep her alive?" "Don't know," Alvarez said, concentrating on the taillights of Watershed's rig, the closest vehicle in their mini convoy of county-owned pickups, SUVs, and cars. The tow truck was behind them all, dragging what was left of the Subaru to the lot where it would be gone over again and again as investigators looked for evidence pointing to the killer. If only the guy would leave a fingerprint or a hair or some damned piece of evidence for them to work with. So far, the killer had been lucky. No hairs, no fibers, other than from the yellow plastic rope used to bind the victims to the trees. No fingerprints on the notes or vehicles. No witnesses to his crime. They had bullets, no casings, and poor impressions of boot prints in the snow. The blood samples the department had collected were all from the victims, and the damned carvings in the trees, all of which seemed to have been cut by some kind of hunting knife, gave no indication except for a guesstimate of the killer's height. There had been no semen left in or on the victims, no evidence of rape. Their profile of the killer was weak. What they believed was that the killer was a male who wore a size 11 shoe and was between the height of 5 feet 10 and 6'3". But again, this was primarily assumption. The paper the notes were written on was common computer paper, available in any office supply store or department. The ink from the pens, unremarkable. A common blue from disposable ballpoints. And the notes he left? Damn. What the hell did they mean? Pescoli downshifted as they came to a hairpin corner, and Watershed's truck slipped a bit. "Son of a bitch," she muttered under her breath as her rig slid, then found enough traction to right itself. "Remind me why I don't live in Phoenix or San Diego. You know, where cold is 70? You'd hate Phoenix. And the desert gets cold at night. Not this cold. But okay, then San Diego. I think I might move there. Next week." Alvarez couldn't help but smile at the image of Pescoli in her boots, jeans, and down vest, roller skating on a sidewalk near a beach in Southern California. "Laugh if you want to, but I'm doing it. When we get back to the office, I'm searching for job openings from L.A. South." "Good luck." Pescoli actually flashed a quick, we-both-know-I'm-full-of-crap grin. The roads improved closer to town, where traffic had beat the snow into slush that was bound to refreeze. De-icer trucks were busily spraying the streets as both pedestrians and vehicles battled the elements. Pescoli eased into the lot. She parked her Jeep as close to the main door as possible, then switched the engine off. Alvarez zipped up her jacket, pulled on her gloves, and tugged her hood over her hair as she stepped out of the vehicle and hurried inside. Once at her desk, she peeled off the layers again, then found the fax from the Washington DMV. According to the car's registration, it belonged to a 36-year-old woman named Jillian Colleen Rivers, whose address was listed as Seattle. An email came through as well, with a picture of Jillian Rivers as good as any of those licensing photos could be. "Jesus," Alvarez said, staring at the picture of a woman who might already be dead. Shoulder-length dark brown hair, eyes listed as hazel on the license, but appearing gray in the photo. Strong nose, small mouth, easy smile, high, pronounced cheekbones, maybe the hint of freckles. Alvarez dialed the number of the Seattle PD, connected to a detective who worked homicide, and explained the situation. "We'll check it out," Detective Renfro assured her. "Just give me a couple of hours." "You got it. And see if this woman has any outstanding warrants or priors." But as Alvarez hung up, she knew that Renfro wouldn't be able to locate the woman. No way. Jillian Rivers was probably a model citizen, like the other women left in the forest to die, and as such, well on her way to being the sadist's next victim. Thud! Jillian heard the noise, tried to rouse, but couldn't. What was it? A door slamming? Vaguely she was aware of pain in her leg and ribs. Jesus, they ached. Trying to think past the pain, she attempted to lift an eyelid. It didn't budge. Dear God, where was she? She'd been in a car wreck. Yes, that was it. And someone had come to help her. But she couldn't think, couldn't piece together her thoughts. In the distance, she heard a high-pitched keen that, in her dazed thoughts, she decided might be the wind, as if it were racing through some deep ravine. Oh, God, what had happened? Time was meaningless. Her life seemed far away, distant. But she was no longer cold, and though she knew she should wake up, the blackness that had been her companion for God only knew how long kept her wrapped in its warm cocoon, and she succumbed to its gentle lure. She needed to sleep, to heal. She'd deal with the rest later. She is awake. I am sure of it. Something in the air has changed. Her moaning stopped a while ago. And I know she's awake and frightened. They always are. But I will placate her. Get her to trust me. For now, though, I need to let her be alone. In the dark. To learn to fear the isolation. When she realizes I am her only human connection, she will have no choice but to depend upon me. It will take only a few days, and in those days she will heal. Resisting the urge to open the door to her room, I pick up the heavy book of astronomy I've inadvertently dropped to the floor and return it to my work table. After squaring it precisely with the other books, stacked in one corner of the planks, I stand and stretch, my eye catching the sight of the bar in the doorway to my sleeping area. A smooth steel rod is mounted near the top of the frame. Soundlessly, I walk to it, reach up, grab the cool, smooth steel, and take a deep breath. Then I flex every muscle, drawing my face up to the bar and lifting my legs at a right angle to my body. I hold the pose for several long, slow minutes, waiting until my muscles start to scream, and then even longer, as I tremble and sweat with the effort of maintaining the perfect pose. Only when I am certain I can't hang on for a second longer, I count resolutely to 60, and release, dropping to the floor. I wipe my sweaty palms and jump up again, this time doing 100 chin-ups in quick succession before I again lift my legs in front of me, again hold the position, legs outstretched, toes pointing, my strident muscles visible, through taut skin, my body shaking from the effort. This is part of my regimen. Discipline. Mental and physical discipline. Directly in front of me, in a mirror on the far wall of the bedchamber, I see my reflection and check to make certain the pose is perfect. It is. Of course. I hear her moaning again. More softly, and I smile, for soon I will open the door. Rescue her all over again. Hold her, reassure her, convince her that I will do everything possible to make her safe and bring her back to health. She will ask about her friends, her family, EMTs and hospitals and getting back to civilization. And I will explain about the lack of communication, but will tell her that as soon as the storm blows over, I will get help. All I have to do is keep her alive for a few days. And then, once the storm passes, and she is able to hobble, the next phase will begin. She will learn about discipline then, about pain, about mind over matter. I release my pose and land deftly on the floor, barely making a sound. The moaning has stopped again. Good girl. That's it. Be brave. I nearly open the door to her room, but resist again, and walk to the window, where ice has crusted and white snow blows in great flurries. The panes clatter a bit over the rush of the wind, but the fire inside snaps and dances. Though I am naked, not a stitch of clothing on my body, I am warm, sweating and satisfied. Everything is going as planned. "So what do we know about Jillian Rivers?" Pescoli asked the next day as she and Alvarez stopped for coffee at the Java Bean, Grizzly Falls' answer to Starbucks. While she poured herself a cup of coffee from the self-help pot, then paid for a double cheese bagel, Alvarez ordered a soy chai latte, a frothy confection sprinkled with cinnamon and served in a mug that could double as a cereal bowl. They sat at a small table near the window and stared out at the continuing storm. The coffee shop was nearly empty, one barista serving up the hot drinks to the few customers who had braved the bad weather. She's single but married twice. The first husband died in a hiking accident in Suriname about 10 years ago. Body never found, but yes, the insurance did pay, and she remarried a defense lawyer from Missoula, Mason Rivers, but that didn't last long. She lives in Seattle, where she makes brochures and pamphlets, kind of a one-woman show. She takes the pictures, does the artwork and layout, and writes the copy. No kids, one sister, Dusty Bellamy, who lives with her husband and 2 kids in one of your favorite towns. Which one is that? San Diego. Oh, Pescoli grinned. And I was betting on Phoenix. Jillian Rivers' mother, Lynette White, is alive and well, though her father is dead. Lynette also lives in Seattle, but not with her daughter. Jillian lived alone. The Seattle PD have sealed her home and checked the scene, but so far there's no indication of where she was going. I haven't called the mother or sister yet. That's on the agenda for this morning. You've been busy, Pescoli observed as she slathered peanut butter and cream cheese on her bagel with one of those cheap little plastic knives. Alvarez looked up sharply. I don't have kids. Yeah, I know. Pescoli nodded, scraping the excess cream cheese off the knife and onto her plate. Sometimes, believe me, that's a blessing. She bit into the bagel, the flavors blending on her tongue. Alvarez's eyes darkened just a bit, but the shadow, if it existed at all, disappeared in a second. You wouldn't trade them for the world. Doesn't mean they can't be pains in the butt. Too much like their mother. Pescoli grinned and took a long swallow of the hot coffee. Don't tell them that. I like to tell them all their bad traits are genetic and not from my side of the family. They seem too smart to buy it. Pescoli snorted. Probably. She polished off her bagel while Alvarez sipped from the massive cup. They'd been partners for 3 years, ever since Alvarez had moved to Grizzly Falls from San Bernardino. And though they were about as alike as oil and water, they got along, respected each other. In Pescoli's opinion, Alvarez was wound too tightly and needed to get out more. Sure, she took all kinds of martial arts classes and had trophies for her abilities, from sharpshooting to archery. She'd also mentioned something about running a marathon. The Beta Breakers in San Francisco, or some other damned long race, maybe a buttload of races, but Alvarez didn't have a social life. Spent her time with her nose in books, her fingers clicking a mouse as she searched for information on the internet, and honing her mind and body to precision with classes at the university and athletic club. In Pescoli's opinion, Alvarez needed to knock back a few double margaritas and get herself laid. Those two simple acts would do wonders for her partner's temperament. Pescoli was certain of it. Chapter 8. The FBI agents weren't anything like they were portrayed in the movies, Alvarez thought, crossing one ankle over the other. She, along with the other members of the task force, working the serial murder case, sat at the big table in the task force room. Cups of cooling coffee, pens, notepads, gum wrappers, and a crushed empty pack of cigarettes littered the long, fake wood-grain surface of the table, while pictures of the crime scenes and notes about the victims hung on one of the walls, an enlarged map of the area on an adjacent wall. At least Craig Halden wasn't typical. Shipped out from the field office in Salt Lake City, Halden seemed like a personable enough guy. His brown hair was trimmed neatly, yes, but was far from a military cut. He had an easy, country boy charm about him, probably from growing up in rural Georgia. He called himself a cracker, and he was jovial enough, though beneath the affable, easy-going guy exterior, Alvarez sensed that he was a sharp, dedicated federal agent. His partner, however, was a piece of work, at least in Alvarez's mind. Stephanie "Steph" Chandler was a tall, slim, humorless bitch, with long blonde hair pulled back into a tight knot, skin that still looked tanned as if she spent a lot of time outdoors, and little makeup. She stood in front of the poster boards and stared at the information written near the pictures of the victims, memorizing every word. At previous meetings she'd been dressed in a dark suit, but today, with a nod to the menacing weather, she wore a navy blue jogging suit and long-sleeved turtleneck sweater. She hadn't said a whole lot so far, but her lips were folded thoughtfully, and there was an unspoken air of disapproval in her stiff-backed stance and narrowed eyes. It seemed, though it hadn't been said, that she thought she was the only one capable of solving the crime. Everyone else in the small room, including Pescoli and Sheriff Grayson, were seated, but Chandler, one of those nervous types, began pacing in front of the boards, chewing on a corner of her lip. Alvarez was grateful that she was partners with irreverent, bend-the-rules Pescoli, rather than this uptight woman. At least Regan Pescoli had a sense of humor, dark as it could be at times. Moving her eyes to the final panel, where Jillian Rivers' driver's license picture and mangled car were posted, Chandler shook her head. This woman was never reported missing? Her family had no idea that she had even left Seattle. The only one who knew she'd taken off was the neighbor who took care of her cat, Alvarez said. Emily Hardy, 19. Lives in the same complex of townhouses as Rivers and goes to school at the university, UW. Chandler frowned as if she didn't get it. University of Washington. Instead of UW, it's called UW. Rivers has her own kind of printing company and does most of the work herself, so co-workers haven't missed her, and we've just started talking to her friends and ex-husband. The one that's still alive, Pescoli said. I've got a call in to him. Alvarez added, Seattle PD found nothing out of place at her apartment. No desktop computer. Her laptop and purse are missing, likely with her. But not found at the scene? Halden finished his coffee and tossed the empty paper cup into a nearby trash can. Just like the others. Pescoli frowned as she stared at the panels of the victims. Same with the tire being shot. Same caliber rifle? Couldn't find the bullet or the casing, but we're still looking. Anything different about this one? The insurance information and registration were left behind, Alvarez admitted. It's the only anomaly, but those docks weren't kept in the usual spots, not in the glove box or above the visor. They were hidden under the driver's seat and crushed when the car was wrecked. We didn't find them until the car was back here and the techs went over it. An oversight by the killer? Chandler asked. Probably just couldn't find them. Maybe she was hurt and he had to get her out of the cold. Or maybe he heard something that scared him off. Why would the car's information be under the driver's seat? Chandler rested a hip against the table and her ice-blue eyes zeroed in on Alvarez. The papers could have slipped down there after a traffic stop, or maybe she just keeps them there. Or he dropped them as he was pulling her out of the car and didn't realize it. Chandler was theorizing, her face tense, the wheels turning in her mind. No blood on them. Alvarez, too, was bothered by the one thing that was different at the scene. "We're checking for prints." Chandler nodded. Maybe she wasn't such a bitch after all, Alvarez thought, though she couldn't quite believe it. She unzipped her vest as the room was warming up. The furnace was working overtime, wheezing as it blew hot air into the room, packed with too many bodies. Through the bank of windows lay a view of the white-packed parking lot, a long plowed road, and, less than a quarter of a mile away, the county jail, a 2-storied cinder-block building with a flat roof. Snow gathered near the foot of the jail's high fence and clung to the swirled razor wire, almost picturesque. "Okay," Chandler said, walking back to the panels on the wall. "So no one has any idea what these notes mean?" Chandler pointed to the blow-ups of the papers left at each of the scenes. "Not yet," Grayson drawled. The sheriff had been taking in the meeting, not saying much from his seat at a corner of the table. His attitude was almost, "Why don't you tell us, Miss Know-it-all?" But if he thought it, he kept it to himself. "It seems odd that the position of the star is different in each case. He's so precise with these notes. The letters are all the same size, blocked out perfectly. So the fact that the star isn't in exactly the same spot each time is for a reason. He's trying to tell us something." "More likely taunting us," Pescoli said. "Yeah, that too. He seems intelligent and careful. These aren't rash, random killings. He's planned this, down to the smallest detail. He's organized. Thinks he's smarter than we are, and it's unlikely that he would miss a detail like the car documents." Chandler walked to the panels and pointed to the enlarged notes. "Look at the placement of the stars. They're where they are for a reason, yet they vary from one note to the other. I think that's significant." Alvarez nodded. She'd always thought so. "Then he's trying to leave us a message with the letters. The women aren't random." "I think they're targeted," Chandler said. Pescoli said, "But not raped." Chandler's gaze swung to the taller detective. "Another anomaly. A lot of organized killers get off on holding their victims, getting close to them, torturing them, and sexually molesting them." She rubbed her chin. "We've discounted the possibility of a female killer, right? Big shoe prints, strength necessary to get into the wrecked cars and haul the victims away." "If it's a woman, she's big, strong," Pescoli added her 2 cents. "Our female victims are all on the petite side, anywhere from 105 to 125 pounds, but most serials are men." "A female killer feels wrong to me," Chandler admitted. "Off." "To me, too," Pescoli agreed, and no one argued. Outside the closed door, Alvarez heard a phone ringing and footsteps as someone walked past the room. Chandler went on. "We think he either kidnaps or leaves the women to die around the 20th of the month. We've got 3 known victims and 1 potential, so let's check star alignment on those dates. September through December, and then if we find anything noteworthy, let's project to January." "We haven't found the December victim yet," Pescoli pointed out. "And you're already thinking about January?" "That's right." Craig Halden's usually affable expression was missing. His face was grim. "Our guy, he's not stopping." Halden shoved his chair back and walked around the table to the oversized topographical map that covered a large section of one wall. It was marked with the scenes where the wrecked vehicles and victims had been found. "Have we talked to everyone who lives or has a summer cabin in this area?" he asked, one of his hands arcing over the mountainous terrain on the map. "Started," Grayson said. "We've got a list from the assessor's office. Lots of summer cabins. The area covers miles of rugged country." Chandler said, "Vastly unpopulated." Grayson nodded slowly. "We'll keep on it." Between the pushpins, lines had been drawn in the hopes that some intersecting point would reveal the area where the killer lived. But the areas where the lines crossed were usually uninhabited. But that was the way with organized serial killers, Alvarez knew from her research. These psychos went to great lengths to hide themselves and elude detection. They thought about their crimes long and hard, picked out their quarry, planned each move, got off on toying with their victims before they killed them. And all the while they enjoyed outwitting the police. Sick bastards. Halden walked back to his chair as his partner asked, "Have we any idea about the notes?" That was a sore point with Alvarez, who had spent countless hours at night trying to figure out what the killer was trying to tell them. "We don't have much," she admitted. "Let's put a cryptographer on it." "Already have," Sheriff Grayson said. "One of the best in the country. So far, nothing. Said he'd never seen anything quite like it." Craig Halden settled into his chair. "We're getting the same info. Nothing in the database matches up to this guy. He seems to be our own special loony." "Ain't we lucky?" Pescoli muttered, and slid Alvarez a glance. Chandler finally took her seat and flipped through several pages of her notes. "Okay, about the people who discovered the crime scenes. According to your records, the car registered to Julian Rivers was discovered by a woman who communes with the dead?" "Well," Grayson said, "we're not sure she actually makes contact. All we know is she thinks she talks to spirits, but the jury's definitely out on her ability to, what do they call it, crossover?" "Something like that," Pescoli said. "And Wendy Ito was found by a man who claims to be a victim of an alien abduction?" Chandler said, looking pointedly at Grayson. "Isn't that odd?" "Not around here," Pescoli said, and Grayson sent her a sharp look. "They aren't exactly the most stable witnesses." "Does it matter?" Pescoli asked. "It's not as if they were giving statements about the killer. All they did was lead to one victim and one car. Yeah, they're both missing a screw or two, but they did help us out." Grayson added, "Both Ivor and Grace were out in below-freezing weather, walking around. At least it was clear when Ivor made his discovery. Now, Grace, she was out with their dog in the middle of a damn blizzard. I don't think it's strange that they aren't rowing with all their oars in the water. Who else would be out in this weather?" "Touché, Sheriff," Alvarez thought, twirling her pen between her fingers. It bothered her that Chandler came in with attitude, as if they were all country bumpkins, and she was the big city specialist. Alvarez altered her first impression. There was a good chance that field agent Stephanie Chandler was a little like the agents portrayed in the movies after all. Grayson was staring straight at both agents. "Teresa Charlton was found by hikers, Nina Salvador by cross-country skiers. Charlton's car was seen by a trucker who happened to park his rig on a bridge and saw a glint of something up the creek bed. Salvador's by teenagers out partying. None of them connect to each other. None of them knew the victims. None of them with priors. Well, except for one of the kids who found the Ford Focus. He was driving on a suspended license." "Good to know that all of the reports weren't from people guaranteed certifiable." Chandler offered Grayson a smile that wasn't the least bit warm. "Yep, she was a bitch. I'd like to look through your files on these cases." "Be my guest," Grayson offered, the slightest of tics near the corner of his left eye, belying a little of his irritation. "You can have copies of the files and see the vehicles. Talk to anyone here. All the trace evidence collected is with the crime lab in Missoula." "Thanks." Halden nodded, even though he had to have already known where the evidence was. He had turned his attention back to the map. "We're still missing the vehicle for Victim 3 and the body for Victim 4. "We're hoping to find Julian Rivers alive," Alvarez said, and Stephanie Chandler caught her gaze. There wasn't the slightest bit of hope in those ice-blue eyes. "Let's just hope there aren't others out there. We're all assuming our killer started with Teresa Charlton, but that's just because she was the first body found. He could have started earlier, and we just haven't located either the victims or their vehicles. This is pretty rugged country." "Wouldn't the notes have had other initials if there were other victims?" "Hell, is it hot enough in here?" Pescoli pushed back her chair and walked to the thermostat. 75? That's like an effing sauna. Aren't we in some kind of energy crisis?" She played with the electronic temperature control before returning to her seat. "Sorry," she said, but didn't appear the least bit contrite. Chandler didn't miss a beat. Signature serial killers rarely alter their signature, though their MOs can evolve as they experiment and learn. But this guy's different. We already mentioned that he's not raping them. There's no hint of sexual activity of any kind, and he crosses race lines. Charlton and Rivers are Caucasian, Salvador's Latino, and Ito Asian. This guy is organized, but he's all over the map. Chandler looked at the large topographical map on the far wall. "We've got our work cut out for us." Sheriff Grayson's cell phone rang sharply, and he shoved his chair back from the table. "All right, then. Anything we can do for you, let us know. We'll take all the help we can get to nail this son of a bitch." Jillian's head pounded. Her ankle was on fire. Her chest ached every time she moved. She opened a bleary eye and looked around a darkened room, lit by kerosene lanterns and a fire burning in a wood stove. She was warm, but sensed that was new. She'd been cold. So very, very cold. And she'd heard someone moaning. Or had she cried out herself? She blinked, trying to figure out where she was. Bits of memory assailed her. The drive in the snow, spinning out, her tire blowing, glass shattering. Someone had come to her rescue. A man in dark ski wear who had yelled at her. She remembered that, and not much else. So why wasn't she in a hospital? What was this dark cabin all about? She was lying on a cot of some kind, tucked in a sleeping bag. She tried to push herself into a sitting position, and the pain pounding in her ankle made her cry out. Oh, God, what had she gotten herself into? She remembered the fear, first of being trapped in the car and never found this winter. Then she'd sensed a presence, something evil in those woods, and seen a dark shadow. Obviously it was the man who rescued you. Some rescue. She now seemed trapped in this stone and rough timber room with a single small window that offered little light. Or was it dark? Dear God, how long had she slept? She thought she remembered someone coming into the room and tending to her, but she wasn't certain. Oh, God. She lifted one arm and saw that it was encased in a sleeve she didn't recognize. Some kind of thermal undershirt that was too big, the cuff of the sleeve pushed up. Her other arm was the same, and she wasn't wearing a bra. Someone had taken off the clothes she'd been wearing and redressed her in this oversized insulated shirt. She tried to push herself up to a sitting position, but the pain in her leg made movement impossible. And when she lifted her head, she became dizzy. Her mouth tasted horrible, as if she hadn't brushed her teeth in a week, and she wondered how long she'd been lying here, unconscious. She shifted and realized she had some kind of splint on her leg. Touching her face, she felt bandages. Whoever had brought her here had tended to her. On a small bedside table, little more than a stool, was a tube of some kind of antibiotic ointment and a plastic glass with a straw. From the cot, she eyed the stone wall running up to the ceiling and the wood stove in front of it. Behind small glass doors were glowing coals, embers from what had probably been a larger fire. She figured he had come into the room fairly often to feed the fire and check on her, and she remembered, vaguely, sensing another person close to her. Damn right he was close. He undressed you, tended your wounds, and put you to bed. He wasn't just close, he was damn near intimate. The rafters creaked loudly, and then she heard the rush of wind and felt the walls shake. Was she alone in the cabin? Though no one was in the small room with her, there was a single door, and beneath it a strip of light, indicating there was illumination in the next room. She thought about calling out, then decided against it. Something about this was off, really off, and she had to be careful. The man in the ski mask who had rescued her, the man whose face she couldn't identify, had brought her here, rather than to civilization. Why? Because he didn't have a vehicle? Because of the storm? But he could somehow get her to this cabin? How did that work? Was it near the spot where her car slid off the road? Was it near town? Or remote? There was no way to tell, unless she dragged herself to the window and peered out. Currently, with her damned leg, that was impossible. She lay quietly and listened, but heard nothing over the rush of the wind, the creak of old timbers, and the soft hiss of the fire. The only way out of the room was through the single doorway, or the small window, mounted high and seemingly crusted with ice. Was it day? Night? She couldn't really tell. Maybe dusk? Or dawn? She had no idea. Out of habit, she looked at her left wrist, but her watch, which she rarely removed, was missing. Great! She eyed the window, situated 6 feet off the floor, and so small she couldn't possibly push herself through. Not that she could leave anyway. Not yet. She couldn't move her leg. And even if she did somehow hobble over to the wall, pulling the cot and hoisting herself to the glass pane, what then? The chance that she could slip through was slim. And then there was the problem, if she didn't get stuck, of being outside in a storm that continued to rage and pound this cabin in furious gusts. For now, escape was out of the question. But he must have a vehicle. A four-wheel drive truck or SUV or damn dog sled. If you could find a way... Or she could ask him. Just come out with the questions she had. The worst he could do was lie. Right? Or was she kidding herself? She thought she remembered something about some missing women in Montana. Women whose cars had been wrecked or something. She couldn't remember the details, but the overriding memory of a menace gripped her. A man who had been hurting these women, single women, traveling through Montana. A fear like no other drove straight into her heart. What were the chances that she'd had a wreck and the lunatic killer had found her and... Stop. Don't even go there. Just play it cool. But her heart was pounding so loudly she was certain it was echoing off the exposed beams of the high ceiling overhead. Her pulse raced as if she'd just finished a biathlon. She swallowed back her fear, her mind racing. From the next room she heard the scrape of wood. A chair leg against the stone floor? Her heart nearly stopped. She saw a shadow in the space beneath the doorway. A quick movement as someone passed between a light source and the threshold. Oh, God, was he coming into the room? You have no reason to distrust him. He saved you from certain death, didn't he? Yeah, but he didn't get me to a hospital, or call the police, or fire rescue. He brought me, unconscious, here, alone, and I'm damned helpless. For the time being, all she could do was feign sleep, and try to figure out if she should trust him, or if she shouldn't. She didn't move a muscle as the door creaked open. Though her eyes were closed, she felt him walk into the room, come close to the bed, and stare down at her. Take even, slow breaths. Relax your muscles. Don't clench your fist. You can move. People move in their sleep. Just don't overdo it. He seemed to stand over her for hours, when in reality it was probably less than 2 minutes. She kept her eyes shut, not risking a peek beneath her lashes. Eventually he moved on, his footsteps fading, and then she heard the door of her room's wood stove rattle and open. She imagined that he was picking up short chunks of wood and stuffing them into the fire. She couldn't resist inching her eyelids up just a fraction. It was shadowy in the room, and as he kneeled in front of the fire, his body was in silhouette. She couldn't see much, just got impressions, but yes, he was definitely male. Wide shoulders, in some kind of dark sweater, hair that was either dark as coffee or black, enough to curl slightly over the turtleneck and dark pants. The fire crackled loudly, hungrily devouring the new fuel, flaring behind him as he turned to one side, his face in quick profile as he reached for another length of wood. She caught a razor-sharp image of a strong jaw, long nose, deep-set eyes, and thick eyebrows, before she let her lids close completely. She heard him stuff the chunk of mossy oak into the firebox, and she hazarded another look, seeing that his sweater had ridden up above the waistline of his pants. No thermal undershirt was visible, just a crescent-shaped slice of firm flesh, taut skin over hard back muscles, as if he worked out all the time. "Like what you see?" he asked, not turning around, his voice nearly echoing in the room. She almost started. "Oh, damn!" She let her eyes close and didn't move. "I could say something like, 'Why don't you take a picture? It'll last longer.' But that seems a little sophomoric, don't you think?" She didn't respond, but heard him brush his hands together as if ridding them of wood dust or slivers. He was probably getting to his feet again. He walked closer to the bed. "God help me." "I know you're awake." He was standing over her again, and she felt his gaze rake over her, studying her. "Jillian?" he said a little more softly, and she died 1,000 deaths. He knew who she was. Of course he did. He had all of her belongings, her purse, her laptop, her cell phone, probably the registration of the car. With all the restraint she could muster, she attempted to remain impassive, no twitch of nervous muscles showing, no signs of tension in her relaxed body. "Jillian? Hey!" He touched her then, warm fingers resting on her shoulder. She wanted to scream. "We need to talk, you and I. We're stuck here for a while, at least until the storm passes, and I need to know that you're all right. You need to eat and drink. Jillian, can you hear me?" She kept slowly breathing. "I know you can hear me, and to prove it, I could tickle the bottoms of your feet." Dear God, no, he wouldn't. She was so sensitive to tickling. Maybe he was one of those fetish freaks. Weren't a lot of serial killers into all kinds of weird, macabre collections or rituals? She tried to be rational. After all, he'd done nothing but be kind to her. So far. "Jillian, please. We don't have time for games. If I'm going to get you out of here, I'm going to need your help." If? Jillian's heart went into overdrive at the many connotations of that one little word. Oh, Lord, her pulse was beating so wildly he could probably see it. What did he mean by if? Not if, but when. When he was going to get her out of here. Surely that's what he meant. "So you might want to quit playing possum." He took his hand away, and she wanted to let out a long, relieved sigh, but didn't. She knew he was just looking for a reaction, some indication that she could hear him. "You know, Jillian." Jillian. As if he knew her. As if they were friends, for God's sake. Well, come on, do you expect him to refer to you as Ms. Rivers? Being that you're trapped alone with him in a snowstorm, you're going to get up on formality? Come on, Jillian, get real. She felt violated, as if her own life had been torn apart and studied. "You and I, we've got a lot to do. If the storm breaks in a few days, like the Weather Service predicts, then we've got to figure out how to get you out of here before the next one hits." He waited a few seconds, the weight of his gaze heavy on her, before saying, "Okay, do whatever it is you have to do, but I imagine that ankle of yours isn't feeling all that great. I don't think it's broken, but from the looks of it, it's sprained big time. There are some pills here in the bottle. Ibuprofen. You might want to take a few." Then he walked out of the room and softly closed the door, separating this room from the rest of the cabin. At least he was allowing her some privacy. Or himself. Maybe he doesn't want you to see what he's doing, rather than the other way around. She slowly counted to 100, then 200. Afterwards, her heart still beating crazily, she opened an eye, just a crack, to make sure he hadn't faked her out. But she was alone. Thank God. The fire was blazing, and she wondered at his kindness. Was he truly a good Samaritan, or just faking her out, trying to gain her trust? Why? To what end? If he was going to hurt you, he would have done it by now, right? You're not restrained, are you? Well, not unless being hobbled by an injured ankle and trapped by a blizzard counted. Could she trust him? Hell no. At least not yet. There was a killer on the loose in the wilds of Montana. She did know that much. Don't panic. Stay calm. But her throat was dry with dread. What were the chances that she'd met up with him? 1 in a million? No way she could be that unlucky. No way. Or was she kidding herself? Chapter 9. So you don't know where your sister might be, Pescoli clarified, thinking she'd drawn the short straw by having to make the phone call to Dusty Bellamy. She sat at her desk, intent on the conversation, barely noticing other phones ringing, other conversations, the continuous click of keyboards, or even when Trilby Van Droz shepherded an obviously inebriated man past her cubicle. Pescoli was too into her conversation with Gillian Rivers' only known sibling. Unfortunately, Pescoli thought as she listened to the whiner on the other end of the connection, it was obvious the woman didn't give a rat's ass about Gillian Rivers, sister or no sister. "Sorry, Detective, I'd like to help you, really I would. And this business about Gillian's wrecked car? Well, that just scares me to death. But it's really not that much of a surprise. She's always been so outdoorsy, kind of a daredevil. Not quite like Evel Knievel, but gee, she's done everything from barrel racing and rodeos to parachuting. And she can't stand a boss or anyone telling her what to do. No wonder she couldn't stay married. She's just wild. What you're telling me worries me sick, but I don't think I can help you. We're just not that close. Never have been. I live in San Diego, she lives in Seattle. I have 2 kids and a husband. Jill isn't married. Well, not right now, she said with the superiority of one who had landed a husband and held him fast. And she never had kids. We don't have a lot in common. I see, Regan said to keep her going. Dusty White Bellamy sounded a little breathless, as if she'd spent her day chasing kids or running up flights of stairs or working out on some kind of cardio machine. As I told you, the last time I spoke to her was somewhere near the 10th of November, I think, when she informed me she wouldn't be coming down for Thanksgiving. Just like that. She didn't say why, and I didn't ask. Was she dating anyone? Maybe. Probably. I don't really know. She never said anything about a new guy. And my mother, she would have told me. Linny can't keep that kind of thing under wraps. Would Gillian have confided in Lynette? Regan doubted it. Personally, she kept everything about her love life from her mother, as well as her daughter. Oh, probably not. Our mom isn't one to keep her opinions to herself. She's old school, and— Her voice faded for a second. Oh, God, I've got to go. My 5-year-old's on a chair near my husband's aquarium. Reese! She screamed at the top of her lungs. Don't! If you think of anything else, would you call me at— Crash! No! The sound of shattering glass and a child's cry was cut off with a distinct click. So much for sisterly love, Pescoli muttered, as she finished her notes and scanned them over. If Dusty White Bellamy knew anything about her sister's disappearance, she wasn't giving it up. Nor was the neighboring student who was caring for Gillian's cat. The Seattle police had interviewed Emily Hardy, who'd said only that Gillian had asked her to care for the cat as she was going out of town for a few days. Pescoli looked over her notes to double-check. Emily Hardy had supplied the police with Gillian's cell phone number, but when they called, no one had answered. Pescoli, too, had tried to reach Gillian Rivers, but her call had gone directly to voicemail. Dead end, dead end, dead end, she said, clicking her pen nervously as she reached for the phone again. The Seattle PD had already talked to Lynette White, but Regan decided to call the woman herself. She waited through 6 rings, but Lynette didn't answer. Leaving her name and number, she asked for a return call. If she didn't get one by tomorrow morning, she'd dial Jillian's mother again. Or maybe the FBI would send a Seattle agent out to talk with her. They were supposed to be working hand in hand with them, and so far Chandler and Halden hadn't gotten in the way. The agents had actually helped, so Pescoli wasn't complaining. Yet. She glanced down at the list of Jillian Rivers' known acquaintances. Written below the missing woman's sister and mother was Mason Rivers, Jillian's ex-husband. Pescoli tried not to let her experiences with Lucky color her judgment. Though she firmly believed there was no such thing as a good ex-husband, she tried to push her own prejudices aside. According to court records, Mason Rivers and Jillian had been married for 4 years and divorced for 2. According to court documents, Mason had remarried about 6 months ago. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained," she said, punching out his office number and leaning back in the chair. "Olson, Nye, and Rivers," a no-nonsense woman answered. Pescoli asked for Mason Rivers, but got nowhere. According to the receptionist, Mr. Rivers was in court and not expected back until tomorrow afternoon. Convenient, Pescoli thought. Her detective radar on alert. Or was it her ex-wife radar? Or just her bullshit radar? She suspected the pert voice on the other end of the line was lying to her, but then she always thought people lied to her, especially anyone who is an ex to a missing person. She left her name and number and asked to have Mr. Rivers return her call. She hung up and stared at the phone, again clicking her damned pen. What was it about this case that no one knew anything? Flipping through her notes on Teresa Charlton, Nina Salvador, and Wendy Ito, she was struck by the same theme. No enemies was the common thread. Well-liked resonated with all the victims. Can't imagine who would want to hurt her, had been said over and over again. Had the victims been random? Had the killer just started writing down initials in no particular pattern? Chandler didn't think so. Neither did Pescoli. She turned to her computer and clicked on copies of the notes. Each one so similar to the others. Meticulous, as Chandler had pointed out. The victims had to have been chosen for some reason, and their initials were part of it. So, the women were chosen for their names? Was that it? What kind of nutcase were we dealing with? She read the initials again. W, T, S, C, I, N. If she filled in missing letters, she got what seen, or want scorn, or wilt scan. Or maybe there were more letters added to the front and end of the message, if indeed it was one, like swat, or sweat, or await for the first word. Or maybe it was all one long word, waiting for missing letters. Where would Jillian Rivers' initials fit in? Though the room was warm, she felt suddenly cold inside, thinking of Jillian Rivers' fate. Was she dead already? Being tortured? Awaiting her ultimate doom? Crap, she muttered, and tossed her pen onto the desk. Dear God, she hoped they would find the woman before she was left in the freezing weather, lashed to a tree, a star carved over her head, and her initials added to the deadly enigma that was the killer's note. Jillian had to pee. No two ways about it. And she still couldn't move. Great. Just great. Her only option, other than calling out to her captor, rescuer, whatever to help her to a toilet, was to wet the bed. Out of the question. She listened. The cabin was quiet, aside from the rush of the wind and creak of old timbers. She held her breath, but heard no footsteps, no rustle of clothing or papers, no snoring. It seemed as if she was completely alone. Maybe he's abandoned you, left you here alone in the blizzard. She didn't know whether that was a bad thing or good. Couldn't dwell on it, not with the pressure in her bladder. Setting her jaw so that she wouldn't cry out, she forced herself into a sitting position, all the while feeling the dull throb in her rib cage. Once upright, she took a good, hard look around the room. Yes, there was a window, and it had to be daylight because there was more illumination within this small room than there had been, but snow obliterated any view from the cot. The only door into the room was the old scratched panel that connected this small bedroom to the next, which she thought was probably the heart of this rustic cabin, the area where he stayed, whoever the hell he was. She listened and heard nothing, as if either he were asleep or out of the house. Was that possible? In this storm? How? By the same way he brought you here. She remembered feeling as if she were floating, and yes, hearing some loud engine, but it had been cold, so damned cold. And she'd been on the brink of consciousness, almost wakening, then settling deeper into the coma or whatever it was that had kept her unaware ever since the accident. She couldn't damn well stay propped up in this bed with her bladder about to burst, so she gritted her teeth and swung her good leg over the edge of the cot. Now, for the real test of will. Clenching her jaw, she tried to drag her injured leg to the side of the bed. A sharp, excruciating pain shot up her calf. Holy Mother of God! Think beyond the pain, beyond the injury. She'd taken enough self-defense courses to train her mind and focus, but man, her leg hurt. She sucked in her breath. Again, she told herself, you can do it. With effort, she dragged her foot to the side of the bed and slowly rotated so that she could swing her leg over. For the first time, she saw what he'd done, and realized he'd taped her ankle, stabilizing it. Clean cotton gauze wrapped around a splint of 2 pieces of wood that stuck out a bit. It was old school, not the molded plastic boots she'd seen on school athletes who had injured themselves, but it looked like whoever had taped her up had done a decent enough job. But of course, it wasn't a walking cast. Then she saw the crutch, propped against the wall near the foot of the bed. Her skin crawled a little. This guy was a lot more prepared than she'd thought. Who had a crutch just lying around? Maybe a doctor? Or someone who'd once hurt himself. But really, in this barren room, a crutch? Don't second-guess it. Just nab that sucker. Maybe, just maybe, he's a good guy. No, she couldn't let herself think that way. Not until she knew more about him. He'd shown up pretty fast after the accident. Why the hell was he out in the middle of a snowstorm? She thought she remembered the sound of a rifle report, as if someone had shot at her before the car started spinning. Though it was just conjecture, she had to be cautious. Because, damn it, she was trapped here. With a healer? Or a killer? Don't even go there. Not yet. Willing herself to keep moving, she scooted down the length of the cot and snagged the single crutch. Somehow she pulled herself to a standing position, though she kept no weight on the injured foot, and then, with her bladder full and her leg aching dully, she made her way to the doorway, hobbling awkwardly and making more noise than she'd intended. Even so, she didn't hear a response. If he was inside, he hadn't heard her. Taking a deep breath, she twisted the old metal doorknob and pushed gently on the oak panels. Soundlessly, the door opened a bit, and she peered through the crack to a larger room. No lamps had been lit, and the stone and wood living area looked gloomy and dark, only a bit of light coming from the fireplace that butted up to the doorway from which Gillian was peering. The room had a high ceiling, nearly 2 stories. On the far end was a ladder that led to an open loft. Bookcases filled the area beneath the loft's overhang, and a massive table occupied the center of the shadowy room. An armoire of sorts was pushed against the wall, and near the fireplace was another cupboard. No, a closet, like she'd seen at Grandpa Jim's house 25 years earlier, the locked, handcrafted cupboard he'd used to store his hunting rifles. Gillian felt a trickle of fear. Of course he's got guns, for God's sake. He lives in the wilderness. Maybe you can get hold of one and some ammunition, just in case you need it. A sharp shard of memory cut through her brain, as once again she heard the crack of a rifle, and then her car was spinning out of control, rotating fast toward the sharp ravine. Her heart froze, and her throat went dry in fear. She needed to leave, to find a way out of this place. Now! Using the damned crutch, she gently pushed the door open further and braced herself, certain someone or something would leap out at her. A beat-up leather sofa sat near the stone fireplace and backed up to her bedroom. Another chair with a lumpy ottoman was situated nearby, and a recliner, complete with sleeping bag, was tucked into the corner that was dominated by floor-to-ceiling bookshelves. On the opposite wall, a bank of glass windows was protected by the overhang of a long porch with exposed rafters. The cabin was on a hill, but the view, if there was one, was obscured by a thick veil of heavy, swirling snow that had blown over the floorboards of the porch. Outside was a whiteout. She couldn't see 10 feet beyond the porch, but she could hear the ferocity of the wind, feel it shake this old wood and rock building. Her heart sank. Any thought of leaving here, of seeking help, was obliterated by the storm. She was stuck here for the time being. "Wonderful," she muttered under her breath as she turned slowly to look around, a sharp pain in her chest, reminding her she'd probably cracked a rib or two in the accident. As she'd thought, the cabin was empty, no one around. Inside the massive stone fireplace, the flames eagerly licked at a chunk of wood, casting blood-red shadows and shifting shapes on the rock and windows. It's not creepy, it's cozy. Yeah, right. Steadfastly ignoring the pain in her ankle, she hobbled to what she thought was the gun closet. Sure enough, it was locked, no key in sight. So much for getting lucky. Moving onward, she hitched her way through an open doorway and found a tiny kitchen with scarred wooden counters and rustic cupboards that looked over 100 years old. But there was a sink and faucet, so running water did exist, evidenced by the slow trickle coming out of the tap. At least she didn't have to try and make her way through 3-foot snowdrifts to an outhouse. She hitched her way through the kitchen to a narrow door at the far end of the room. It opened to a cold, compact bathroom with cracked linoleum and a tiny window poised over a clawfoot tub with a shower. Along one wall was a toilet and a small vanity with a sink. On the other was a washer and dryer and an old cupboard. "All the comforts of home," she muttered, and wasted no time closing the door, grabbing onto the sink with one hand and, using the crutch, propelling herself to the toilet. After relieving herself, she stood at the sink and caught a glimpse of her face in the mirror. Her hair was a mess, oily and tangled, her face bruised, the white of one eye bloodshot. "Cute," she muttered, as she took the time to splash water over her face and refused to think about the throb of her aching chest and injured ankle. She didn't have any time to lose. She needed to figure out how to get the hell out of here, and somehow to get in contact with civilization. She could grab a gun and ammunition from his closet, pull on the warmest clothes she could find, and what? Hobble down the hillside in the middle of a blizzard with one crutch? Maybe there was a vehicle, a 4-wheel drive truck or snowmobile or something, even a damned horse. She moved to the back door and peered through the icy panels. Yes, there were a few other buildings. One could be a garage, and one a barn. But there were slippery paths and huge drifts along the way. Damn it all. She opened 2 drawers before she found the knife, a thin, long-bladed fillet knife, perfect for cutting flesh from bone, or for protecting herself. Holding the weapon tight, she worked her way to the living area again and saw not only snowshoes but skis mounted on the wall. Lots of good those would do her. The phone. Damn it, Jillian, what have you been thinking? Where's the friggin' phone? Propelling herself back into the kitchen again, she saw no evidence of a telephone, and when she flipped a light switch, nothing happened. The power was out. No surprise there, with the intensity of this storm. No phones in the kitchen. Back to that large, hall-like main room. Once through the doorway, She looked around for a landline, a cell phone, or a computer, any device she could use to contact the outside world once the electricity was restored. She needed to get out of here, to let someone know where she was, to... Where the hell was it? Her ankle throbbing, she moved around the perimeter of the main room. Wasn't there a landline? A modem for computer service? Even a stupid television? Careful, Julian. Your city girl roots are showing. There had been a time when she and Aaron had backpacked through areas that had been undeveloped. They'd slept under the stars, washed themselves in mountain lakes, eschewed all the comforts and stress of modern life. Aaron. Memories of hiking through the wilderness assailed her. Pacific rainforests of the Olympic Peninsula, the mountainous trails of the Cascades in Oregon, exploring the alpine meadows of the San Juans, discovering remote sections of Colorado and the Everglades in Florida. But the ultimate trip, the one they'd planned and saved for and talked about in every conversation for nearly a year, had been the adventure of a lifetime, a long backpacking trek through the wilds of South America, where he'd disappeared and died. Or not. She grabbed a corner of the table to steady herself as another wave of memories washed over her. Aaron was the reason she'd left Seattle. Someone had sent her pictures of a man claiming to be him. Someone in Missoula. That's why she was driving through the mountains, when she'd heard the rifle shot. Her knees quivered as she again remembered that distinctive crack of a rifle. Then her tire had blown, and her car had spun over the edge of the cliff, and someone had intentionally caused her car to careen into the frozen ravine? Someone had tried to kill her? Why? Who even knew she would be driving through these mountains? The caller, you idiot! The damned person who sent you the pictures that were supposedly of Aaron. He lured you here, and he's probably the stranger who saved you. Remember, there's a killer on the loose up here. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God! Her heart jackhammered. She couldn't run away, couldn't get far at all in her injured state with a storm raging through these mountains. For the love of God, she didn't even know where she was. But somewhere he had her cell phone, and some means by which to leave this tiny cabin. Thud! Startled, she jumped at the noise and turned swiftly, only to realize the sound had come from the fire, a chunk of wood that had burned through and broken. Her pulse was beating out of control, and she was all too aware that any second the man who had brought her here might return. What then? What will you do then? Panicked, she started going around the room again, checking the outlets, searching for a phone jack. Nothing. She saw nothing. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Dear God, she was going out of her mind. Think, Gillian. Don't lose it. Just think. There has to be a way to communicate with the outside world. He couldn't be up here isolated and completely cut off from... Click. She bit back a scream. The sound of a deadbolt slipping out of place made her skin crawl. This noise wasn't the damned fire. He was back. The distinctive creak of a door opening and the stomp of boots on the kitchen floor met her ears. "Get in here!" Oh, God, someone was with him. A partner? Or some other victim? Frantically, she glanced at the door to the bedroom. If she could slink noiselessly across the room, slip through the door and sink onto the bed, she could hide there, again pretend to be asleep. But it was too far. She'd never make it. Her fingers curled over the hilt of the thin knife, and she slid the blade up her sleeve, determined to hide it. Keep it. In case she needed it. The door in the kitchen slammed shut, and she nearly jumped out of her skin as the sound of the wind became muted again. Calm down, Gillian. It's time for the acting job of your life. Don't let him know you don't trust him. Don't slip up for a minute. Whatever his bullshit story is, pretend to believe it. Maybe his guard will slip. Terrified, she turned toward the kitchen, nearly falling in the process. Her heart was in her throat, but she maintained a placid expression that she hoped belied her fear. More stomping. No other voice. Heavy footsteps resounded along with another sound, a quick, click-click scratching sound. She held herself up by the edge of his big table. Her fingers wrapped around the hand grip so hard her knuckles showed white, the handle of the knife hidden in her other palm. Sweat beaded on her forehead, though the temperature in the room was cold. "Okay, bastard," she thought, mentally gearing up for a fight. "I'm ready." He appeared, big as life, in the archway between the kitchen and living area. Tall and rugged-looking, he was dressed head to toe in black ski gear as he filled the archway between the kitchen and living area. All the spit dried in her mouth. "Well, look who's up," he said without a trace of a smile. Was he talking to her, or whoever was with him? "If it isn't Sleeping Beauty." Chapter 10. Alvarez offered the woman a cup of coffee and tried to keep her expression bland, as if she believed anything Grace Perchant, the ghost whisperer, had to say. She was alone with the thin, pale woman in the interrogation room, but both of them knew other people were observing the conversation on the other side of the mirror. More were watching the monitor as the interview was being recorded. "You know, we're sorry to bother you again. You've been a big help, but we just want to make certain we have all the facts straight, that we haven't missed anything." Grace didn't so much as nod. Sometimes it was hard to tell if she even heard a person. Pescoli always said it was because she had so many dead people screaming inside her head she couldn't hear the living. But then that was sarcastic, never believe anything that isn't hard fact, Pescoli. "Tell me again about finding the car." Grace Perchant sat in the straight-backed chair at the table, ignored the steaming cup, and stared up with the palest green eyes Alvarez had ever seen. "I already told the other detectives. I was walking my dog, Bane, and I looked down into the canyon and saw the car. It glinted through the snow. Is that so hard to understand?" "No, I guess not." "And would it be too much trouble to get a cup of tea?" Grace asked. "Coffee's not good for you." Alvarez nodded as she took a swig of her own detrimental brew. Just a sec. With lemon and honey?" We don't have—" "Fine." One arched eyebrow lifted a fraction further as Grace said, "Plain will do. Herbal would be better." Then, catching the skepticism in Alvarez's gaze, she amended her request. "Anything will be fine." "Good." Alvarez scooted her chair back, walked through the door. It shut behind her as she met Pescoli in the hall outside. "I heard," Pescoli said, rolling her eyes. "What does she think this is, damn Starbucks?" "She's Grace Perchant," Alvarez said, as if that explained everything. Yeah, I'll get her tea. I hate to agree with Chandler, but it's hell to think Grace and Ivor might be our star witnesses in this case. If it ever gets to trial, Alvarez thought, and hated herself for her doubts, as Pescoli headed down the hall toward the break room. Alvarez slipped back inside. "It'll be just a couple minutes." She slid into her chair. "You were telling me about being out there at September Creek?" Grace nodded, her graying blonde hair moving against her shoulders as if it was nothing to be hiking through a blizzard. "It was below freezing and snowing," Alvarez said. "Bane needed to go out," Grace shrugged. "He's part wolf. The cold doesn't bother him. We take that route along the creek every other day or so." "What about you? Doesn't the cold weather bother you?" "Sometimes." Grace looked directly at the mirror, as if she could see the sheriff and FBI agents beyond. "It's often a situation of mind over matter." "Did you see anyone else out there?" Grace shook her head. "No. As you pointed out, it was freezing." "No other cars?" Sighing, Grace folded her hands over the metal top of the table and leaned closer, her eerie eyes focusing hard on Alvarez. "If I told you what I saw out there, you wouldn't believe me." "Try me." Her face was calm and without the least bit of guile. "Don't patronize me, detective. You know about me that I see spirits. And There were spirits out there? They're everywhere. She smiled, her thin lips twisting a bit. They don't mind the cold. Was Grace for real? Did your dog act strangely, as if he saw anything? He sniffed around, but no more than usual. There was a soft knock on the door, and Alvarez opened it to find Joelle on the other side. She held a styrofoam cup of hot water, a tea bag steeping within. "We only had Earl Grey," she said. "I think Grace likes those herbal calming ones that they serve over at the Java Bean, but we don't have anything like that." Joelle appeared worried, little lines threading between her eyebrows. Her glossed lips, the same exact shade as her jacket and slacks, pulled into a tight knot. "It'll be fine," Alvarez said. "It's only one cup. If she doesn't like it, she'll get over it." She took the steaming cup from Joelle's reluctant fingers and slipped back into the stark room. Grace took a small sip and didn't complain. Good thing. With a little prodding, Grace told Alvarez the same story she had earlier, nearly verbatim. She hadn't seen anything out of the ordinary other than the wrecked car in the creek bed. "We were walking along the ridge road, and I could see it in the ravine." "You were on the road above?" "Yes, and I saw the point where the car had gone over the edge, so I hurried back to the house and called. Fortunately, the phones were still working. Then I tried to get back to the car myself, to get down the embankment and see if anyone was inside. But the deputy arrived before I did, coming in from the other side. He was in the area, I guess." That was right. So far, so good. "So you can't tell us anything else?" "If I could, I would," Grace said simply, though her eyes darkened incredibly, her pupils widening as she stared at the detective. Alvarez felt as if a cold, dark wind blew through her soul, and it was all she could do to hold Grace's stare and not look away. "Well, if you think of anything, let us know." She pushed back her chair to end the interview. Quick as lightning, Grace reached across the table, knocking over Alvarez's near-empty cup. Strong fingers wrapped around the detective's wrist. "You'll find him," she vowed, as the detective instinctively reached for her sidearm. Concern etched the ghost whisperer's face, and Alvarez let her hand fall from her pistol. "Of course we will." She carefully pulled her wrist away from Grace's cold grasp. "The son of a bitch won't get away with this." "What? The man the police are looking for?" "He's not who I was talking about," Grace said, her eyebrows elevating a fraction. "Then what?" Alvarez asked. But she knew, deep in her heart, that this woman to whom she'd never before spoken could see into the darkest reaches of her heart. "Don't despair," Grace said with a calm that Alvarez found eerie. "You'll find him." From the other side of the one-way mirror, Pescoli nearly dropped her cup of coffee. She'd been on her way to the door when Grace had grabbed Alvarez, but the sheriff had held her back. "It's okay," he said, and she'd waited, watching the weird scene unfold. What the hell was that all about? "With Grace," Grayson said, staring through the one-way mirror, "you never know." Jesus, Mary and Joseph. First Ivor, I've been abducted by aliens Hicks as a critical witness, and now a wolf woman who speaks with ghosts. Pescoli crushed her coffee cup in her fist and threw it into an almost full trash can. "You know, Sheriff, I hate to say it, but I'm thinking the odds are stacked against us." Sleeping Beauty, my ass. Jillian glared at the man she decided was more her captor than savior. He must have been 6'1" or 2", and, bulked up in his ski gear, he looked all the more massive, and strong, and formidable. At his side stood a black-and-white long-haired dog, some kind of spaniel mix, hackles stiff and raised. Its head was down, dark, menacing eyes sparking with distrust. "Is that dog going to attack me?" "Not unless you come at it with the crutch." She considered putting the metal crutch down, but hearing the dog growl, decided against it. "Just control him." Not an animal lover? His face was still hidden by the ski mask, but something registered in his movement, the easy manner as he turned to the dog. Amusement? Cruelty? Not if the animal is acting as if it wants to tear out my throat. Harley? Hear that? Stand down. The dog growled. Great control. Sit, he said sharply, and the dog placed his back end on the plank floorboards. But he didn't let Jillian out of his sight. Better? He asked. Was he joking? Really? This whole situation was something out of a bad dream. For all she knew, he could be a psycho of the worst kind, a killer. Hadn't Ted Bundy, a notorious sexual predator and serial killer, been considered charming, good-looking, and intelligent? Wasn't one of the first things neighbors said about some of the worst murderers in history, but he was such a nice guy. Oh, there were killers who were outwardly crazy, or secretive, or so weird that their psychosis was evident to those close to them from a young age, but the victims, those who didn't know the killer intimately from childhood, thought only they were odd, or loners. But that didn't always hold true, and in this case she wasn't about to trust her savior. Not yet, anyway. So I'm Sleeping Beauty, he or she, Jillian pointed the rubber tip of her crutch at the spaniel mix, is Harley. The dog growled again. So that leaves you. I'm Zane McGregor, and for the record, Harley's a he. How long have I been here, McGregor? She demanded. 3 days. 3 days? She repeated, horrified. She'd known, of course, that time had passed. But 3 days? She'd lost 72 hours of her life? Storms have been rolling in ever since. Roads are impassable. Electricity out. It's a mess. She was stunned, still trying to piece together what had happened, while McGregor took off his ski cap and mask and unwound a scarf that covered his neck. His hair, black, glossy, and curling slightly, stuck up in weird-looking tufts, and 3 or maybe 4 days' growth of whiskers covered what she thought was a tight, strong jaw. His eyes, beneath thick, dark brows, were an intense shade of gray. "You planning on smacking me with that?" he asked, nodding toward the crutch. "Maybe." One of his thick eyebrows cocked, as if the idea was insane, as if he could rip the damn thing from her hands before she got in a blow. "Hear that, Harley? She's going to try and whack me." The dog cocked his head, waiting for another command. One side of his face was black, the other white, his coat mottled and rough. "Watch out, she might have it in for you, too," McGregor warned the dog as he walked to the fire, pulled the screen away, and on one knee tossed in a few pieces of wood. Flames crackled and licked at the moss. The dog didn't move. "How are you feeling?" he asked, looking over his shoulder. "I didn't expect you to be up." "I needed to use the bathroom, and I feel like hell. I think I should be in a hospital." "I know you should." "Then why—" "Couldn't get you to one. Believe me, I wanted to." He glanced over his shoulder. "If you haven't noticed, I'm not really set up here as a hospital ward." His gaze moved from her face to lower, and she felt suddenly naked. He hitched his chin at her ankle. "You should be in bed." "Sounds like I've been in bed a while." "But you need to lie down. Keep the ankle elevated. Protect your ribs." "So, now you're a doctor?" He grabbed a poker from a nearby stand and pushed the pieces of fur around until he was satisfied, and the room was brighter, gold shadows moving against the walls. "Medic. First Gulf War. When I got out, I became an EMT for a while." "But you gave it up?" He slid her a glance. "Until 3 days ago." He seemed slightly irritated, but she didn't care. For all she knew, he was a lying dog. He then flashed her a smile that was surprisingly engaging. His teeth weren't perfect, just the slightest bit crooked. Enough to give him character, which, she thought, was probably an illusion. "Don't trust him. Do not." "Harley," he said, "let's have dinner." The lab mix, who had seemed so ferocious only minutes earlier, jumped to his feet and started prancing and heading to the kitchen, all the while keeping his head turned so that he could watch McGregor as the big man walked through the archway. "Hungry?" Harley gave out a loud, excited bark. So much for the murderous guard dog. "I thought so," McGregor said as Gillian inched along the table until she could see through the doorway and watch as he found a bag of dry dog food in the cupboard. He rattled the bag, and Harley went into an exhilarated spin. "What do? Starve him?" "Hardly." McGregor measured food into one of the 2 stainless steel bowls that were on the floor by the back door. Bowls she hadn't noticed when she'd first explored the kitchen. "But don't ask him. He'd eat 24/7 if I let him." Gillian made her way to the archway separating the rooms and brought the conversation back to information she wanted. Information she needed. "So you brought me here because it was closer than a hospital or clinic? That means the accident happened nearby?" "About 1.5 miles or 2 miles west." As the dog gobbled down his kiblets, McGregor folded the top of the sack of dog food over itself, creased it carefully, and returned it to the shelf, which was as neat as if he expected an inspection from his commanding officer. "The nearest town is Grizzly Falls, about 10 miles in the other direction. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to get out that far." He bent down and picked up Harley's water dish, then tossed out what remained in the bottom of the bowl and refilled it at the sink. "Trust me, I've tried." "How could you possibly travel that far in the snow?" "The same way I brought you here, by snowmobile." That she believed. She had a few splintered, jarring memories of the ride. "So, you live here," she said. "In the middle of nowhere?" He replaced the bowl on the floor. "I think a lot of Montanans might take offense to that." "You know what I mean." "Yep, you're talking about God's country." He was making light of the situation? When she was injured, trapped here with him and his damned dog, while a serial killer was on the loose and a blizzard raged outside? He snagged a towel hanging from the stove and dried his hands. "I'm serious. You should lie down." Though she was tired, her face, chest, and ankle all dull aches, she wasn't ready to be shepherded back into the bedroom, not until she learned more. "I have a few questions first." "Shoot." The single word caused her heart to drop, but she tried to keep focused, despite the pain in her body, despite the fact that this stranger and his dog rattled her, made her nervous. "This place," she motioned toward the interior with her free hand, nearly dropping the damned knife in the process, but somehow holding on to the hilt, keeping the blade tucked up her sleeve, "is too far from a hospital or clinic or any kind of civilization." "You wrecked in a pretty isolated part of the country." "Speaking of which," she said, "I think my tire was shot." His head snapped up and his face was instantly tense. "Shot?" The dog had finished eating, and he also lifted his head, sensing the change in atmosphere, the sudden tension in his master. Harley turned intelligent, suspicious eyes in her direction. Maybe she shouldn't have told him. If he was the serial killer, she'd be better off playing dumb. But it was too late to call the words back. "I heard a rifle crack just a second before I lost control. It sounded like someone shot something, my tire, I think, because then the car went over the cliff, and I kind of blacked out." McGregor's jaw became rock hard. He tossed the towel onto the counter. "You're sure about that?" "No, I'm not sure. That's the trouble. I'm not sure of anything." Tamping down her fear, her urge to break down altogether, she added, "And the truth of the matter is, I don't know if I can trust you. I don't know you from Adam, and I end up here alone with you. Or does anyone else live with you?" "Harley." "Well, great." She paused, then decided if she was in for a penny, she was in for a pound. I remember that several women were killed up here. It made the news in Seattle." He nodded, a muscle working in his jaw. Had she hit a nerve with him? Above the throbbing in her ankle and chest and the headache returning behind her eyes, she wasn't as sharp as she should be, couldn't read the unspoken innuendos. Was he angry? Or afraid? A little of both? "I haven't been into town in a few days, obviously," he said, making his way into the living area again, the dog on his heels. She moved out of the archway as quickly as possible, and was surprised when Harley passed without so much as looking at her. "All communication has been out, but yeah, there have been women found out in the wilds, tied up to trees, I believe. Their cars were located separately, wrecked, a distance from where the bodies were discovered." Fear skittered down her spine, and inside she was suddenly as cold as death. Her fingers, clenched around the hidden knife, began to sweat, and her heart was trip-hammering out of control. What did she know about this man? Nothing but what he's told you. It could be a pack of lies. It could be the truth. But he's all you've got, Gillian. Be he saint or sinner, he's all you've got. "Were their tires shot out?" she asked, her voice a whisper that seemed to echo off the rafters high overhead. He shook his head, but his skin had paled slightly, and she couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or lying through his teeth. "I don't know, but maybe. The police always hold back details in case some nutcase claims responsibility." His eyes darkened a bit, his nostrils flaring. He rubbed his chin as he walked to the windows and glared through the panes. "To weed the goats from the sheep." "The sheep being a killer in this case?" she asked, barely able to force the words past her teeth. "Yeah, I guess so." He was dead serious when he asked her, "Do you think you were targeted by this guy?" "I don't know." How much could she tell this man? A virtual stranger. He still looked through the window, his eyes thinning, as if he were trying to see further into the blizzard, catch a view beyond the pale. "Why the hell were you driving up on that ridge in the storm?" "Why were you?" she responded. He turned quickly, but his expression was as hard as ever. "I was trying to find an alternate way to town for supplies. I was on my snowmobile and the storm was getting worse, but I did hear something." He shook his head and rubbed a hand around his neck as he let out his breath and walked to the fire. "He's hiding something," Gillian sensed, and her skin prickled in dread. "He's playing the same kind of cat-and-mouse game with you as you are with him." She felt her heart drop. I mean, it was hard to hear because the engine on my Arctic Cat is pretty loud, but I thought I heard a rifle shot. Didn't sound like a car backfiring." His eyes found hers, and she saw something in their gray depths, something dark and secret. She remembered someone near her car at the accident, a dark figure hovering nearby. He walked to the fire again, his legs blocking the view of the flames, causing the room to darken, to shrink, while the wind never let up, just kept shrieking. "Okay," she said quietly, not wanting to irritate him. "So you heard the shot? Then what?" For a second he didn't answer, and the soft hiss of the fire slipped through the room. "Then," he finally said, "there was the sound of the crash, breaking limbs, groaning metal, someone screaming." Her throat turned to sand. Memories of the car's horrific spin and plunge through the gaping white canyon cut through her mind. "Yes," she said hoarsely. He came a little closer, closing the distance between them. "Do you think you were a target?" he asked again. She wanted to lie, but didn't dare. He was too close. Her fingers squeezed around the crutch handle as well as the knife. Yeah, I think so." "And who would be out in the middle of the worst storm in a decade, lying in wait with a rifle, ready for target practice?" She tensed inside, wondered if she were talking to the very man who had taken aim at her, a sharpshooter who had intentionally shot at her. "Tell me, Gillian," he insisted, near enough now that she could feel the heat of his body, see the pores of his skin, notice the cruel turn of his lips. "Who do you think would want to kill you?" Chapter 11. McGregor's question hung in the air between them, while the dog, at last having given up bristling all over, turned in a circle in front of the hearth before settling onto a rag rug near the heat. Her heart was pounding. He was so damned close. She thought about whipping out the knife, of telling him to back off, but she didn't. Not yet. Best to hold the weapon in reserve, she thought. "I have no idea who would want to kill me," she stated. "Really?" McGregor didn't bother to hide his disbelief, but he backed up a couple of steps, giving her some space, allowing her to let out her breath and hear something more than the pounding of her heart in her eardrums. "You don't have any enemies?" "None that would want to murder me." "You're certain of that?" "Yes." But was she? Dear God, the man was making her paranoid. "Someone took a shot at you." He unzipped his coat and slid his arms out of the sleeves, as if he'd finally warmed up. Something jangled in his pocket. Coins? Keys? A metal dog whistle? Or they were taking pot shots at cars. I don't think it was intentional. At least, not at me. "No?" Again he was openly sarcastic. And she felt a dread as cold and sharp as the icicles hanging from the eaves of this cabin. Just who the hell was he? It could be that he's part of some kind of elaborate plot to kidnap or even kill you, and so far it's working, isn't it? She reined in her thoughts in a hurry. She'd never been one to believe in conspiracy theories, and wasn't about to start now. But Aaron had been. He'd always been certain someone, probably some kind of government agent, had been out to get him. He'd believed that John F. Kennedy had been killed by a group affiliated with Russia, Castro, or the Mafia, and he'd been certain that D.B. Cooper, the skyjacker who had jumped out of a plane in the Northwest in the early 70s, had received help and somehow, miraculously, survived. Gillian, though, had always been a realist. Until now. Until she was trapped by a snowstorm with a stranger in the wilds of Montana. Until she might possibly be the victim of a killer in this frigid killing ground. Had this man shot out her tire, then rescued her, only to eventually murder her? It took all her restraint not to slide a glance toward his gun cabinet, though she wondered what kind of rifles were locked inside. She clasped her hands together tightly. "You think someone was trying to kill me? Me personally?" "I don't know." He threw his jacket over the back of the couch and bent down to unlace his boots. "Do you?" "I pissed off some people in my life, like I said. My sister, for sure, but not enough for anyone who want to kill me." She watched as he kicked off a boot, nudging the heel of one with the toe of the other, then unzipped his ski pants, beneath which he was wearing jeans. The Gore-Tex-looking outer layer of pants wound up beside the jacket. Now, at least, he looked 30 pounds lighter, but still big and strong enough to be intimidating. "You should lie down," McGregor said, shoving a hand through his hair. "Elevate the ankle." It was true enough. Her whole leg was aching now, and she was tired from balancing herself against the table with her crutch. But the thought of going back into the bedroom, lying on the cot alone while listening to the wind howl, her mind spinning with questions, her imagination running wild with what he was doing, didn't cut it. "I think I'll just sit here." She pointed to the ancient chair and ottoman. Without waiting for him to answer, she hitched her way to the chair and sank down. "How about I get us each something to drink?" "Like what?" She settled into the chair and kept her knife in her sleeve. She wasn't about to relax. Not yet. Harley climbed to his feet and trotted, toenails clicking, into the kitchen after McGregor. Through the archway he said, "I've got coffee, and—" She heard him rooting around in the cupboards, doors opening and closing with soft thuds. "Well, no tea, but I do have some packets of instant soup, or whiskey. That's about what we're down to. Whiskey over snow. We've got lots of that. Kind of an alcoholic snow cone." Was he kidding? "I think I'll pass on the frozen drink," she called toward the open doorway, but her stomach rumbled at the mere mention of food. How long had she gone without eating? Hell, she couldn't remember her last meal. He returned with a coffee pot that he set in the glowing coals of the fire. "This'll take a while to heat," he explained as his dog, with a hard last glare and snarl at Julian, turned several circles before lying down in his rug again. His black and white head rested on his white paws as he stared at her. "You never answered my question," he reminded her. "What the hell were you doing driving in the blizzard?" He hung his ski-wear on pegs near the fireplace, then turned to her. "In the middle of the worst storm to hit this part of the state in a decade." "I was headed to Missoula," she admitted after a moment. "What's there?" "Not what. Who. And the answer is my ex-husband." McGregor considered it. "Maybe there's someone who might want to kill you." "The divorce was amicable." He skewered her with a disbelieving look. "Yeah, right. And so why were you risking life and limb, driving through the Bitterroots in a snowstorm, to visit your ex?" I needed to talk to him." A dark eyebrow raised. "A phone call wouldn't have worked. I needed to see his reaction." "When you told him what?" "When I asked him if he sent me pictures that are supposedly of my first husband. My dead first husband." He sat back on his heels. "Your ex-second husband sent you pictures of your dead first husband?" "Yes. Well, I think so. It could be a wild-goose chase. I thought he died on a hiking trip in South America." "Your first husband, who's dead. You think. But you've seen pictures of him from your second husband." "Or someone who could be Aaron's twin." "There's a third husband in there?" "No," she answered dryly. "Just the two." "But now you think husband one might still be alive?" "I don't know. I had the pictures with me. They were in my notebook case." He walked to a built-in cupboard and withdrew her purse and laptop carrying case, both of which he brought to her chair and set next to the ottoman. Something about seeing her things again nearly brought tears to her eyes. It was as if she suddenly realized the desperation of her situation, how far removed she was from her life. Clearing her throat, she refused to break down, but she had to blink rapidly. McGregor asked, "Want me to get the photos out?" "I assume you've already seen them." He nodded, not denying a word of it, as he took another trip to the cupboard and returned with her suitcase and tattered remains of her grandmother's quilt. Again her heart squeezed, and she wondered if she'd ever get home again. "I did look through all your things. I was trying to figure out who you were and who I should call." "You have a phone?" "A cell, but it's not working. Neither is yours." She didn't doubt him, but opened her purse with one hand and scrounged for her phone, searching past the lipstick tubes, pens, wallet, checkbook, and— "It would be easier if you dropped the knife." Her head snapped up to find him staring at her. For a split second she was certain he could see to the bottom of her soul. The fillet knife felt suddenly heavy and bulky. She swallowed hard, noticed that the dog had closed his eyes and fallen asleep. Just drop it from your sleeve. Or do you want me to take it from you?"
"No,
Deliberately she set the knife on a small scarred table that held a single kerosene lamp, a fishing magazine, and 2 books on astronomy. "So now, why don't you start at the beginning?" he suggested.
How foolish she'd been to think she could trust him, and how ultimately dependent she was on him. She pulled out her cell phone and turned it on, hoping beyond hope that she would have service. Of course, she didn't. No connecting bars registered, and the battery was nearly dead. Just as he'd said, she felt more vulnerable than ever. "I've tried to call out," he said. "Every damn day. That's why I leave sometimes, to try to find a signal." She wondered about that. The time she thought she was alone, the hours when he'd been out of the cabin in the middle of the blizzard, it just hadn't made much sense. "I don't get much service to begin with, and I think some of the towers have been damaged by the storms." "Great. I could have told you that the minute you woke up, but I figured you wouldn't believe me. That much was right. So now, he plotted, about your husband. Gillian sighed. She stared at him, and time stretched. And then she decided to go for it, just tell him everything. She began with her marriage to Aaron, what had happened in Suriname, then a fast-forward through her second marriage to the weird messages and finally the photographs, which, of course, he'd recovered from her car, as they'd been tucked in a pocket of her computer case. While she explained, he listened and tended the water heating in a coffee pot on the coals of the fire. He asked a few questions, but for the most part just let her speak, his face grim and taut. When she'd finished, he poured hot water into a cup filled with instant coffee crystals and asked, "So now you believe your first husband, Aaron, is alive?" "I think someone wants me to believe it." "To lure you here?" he asked. She took a sip of the coffee. The hot liquid slid down her throat and hit her stomach, hard. "I don't know," she admitted. "But the man in the picture looks enough like him that you came." "Yeah, I guess." She was shaking her head at her own folly. "I know it seems kind of crazy now." She shoved her hair out of her eyes. "Or really crazy." "Was the marriage to Aaron in trouble?" "No," she said with more passion than she'd intended. "Well, I don't think so. I mean, he had no reason to disappear that I know of." "Did he have bad debts?" "We didn't owe more than we could pay." "Did he have life insurance?" "Yes, and it took a while, but they finally paid me. That's how I bought my townhouse." Why in the world was she confiding in him? "And until you saw the pictures, you were convinced he was dead. He didn't come after you for the money?" "This letter and the phone calls, they came out of the blue, and now I think they all might have been a wild goose chase." "To lure you here," he said again. "So someone could kill you?" "That sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?" He shrugged, then rocked back on his heels and frowned. "I'm a hunter. I was in the military. There are lots of ways to kill a person and do it quickly, maybe not even get caught, but shooting out a tire and hoping the car will free fall into an icy ravine isn't a sure thing." "As evidenced that I'm still here," she agreed. "Right. And the killer knows you survived, or at least, I'm assuming he checked the car." "Maybe not. He could have thought the job was finished." "Or been frightened away by me." "Why not just shoot you too?" "He might not have been able to get a shot off. And anyway, we can't assume you were the ultimate target. As you said, there have been other women killed around here. A couple of them, I think, and they too were forced off the road, like you, though I don't know all the details." "We talked about the serial killer thing before," she reminded him, and tried to ignore the panic she felt rising inside. "Are you trying to say that this killer knows his victims, or at least enough intimate details of their lives to get them here?" Dear God, she couldn't believe the words that passed her lips, and yet— "Do you know the names of the other women?" He shook his head. "No. Why? You think you might know them?" She glanced nervously to the windows and the darkening landscape beyond. "I think I read one of their names, but it didn't ring any bells." She forced herself to look directly into his eyes. How did she know he wasn't the killer, that he wasn't toying with her? It didn't seem that way. In fact, he seemed downright concerned. She swallowed hard. Could she trust this man? Did she have a choice? The answer was no. Like it or not, she was stuck here, at least for a while. But she didn't have to stay. If she could get herself mobile, able to walk just a little, and the weather broke. He'd mentioned he had a snowmobile. She'd driven one before, while she and Aaron were on a ski trip to Colorado. If push came to shove, she could get it started and drive the damn thing to civilization, or another cabin, or any damned where. She just needed a key. Mason Rivers was a prick. And a prick who was hiding something, Pescoli thought, as she pulled into her driveway, cell phone at her ear. She'd just driven home through the blizzard to make sure the kids took everything they needed for the weekend visit with their father. Lights were on inside the house, but Jeremy's truck wasn't parked in its usual spot. "My secretary said you were trying to reach me," Rivers said guardedly after brief introductions. "No shit, Sherlock," Pescoli thought, but kept it to herself. "You've heard about your ex-wife?" Regan hit the button on her garage door opener. "I was out of town, but a colleague brought in the papers saying that her car had been found at the bottom of a canyon." "That's right." "Is she okay?" he asked as the garage door slowly opened. "We don't know. We can't find her." A pause. The silence cut by the grinding of the garage door and her Jeep's idling engine. "We thought you might have an idea of where she was going or where she'd been." The truth of the matter was that the accident reconstruction team had spent hours on the ridge where Jillian's car had spun out. They could tell from which direction the car had careened down the hill, but because of the spin, couldn't discern which direction she'd been traveling. They had the clue of an empty coffee cup from the Chocolate Mousse Cafe in Spruce Creek, and a waitress remembered Jillian, as she'd been one of the few customers to take anything to go that day. So it seemed that she had been traveling toward Missoula, rather than away from the town. "You know, we were divorced 2 years ago, and I'm remarried now. I don't keep in contact with Jill or her family." "We thought she might be coming to see you." "Why?" "That's what we wanted to know." "Look, I have no idea where she was going or why. As I said, I haven't had any contact with her since the divorce was finalized. Now, if there's nothing further, I have a client waiting in my office." "Just let us know if you think of anything." "There's nothing to think about, Detective." He hung up, and Regan was left with a bad feeling. She pulled into the garage, hit the remote so the door would crank down, then climbed out of the car and made her way into her house, where Cisco greeted her with wild tail wagging, excited yips, and tight little circles of enthusiasm. She had only half an hour, then she had to be back at the department for a Friday afternoon meeting before she worked late into the night. Overtime. This year it would pay for Christmas. The dog was still going out of what little he had for a mind. "Cisco, shut up!" Bianca yelled from her bedroom. The TV was blaring in the living room, tuned into some reality show about 20-somethings being overly dramatic about the minutiae of their lives, all while dressed in nearly nothing. Lots of tanned, toned flesh, a few piercings visible, numerous tattoos, all peppered with tears, bad language, and raw teen-type angst and emotion. Real life, my ass. Pescoli picked up the remote, downed the volume, and turned to the local news. Once the decibel level was in the normal hearing range again, Pescoli stuck her head into her daughter's room. Painted a blinding pink when Bianca was 10, it was now covered in posters of the latest teen hotties, from boy bands and movie stardom. Bianca was flopped over her unmade bed, cell phone glued to her ear. "Where's your brother?" Regan asked. Bianca's expression got all pissy. She mouthed, "I'm on the phone." "Big deal. Hang up. You can call whoever it is back." "What? Just a minute. My mom came in." "No, it's okay." "Hang up, Bianca. Your dad will be here in 20 minutes. Sending her mother a look meant to melt steel. Bianca said, "Look, I'll call you back. I gotta go." "What?" "Yeah, that's right. The warden needs me." She hung up and sent her mother a triumphant smirk. "The warden wants to know that you've got all your stuff packed up for the weekend, and where your brother is." "I'm ready to go." "Got your homework?" "I don't have to do homework at Lucky's," she said, invoking the name of her father, whom she hadn't called Daddy since the divorce. "Michelle says—" Pescoli snatched the cell phone out of her daughter's hand. "Hey!" Bianca cried, as Pescoli snapped the phone closed. "I don't care what Michelle says, or really what Lucky says either. You take your homework and you get it done, or you and the warden, we're going to have serious issues." "We already do," Bianca declared. "Yeah, I know. So where's your brother?" "Don't know." "Sure you do. You got home somehow, and I'm betting you didn't take the bus. Chris brought me. Your boyfriend brought you home? Didn't I tell you he wasn't allowed in the house when I wasn't here? He dropped me off. Well, yeah, he came in, and I gave him a jar of Jeremy's Gatorade. So sue me. Call the sport drink cops. I am the cops, Pescoli reminded her. He gave me an effing ride home. You should be glad. Jeremy ditched me. For what? I don't know. I don't really care. He said something about Lucky not being his real dad and him not having to go. She glared at her mother. Give me back my phone. As soon as you're packed, and that includes your homework. Pescoli held tight to the cell. Fuming, she returned to the kitchen, let Cisco outside to do his business, and checked his water. Did you feed the dog? She called over her shoulder, and was met with seething, muted silence emanating from Bianca's room. Obviously, she was being given the silent treatment. Well, good. It was way better than hearing the back talk. As the terrier pawed at the door to be let in, Pescoli dialed her son's cell number, then opened the door. A blast of cold air followed the dog back inside. Jeremy didn't pick up, but then he never did. Why should now be different from every other day? The kid was being a jerk. And whose fault is that, huh? Who let him get away with murder as a kid because of guilt over Joe's death? Damn it all, she muttered, not leaving a message on voicemail and, instead, defaulting to texting, which she hated, but at least now her kid would read the message. Get your butt home, now. XOXO, Mom. That should do it, huh? She said to the dog, and then, hearing Bianca making noises as if she were putting together an overnight bag, Pescoli poured herself a Diet Coke, added ice, and sat down on the couch. Cisco, done with his meager meal of dried food, hopped onto the lumpy cushion beside her and waited as she petted his scruffy head. Feeling ignored? She asked the dog. Join the club. He hopped onto her lap, put his paws on her chest, and licked her face. Okay, enough already. I may be single, but I'm not this desperate. Oh, sick, Bianca said, walking out of her bedroom and carrying an overstuffed backpack. Grow a sense of humor, Pescoli suggested, and finally Bianca managed to smile. Okay, she said. Now can I have... Pescoli tossed her daughter the precious cell phone. You do have your homework with you. Yeah. For once Bianca didn't roll her eyes or go into her irritating, pouty, put-upon act. She even bent over and petted Cisco on his head. So what are you doing this weekend? There's a maniac killer on the loose. Oh, work. Give the girl a gold star. Regan took a long swallow from her glass, then watched as the ice cubes clicked and danced in the dark liquid. Don't you get tired of it? Beats sitting at a desk 9 to 5, or waiting tables. Did both of those before. Bianca wrinkled her nose. I don't know. You see some pretty gross stuff. Gross and totally demoralizing. Makes you wonder what's wrong with the entire human race. Then why do you do it? Someone has to. But why you? Because I'm good at my job. And the truth of the matter was, she loved it, lived for it. She, in her own way, was as much a workaholic as Alvarez. They just went at it from different angles. She smiled at her daughter and gave her a hug. I try not to let it get me down. She glanced at the muted television and saw an image of Ivor Hicks being interviewed on the screen. Oh, no. What? Someone let the loonies out. Hearing the sound of a large truck's engine, Regan braced herself for the inevitable meeting with Lucky. Today, after dealing with tight-assed Mason Rivers, she wasn't in the mood to face her own ex. Dad's here, she said, and Bianca visibly brightened. God, the kid loved her father. Which was probably for the best, but it still irritated Pescoli a bit. Bianca threw her a look. Are you going to tell him about Jeremy, or should I? I'll handle it. Gillian had heard McGregor's keys jangling in his jacket pocket. All she had to do was fish them out when he was sleeping, right? But she kept her thoughts to herself and asked instead, "Do you live here year-round?" "Sometimes." "Doing what?" He hesitated just a second and looked over her shoulder. "Fishing, hunting, whitewater guide in the summer." "And in the winter?" "Mostly get ready for the summer. Sometimes someone wants to go snowshoeing or cross-country skiing." He rubbed the back of his neck. "Not recently, though. Not with the storms." Her eyes narrowed. It sounded like B.S. to her. And this good old country boy act didn't wash either. "All winter long you stay inside here by yourself?" "I've got Harley." At the mention of his name, the dog, with eyes still closed, thumped his tail against the rug. "What about family? Wife? Kids?" There was just a second's hesitation, a slight tightening of his lips before he shook his head. "Just Harley. Short for Harlequin." He bent down and scratched the dog behind the ears. "And no, I didn't name him. Someone else did the honors." "Who?" "Harley came with the place. I bought it from a guy a couple of years ago. His bitch had a litter of pups. One died. He gave the other 4 away, and this one stayed on with me." He winked at the dog, who stretched and let out a contented sigh. "So far it's worked out." "You never get lonely?" One side of his mouth lifted. "Not enough to make me change my ways." "You got family?" "Not much." "How much?" she asked, wondering about him. 2 half-sisters, younger." "Your folks are dead?" Again the slight hesitation, as if he were checking his lies, making sure he didn't slip up. "I haven't seen my mother in 3 years. Far as I know, she and husband number 5, or is it 6, I can't remember. Don't care to, but the last I heard she was living outside of Phoenix somewhere." "You don't see her?" "Nope, and it suits us both fine. My old man took off before I was born. Never married my mother. I figure that's why she kept trying." "Did you ever meet him?" "What is this, 20 questions?" "At least," she said. And he finally leaned back in his chair, eyeing her over the rim of a cup that had to be holding cold coffee. "Okay, I met him once, when I was about 18. It didn't go well." She shifted in the chair, and pain ricocheted up her leg, causing her to suck in her breath. "I told you to lie down," he said, placing his cup on the hearth and climbing to his feet. "If you don't want to go back into the bedroom, you can lie here on the couch or on the recliner, where you can elevate your feet." "Oh, well." He walked over to her chair, picked the knife off the small table, and carried it to a small bureau positioned near the tattered old lazy boy. "You wouldn't want to forget this," he said. He set the boning knife in reach of the chair. "I don't need it." "Of course you do. You don't know me. You don't trust me, and you're stuck here. Now, come on." He crossed the room again and offered her the crutch. "You rest, and I'll make us dinner." "Dinner?" "Stew and chili out of cans." His lips twisted upward. "Gourmet chili," he clarified, then helped her to her feet and walked her to the recliner. "Trust me, you'll love it." That was the trouble. She couldn't let herself trust him. Not for a minute. Chapter 12. Through the icy window, Regan saw Lucky's pickup roll up the lane to idle near the front walk. And, of course, he wasn't alone in the black Dodge that was jacked up higher than normal. In the passenger seat, appearing very cool and lofty in what looked to be designer sunglasses, sat his new wife, the oft-quoted Michelle. Pescoli's guts tightened just a fraction. Though she told herself and the outside world that she was way over her ex, she still felt a pinch of tension every time she had to deal with him, and wifey. Regan made a face. She and Michelle were worlds apart. For the most part, Michelle was pleasant enough, just not the sharpest tool in the shed, the kind of woman who expected a man to do everything for her, the type Regan didn't like and really didn't trust. But there it was. Like it or not, Michelle, via Lucky, and their children, was part of her life, which was a real pisser. She set her soft drink down, crossed the small living room to the front door, and opened it just as Lucky began stomping snow off his boots on the minuscule area some builder had decided was an adequate front porch. "Everybody ready?" Lucky asked, looking at her through the glass panels of the storm door with his Pescoli eyes. Deep-set and hazel, almost blue, they were sexy as hell, as was Lucky. Tall and trim, with thick, nearly blonde hair, and a bad-boy attitude that drove women wild, Luke Pescoli was one good-looking man, and a pain in the backside. "Jeremy's not here. I don't know what his deal is." "I told you," Bianca said, her softer side disappearing in her father's presence. "He's not coming." "Any reason why not?" "He said you're not his real dad." "Like this is news?" Lucky said. He sent his ex-wife a can-you-believe-this look. "Something happen?" Regan shook her head. "Not that I'm aware of, but who knows? He's 17, which he tells me all the time. He believes he's grown up and can do his own thing." "He's deluded," Bianca chimed in from her bedroom. Lucky, frowning beneath the brim of his black felt hat, asked, "You want me to set him straight?" "No, I'll take care of it," Regan assured him. "I'll call you and let you know what he says." He nodded as Bianca pushed her way through the door and headed to the King cab truck. Michelle, all bright and cheery, was waving frantically, her beauty pageant smile pinned to her face. "How's the serial killer case going?" Lucky asked. "It's going," she hedged. Lucky knew she couldn't talk about it. "Well, don't let it get to you. I know how these things do. It's not personal." "Isn't it? A psycho killing women in my backyard?" She watched her daughter climb into the truck. "Sorry, Lucky, I take it personally. It's very personal." He pulled a face. "Some things don't change." "No, and they shouldn't." Okay, I give up, officer." He held up his hands and backed up a step in mock surrender, and she almost laughed. Almost. "Didn't mean to step on a nerve," he said, squaring his hat on his head. "Let me know what's up with Jeremy." "I will. And make sure Bianca does her homework. She's drowning in Algebra 2 and Global Studies. I even think she's struggling in English, which is easy for her." "Really?" Lucky said. "We'll take care of it. Michelle was an A student." A 4-point from the woman who didn't believe in homework? Regan doubted it, but she kept that little insight to herself. "Good. She can tutor Bianca," Regan said, though her jaw was tight. Somehow she managed to nod, smile, and sketch out a wave that was meant to include her daughter, her ex-husband, and his new wife. Closing the door, she felt an empty sensation that bothered her. She knew it was silly, but watching Bianca get swallowed into Lucky's new family took a toll on her. The fact that Bianca always threw what a good time she had at her father's place in Regan's face was also a major pain, one she had to live with. She glanced at the TV and was relieved to see that Ivor Hicks was no longer on the screen. God, couldn't anyone shut that fruitcake up? He would put the public into a panic, get the press all stirred up, and probably play into the killer's hands. No doubt the pervert who got off on freezing women to death was getting off on all the publicity and attention. Her good mood totally shattered, she clicked off the television and headed downstairs. She tried Jeremy's cell one more time, listening as the connection went directly to voicemail while she tossed in a load of laundry. As the washer filled, she poked her head into Jeremy's room, the den of iniquity, and wondered where her son was. Her gaze landed on a picture of Joe, tucked between a mess of CDs and video games on the bookcase. Joe Strand, her high school sweetheart, the man she'd given her virginity to, the man she'd married, and the man, when things had gotten rocky, she'd cheated on. Yes, they'd been separated at the time, and yes, he too had carried on an affair, but she'd broken her marriage vows pretty damned willingly, almost as a way to get back at him. That had been a long time ago. Hell, she hadn't even been out of college, and then she'd gotten pregnant. With Joe's son, Jeremy. Joe had questioned the kid's paternity, of course, until Jeremy had been born and was the spitting image of her estranged husband. It had taken a few months before they decided to give the marriage another chance. And then Joe had the nerve to die. To be killed in the line of duty and leave her a widow with a small child. The worst part of it was that Joe hadn't ever given up the woman who had wrecked their marriage in the first place. He'd lied and said their affair was over. But he had never completely broken it off with a woman who had been one of Regan's high school friends. Gina Walters, also married, had come to the funeral and bawled her eyes out, even leaving a white rose on the casket, while Pescoli had stood by and taken it, her young son's fingers clenched in her own. "Bitch," she said now, ignoring the washing machine that threatened to rock wildly as she headed up the stairs. She made a quick sandwich of leftover ham, Dijon mustard, and dry bread, tossed a few scraps to Cisco, and downed another Diet Coke before heading out the door. It was nearing dark now, and she was due back at the office, but as she hit the garage door button, she wondered where the hell her son was. "I think we're going to see a break in the weather," McGregor said, as he spooned a hot glop of some kind of chili into a bowl and handed it to her. "When?" "Soon." "How soon?" "That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?" He walked into the kitchen and rummaged in a drawer. Less than a minute later he returned, handed her a spoon, then walked back to the pot resting in the fire, and scooped some of the chili into a second bowl. A pan of pre-mixed cornbread was baking in a cast-iron skillet, half buried in the coals, the edges of the bread already singed. "How do you know? You got a television hooked up to a generator somewhere? Or a direct line to the weather service?" "It's just a feeling." He glanced out the window to the snowy landscape. Darkness was falling fast, long shadows stretching through the trees, making the cabin feel more isolated than ever. A feeling? Cradling the bowl in one hand, she stirred the chili, its spicy steam warming her face. She was improving a little, the throb in her ankle lessening, the pain in her ribs muted unless she moved too quickly or laughed too hard. But she wasn't betting on feelings. "It's time. The storm should let up." She looked out the window and shook her head, not daring to believe in miracles, as the storm didn't show any signs of letting up, not to her. She took a bite. The chili, a brand she'd eaten dozens of times, was now fabulously delicious. She took another bite and watched McGregor at the fire. Using a work glove as a potholder, he retrieved the cornbread from the fire and cut her a chunk with the very knife she'd stolen earlier. He dropped the large square into her bowl, and she picked at the crusty top. It was as delicious as the chili, but hot enough to keep her from eating too quickly, which was probably good, as it was all she could do not to bolt down the food. The smell of wood smoke and sizzling tomato sauce scented the air, while firelight played across the walls and the embers glowed red in the grate. Even the dog was at peace, his dark, begging gaze never leaving McGregor as he ate. If she let herself, she might just relax with this man. But she didn't know him at all. Everything he had told her in the past few hours could well be a lie. "If the storm breaks like I think it will, I'll try to get out of here tomorrow." "On a snowmobile?" He shook his head. "I've got a 4-wheel drive." "Then we could have gotten out of here at any time?" He shook his head. "Don't think so. And I couldn't take a chance of being stuck with you laid up in a blizzard. I'm not even sure about tomorrow, but we'll give it a shot, as I said, if the storm breaks." "And if not?" "You really want to think about that?" He took a bite of cornbread while the dog, watching, licked his lips. "Where will we go?" "Grizzly Falls. They got a small hospital. I'll leave you in the ER." "And then tell the police about my car?" His face was shuttered. "I'll leave that to you." "But you have to tell them where it is. I don't know the area." "It's in September Creek, off Johnson Road. about 6 miles from the cutoff to Missoula. Think you can remember that?"
"Yeah," she said, but wondered at his change in attitude, the newfound tension in his shoulders. "What is it you have against the police?"
One side of his mouth twisted. "Nothing."
"Liar?" She wasn't buying his denials. Something was bothering him. His nostrils flared a bit.
"It's not what I have against them so much as what they have against me," he said, and stood suddenly. "Want a beer?"
"No." The last thing she needed was any kind of alcohol. She had to keep her wits about her. "Tell me," she said, as he tossed on a parka and gloves, then disappeared through the kitchen. The dog was on his feet and took off after McGregor as the back door opened and shut quickly. Harley whined and scratched for all of 30 seconds before the door opened again, and McGregor's voice asked, "Miss me, boy?" He laughed, and she heard the sound of a cap being pried from a bottle. And then another. Seconds later he returned with 2 long-necked bottles in his hand. "I keep 'em in the garage, in a cooler. Otherwise they'd freeze."
"Oh."
He set a bottle on the table next to her.
"Thought you might change your mind."
"Don't think so."
"Then I'll finish it."
He took a long swallow, set his bottle down, and stripped off the parka before settling into his chair again. "So you were dodging the question?" she said, as he picked up his beer again. "What do the police have against you?" He thought for a moment, staring at the label on his bottle of Coors, then rolling the long neck between his palms. The tension in his shoulders was evident. "What happened, McGregor?" A muscle worked in his jaw, and he took another long swallow before looking at her again with such intensity her heart nearly stopped. "Believe me, Julian, you don't want to know." "Try me," she said, her voice a whisper, her nerves suddenly tight.
"Shit."
He raked angry fingers through his hair and glared at the fire. Harley, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, whined. "What did you do, McGregor?" she asked, the cabin suddenly feeling more isolated than ever. Old timbers creaked. The glass in the window panes rattled loudly enough to be heard over the soft breath of the fire. "Why don't the police trust you?" He hesitated and closed his eyes. She steeled herself for the worst.
"I killed a man, Julian. It happened a long time ago, but the truth of the matter is that the son of a bitch had it coming, and I gave it to him."
He took another swallow of his beer, and the lines around his mouth were etched deep, showing white. "It was an accident, right?"
"An accident," McGregor snorted. "I don't know."
He shook his head.
"I didn't intend to kill him that night. But the truth of the matter is that for a few seconds, just long enough, I wanted that son of a bitch dead."
Alvarez finished her 40 minutes on the elliptical machine, then concluded her workout with 2 circuits of weights, all the while listening to her iPod blasting out some of her favorite upbeat songs from the 80s. It was just after 3 when she showed up here, opting for a quick carton of yogurt and a workout for her lunch break, and was nearing 4 when she finished. Today was fairly quiet, the storm keeping everyone but the most dedicated at home. Clicking off her headset, she walked toward the locker room, passing a row of treadmills occupied by a handful of people. One woman was reading a magazine, but the other stationary runners stared at a wall-mounted television, sweating, hearts racing, legs moving at different speeds, all going nowhere. On the screen, Ivor the Idiot was prattling with great animation to a petite newswoman in a blue parka. Snow was falling, catching in Ivor's thick eyebrows and dusting the steps of the courthouse behind them. Over the whine of several treadmills, Alvarez couldn't hear much of what Ivor was saying, but it didn't matter. She got the message. Her day, already far from stellar, took a nosedive. Couldn't that old coot keep his mouth shut? Not on a dare. You know the old man wallows in all the attention. Terrific,
she muttered under her breath, then made her way down a hallway past a group of teenaged boys playing basketball in the gymnasium. Further on, she passed a step aerobics class consisting of a handful of diehards exercising to a trim dance teacher's instructions. Alvarez grabbed a towel from a bin and stepped into the locker room, where she stripped off her sweaty workout clothes, then headed to the shower. All the while, she thought about the case. It was getting to her, like a lover who had turned stalker. It kept her awake at night, nagged at her in the morning and throughout the day, even when she was supposed to be on her own time, relaxing or having fun. She lathered her body and laughed at herself. Fun. What the hell was that? She was only 33, and she wasn't sure she remembered the last time she'd really let her hair down, or kicked up her heels, or got down, or whatever the hell you called it. Her life was her job, which was not only stupid, it was pathetic. She rinsed off, toweled dry, and put on clean jeans, a black turtleneck and a down vest, and checked her image in the mirror bolted to the inside of her locker. She was fit and pretty, no doubt about it, but her lips didn't pull into as quick a smile as they once had, and her eyes sometimes looked haunted. Where was the girl who had once liked shiny lipstick, hoop earrings, loud music, and high heels? The freshman in high school with a perfect figure to go along with her perfect GPA. Oh, her. Don't you remember? You left her nearly 20 years ago, and when you fled, you didn't look back at family, friends, or the grinding poverty of Woodburn, Oregon. Her stomach twisted, and she had the insane urge to make the sign of the cross over her chest, a rite she'd abandoned and buried, along with her poor Hispanic roots, and her secret, the damned secret that haunted her to this day. Knock it off. Alvarez grabbed her bag and slammed the locker shut. She didn't have time for reminiscing or wondering about the rocky path she'd taken that had ended here in Grizzly Falls, Montana, far from her dreams, far from what she'd planned for herself. Not that it mattered today. All she needed to concentrate on now was catching the twisted sicko who was terrorizing this part of the state. The gym was located 15 minutes from the sheriff's department, though the drive took her nearly half an hour, as the streets were tangled from bad weather. Several vehicles were abandoned on the roadside, and a collision made the icy conditions more difficult. Alvarez stopped to see if she could help, but the city officers who had responded had the situation handled. There were no injuries aside from the bruised ego of a driver of a Land Rover that had slid into a Ford Taurus. She cut through the heart of the city, the part that had been first settled on the banks of the river. Christmas lights winked in store windows. Snow was piled high along the gutters. Walkways carved out of the sidewalks. A few shoppers braved the elements, and in front of the courthouse a band was assembling for a holiday concert at the base of a huge fir tree strung with clusters of white lights in the shape of snowflakes. One tuba player, dressed in a thick coat, earmuffs, gloves, and boots, was blowing a few practice notes. She drove along the plowed streets, electing to take the longer, less steep road to the upper part of the city, where the sheriff's department was housed. For the first time since joining the Pinewood County Sheriff's Department, Detective Selena Alvarez was late. "Wait a second. Let's back up," Jillian insisted, her heart tapping a drum. It was one thing to suspect that the man who had pulled her from the wreckage of her car wasn't what he seemed, but another thing for him to admit he was a killer. "Why did you want the man dead?" "My business." "I need to know," she said tautly, wishing she'd never given up the knife. She didn't think he would do her harm, otherwise why bring up the killing at all? But she was still nervous. "Why did you want him dead?" McGregor's lips whitened. "Because he was beating his wife to a pulp." "What? Where?" "I was in a bar in Denver. This guy is drunk and starts insulting his wife. pushing her around, and he gets kicked out of the bar. His wife goes with him. I leave a few minutes later, and he's in the parking lot, has her on the asphalt and is wailing on her, beating and kicking at her. McGregor leaned on the mantel, staring at the coals, and his face looked a dozen years older. She was swearing and writhing and yelling about the baby, begging him not to hurt the baby, pleading with him, and he just kept kicking. Jillian's jaw slackened in empathy. "I saw red," he went on. "She's screaming and crying, and I jumped over the hood of a car and grabbed him. He threw a punch, and I threw a better one, knocked him to the ground." Jillian barely breathed. She knew that McGregor wasn't in the room with her any longer, that in his mind's eye he was reliving the whole nightmare scene again. She was just lying there, shuddering in the snow and slush, blood everywhere. Her face was hardly a face. Jesus, it was black and blue, cuts everywhere, her jaw and nose broken, and her jeans. She had on tight jeans, and there was blood running down her legs. He drained his bottle of beer, and the room went deathly quiet. When he spoke again, his voice was softer. I remember sirens and the air crackling and the blue and red flash of lights against the snow. Someone had called the police, and they yelled at me to put my hands in the air and get down on the ground. I did, and the next second some 250-pound cop was on me, forcing my face into the slush and gravel, cuffing my hands behind my back. Frowning, he set his bottle on the mantel. "They arrested you?" "Yep. But just until everything was straightened out." He turned to face her, his eyes dark, his lips curved in irony. "Nothing ever got straightened out. The guy died that night. Cracked his skull wide open. Intercranial hemorrhage, I think it's called. Bleeding in the brain." McGregor sighed through his nose. "And the wife, her name was Margot, not that it matters. Margot claimed that I was the one who was beating her, that I tried to rape her, that her husband, Ned, was the hero." "What?" Jillian whispered, horrified. "Yeah," he shook his head. "The evidence proved otherwise. The toes of good old Ned's boots told the story, but the end result was that he was dead. If I hadn't stuck my neck out for Margot, he could have survived. The baby wouldn't have, regardless. Margot miscarried. But I was directly responsible for Ned Tompkins' death. At least that's what the coroner and judge decided. I pled down to a lesser charge and spent 16 months in jail." "That's terrible." "Margot blamed me for losing her husband and baby." He managed a humorless smile. "So much for being a good guy." He nodded toward her beer. "You still haven't touched it." She ignored that. "Then what?" "The upshot was that I got out, and the last I heard from one of the guards who knew her, Margot hooked up with another loser who beat the crap out of her, too." He walked to the gun closet, unlocked it with a key he kept in his jeans, and pulled out a long-barreled rifle, then locked the cabinet again. "What are you doing?" Jillian watched with sudden trepidation. "Going out." "Now?" What the hell was he thinking? After telling her he'd killed a man, he pulls out a rifle? Was he trying to freak her out? "Before it gets dark." He found some shells in a drawer of the bookcase and carried his Winchester and pack of ammo to the pegs near the front door, grabbing his jacket. Stuffing his arms down the sleeves, he said, "I need to check the roads. If the storm really does break, maybe we'll be able to get out of here soon." Jillian didn't dare believe it. But then she had trouble believing a lot of things. Maybe even McGregor's latest story. Was it true? It sure seemed like it was. The pain etched across his face, the anger burning deep in his eyes. It all seemed real enough. And he hadn't done anything to hurt her. It appeared also that he wanted to get rid of her as much as she wanted to leave, and yet he still put her on edge, especially with a rifle in his hands. Get over it, Julian. If he'd wanted to hurt you, he would have done it by now. You're making me nervous. He looked up, saw her staring at the rifle, and nodded. Quickly he opened the door and set the gun on the porch. Bad timing. Horrible timing. I just realized how dark it was getting. There are cougars and bears in this neck of the woods, not that they would attack, but just to be safe. He flashed her a guileless smile as he pulled a pair of snowshoes from the spot where they hung over the door. As he stretched upward, his jacket and sweater moved upward, and she caught a glimpse, as she had before, of taut, rock-hard muscles. He caught her looking at him, and she pulled her gaze away, picking up her beer and finally taking a sip as he left the snowshoes by the door, then walked through the kitchen. I better leave you with some more wood. Dutifully, he brought in more firewood and stacked it on the hearth. Then he strapped the snowshoes over his boots, while Harley danced around his feet, ready for an adventure, but McGregor shushed him. You stay. I'll be back in a few minutes. Harley started to whine, but McGregor snapped his fingers. None of that. The dog quieted and sat, gaze focused on his master. Good boy. McGregor pulled on a ski mask, cap, and gloves. You hold down the fort. He glanced over at Jillian, and her breath nearly stopped in her lungs. Tall and looming, all in black. Was he the person she'd thought she'd seen while she'd been trapped in the car? The evil presence she'd sensed? I'll be back soon. And if you're not? You'll survive. The rest of the beer's in the garage, and there's enough canned food to keep you and Harley alive until the spring thaw. Comforting. He smiled, walked out the door, and shut it behind him with a thud, the catch clicking into place. At least you're still alive and almost well, she said aloud, and her voice seemed to echo a bit. Already the cabin seemed quieter, darker, lonelier. Just your imagination, she reminded herself. She sipped from her bottle, though she really wasn't much of a beer drinker. Give me a glass of Cabernet any day of the week, she said. And Harley, with his two-toned face, looked over at her and cocked his head. At least he wasn't growling and snarling and acting as if he would tear her limb from limb. No, he was planted near the door, staring at the panels, waiting for some indication McGregor would return. Looks like it's just you and me, she said to him, wondering at her need to converse with the animal. Was it because the cabin seemed so quiet and desolate, so cut off from any kind of human contact? She glanced out the window to the bitter cold, and wondered when he'd return, or if he'd return. She could be up here alone for days or weeks. She shuddered, suddenly cold to the marrow of her bones. Whether he was friend or foe, she wasn't sure, but she had to admit she felt better when Zane McGregor was around.
Chapter 13. In the task force room, most of the team had assembled by the time Alvarez entered. One uniformed officer sat manning the phones on a desk shoved in a corner near the windows. Even the typically tardy Pescoli was seated at the table with the sheriff and 2 FBI agents. As Alvarez took an empty chair next to Pescoli, Court Brewster, the undersheriff, showed up, as did Detective Brett Gage, the chief criminal deputy. "Something up?" Alvarez asked, but Pescoli shook her head, a whiff of cigarette smoke suggesting she was once again smoking. Not that it was a big surprise. From the day Alvarez had met Regan, she discovered that in times of great stress, Pescoli took up the habit again. In the time since they'd become partners, which was nearly 2.5 years now, Pescoli had quit 4 times. "Since it's nearly the weekend and some of you will be officially off duty, whatever that means around here," Halden said, "we thought we should bring each other up to speed. It looks like Wendy Ito's Prius has been found in a ravine about 4 miles west of town." He walked to a map and pointed to a spot in Starfire Canyon, about 3 miles from where Ito's body was discovered.
An officer has secured the scene. Car looks the same as the others, wrecked and pried open, tire shot out. Only this car was nearly buried in a foot of snow. We'll all be rolling out there in a couple of minutes." "Who found the car?" Alvarez asked. Gage interjected. "Bob Sims lives up the road, looking for firewood during a break in the storm." "Or setting traps," Pescoli said with a scowl. "Sims thinks it's still the 1800s, and he can do whatever the hell he wants. Kills and traps whatever he can without permits. Sells pelts on the black market, you name it." Gage agreed. Around 40, whip-thin, with a prominent nose, glasses, and brown hair starting to show the first evidence of gray, the chief criminal deputy snorted. "Hell, he's an anarchist. With a dead wife and half a dozen boys running wild. All those kids have been in trouble with the law," Grayson reminded. "That's the trouble. They don't believe in government or the law. I'm surprised Sims took the trouble to call it in." Pescoli said, "Even anarchists have consciences." Gage snorted. "At least he found the car and not another body." "Yet," Agent Chandler said. "Today she was in government-issued outerwear, her blonde ponytail sticking out of the back of a navy baseball hat, her jacket unzipped to show off a navy blue sweater. We are still looking for Jillian Rivers. Something we've got to consider is the timing of the deaths. Because of the frozen conditions of the corpses, it's tough to pinpoint. But it looks like our guy tries to kill them around the 20th of the month. September for Charlton, October for Salvador, November for Ito, and now December for Rivers. The dates are a little off, and we're basing this on when the women were reported missing and when the ME guesses they died. They all went missing around the middle of the month, killed what appears to be a few days later, found later still. So Jillian Rivers might already be dead." "Jesus," Brewster said, and tossed his pen onto the table in disgust. Chandler didn't miss a beat. It could be that the stars carved over the victims' heads and on the notes have something to do with timing. Where a star might be positioned in the sky during the time of abduction. "Or death," Halden added. Chandler nodded. "Maybe our guy is into stargazing or astronomy or astrology." Alvarez frowned. She'd thought of the night sky, of course. She'd also thought about witchcraft or devil worship, or anything to do with the dark arts. Stars meant a lot of different things to different people. "He could just be jerking our chain," Brewster said. "Maybe the stars are for decoration." "They're part of his M.O., Chandler disagreed. She traced her finger over the stars on each of the notes, which had been blown up and put near the pictures of the victims. "He's too precise. See how perfectly the initials are written, almost as if he traced them? If you put the pages one atop the other, you'll see that the letters remain in exactly the same positions, but the star moves. I'm willing to bet he's on some kind of astronomical calendar. Hey, isn't the 20th when the astrological sign switches? Around the 20th of the month, the signs of the zodiac change," Pescoli offered. "Though I think it varies a little. I'm not really into it, if it means anything." "I don't like the word zodiac, not when we're talking about serial killers," Grayson said. "Jesus, no," Brewster agreed. "That bastard terrorized San Francisco during, what, the 60s or 70s? I remember my mother talking about it. She had a sister in the Bay Area at the time and was worried sick." "Made a movie out of it," Alvarez said. Pescoli nodded. "Never caught, was he?" "Never." Chandler's face grew even more taut, the sharp angles of her cheekbones and chin prominent. "But Zodiac would be too old to be our guy, if he were alive, which I doubt. Could be a copycat, someone who knows about the original. The killings are different, yeah," Pescoli said, "but the Zodiac's name might have been inspiration, and he plans the murders meticulously." Alvarez had a mental image of a man with a pen, sitting at a desk, carefully creating his notes, all the while plotting the death of the woman he had captured. A woman probably bound and caged, locked in a dark, airless room, a frightened, injured woman, who couldn't comprehend the extent of her jailer's depravity. A killer who planned out his victim's capture and death in minute detail, all around the position of the stars in the heavens. "These killings are way different from Zodiac's." "Let's go check on Ito's car, unless you have anything else," Grayson said. Chandler and Halden discussed tips that had come in, none of which had developed into a true lead. then concluded the meeting. Alvarez was left cold inside. Just the mention of the Zodiac killer chilled her to the bone. The monster had been on a rampage, picking out his victims, sometimes disabling cars. One woman had been nearly decapitated. Others were shot at point-blank range. Sometimes trophies were taken, and the police were forever being taunted. And he was never caught. Never. Grayson scooted his chair back and gave a short whistle to his dog, a black lab named Sturgis, who rarely left his side. The dog, a reject from the canine unit, had been with Grayson for a couple of years, ever since the department had decided not to hire him. They'd been inseparable ever since, and Alvarez had wondered if the lab was some kind of replacement for the wife who had dumped him. Usually the retriever stayed in Grayson's office, but today he'd been allowed into the task force room, and now trotted happily, tail-wagging, at the sheriff's boot heels. They disappeared into his office as Alvarez and Pescoli headed for the side door to the parking lot. She walked with Pescoli outside to the parking lot and tucked her hair into a stocking cap. A sharp wind was blowing, dusk descending rapidly, and it was cold as hell. Already Pescoli's Jeep was collecting ice on its windshield. "Cheery little meeting," Pescoli said, unlocking her Jeep and climbing behind the wheel, while Alvarez slid into the passenger side. "Yeah, a real upper." They discussed the case as Pescoli flipped on the heater and wipers, driving away from the town toward the hills. "Merry Christmas," Pescoli said under her breath as she reached in the console for her pack of cigarettes, cracking the window. "Mind if I smoke?" "Yeah, but it's not going to stop you, is it?" "Sure it will, for a while." Pescoli dropped the cigarette into her near-empty pack, which she tucked back into the console. Meanwhile, the police band crackled, officers talking to each other while they drove through the foothills. She didn't light up until she'd driven to Starfire Canyon, near the area where the car was discovered, and parked as close as possible. This time there was no safe way down to the bottom of the ravine, though 2 deputies and a firefighter rappelled down the side of the sheer hillside to the narrow creek bed below. "How the hell did Bob Sims find the car?" Alvarez asked. "He patrols all the woods around here. Doesn't matter what the weather," Deputy Pete Watershed said. "He must be half mountain goat." Pescoli drew hard on her filter tip and stared down the embankment. "Hell, that's a drop. He wears snowshoes or cross-country skis." "Doesn't matter, the man's a damned mountain goat." Alvarez eyed the surrounding area, looking for the spot in the road where the Prius was hit. As if reading her thoughts, Watershed pointed up to the next ridge. "We think the car was shot up there. It's a little off the beaten track if she were returning to Spokane, but when it's clearer weather there's a ridge across the canyon. From there a shooter with a sniper rifle might be able to make the shot, if conditions were right." Alvarez squinted against the falling flakes and coming darkness, trying to understand what madness would consume a person and make him lie in wait in the bitter cold. She imagined seconds ticking off before he took aim and fired, blowing out the tires of his victim's vehicle. None of the victim's phone records had helped. The friends who'd left messages on their cell phones, MySpace pages, and other computer lists, none had yielded any clues. The 3 victims had nothing in common, aside from the fact that they had been stalked, abducted, then abandoned, naked, tied to trees, to die alone. Deep in her jacket, Alvarez shivered, her thoughts turning to Julian Rivers. Was she even still alive? Jillian used the time that McGregor was out of the cabin to snoop. She didn't know anything about him, so this was her chance. She maneuvered around the cabin with one crutch, ignoring the pain as she carefully searched through drawers and cupboards, looking for some clue as to his identity, his life, his past. She felt a little guilty, as if she were a trespasser, but all she had to do to allay the sense of wrongdoing was remind herself that he'd brought her here. She was his guest, and prisoner. From the books in the bookcase, she gleaned that he was interested in hunting, fishing, astronomy, backpacking, survival in the wilderness, first aid, and medicine. In drawers he had maps that covered the states of Montana, Idaho, Washington, and Wyoming, topographical maps, road maps, Forest Service maps, even satellite maps. But there wasn't a framed photograph in the place. Not on the mantel, walls, bookcases, or tables. Not one single snapshot. It was as if he kept the images of his life hidden, even from himself. How odd, she said under her breath, then wondered if she was wrong. Dead wrong. This cabin might just be his mountain retreat, his second home. His lair, her mind taunted, as if he were the serial killer she'd heard something about. Rationally, she'd pretty much dismissed the idea, but irrationally, on a purely gut level, she reminded herself to tread lightly, to be on the alert, to remember that she didn't know anything about her savior except what he told her. It could all be a pack of lies. It took a little effort, but she managed to feed the fire, tossing a couple of chunks of fur into the grate and not hurting her ribs too much. As the flames rose, crackling hungrily, she replaced the screen. Using her crutch, she hobbled past the table to the far side of the room. She'd just reached the bookcase and was going to examine some of the tiles when she felt it, that sensation that someone was watching her. She froze and turned, glancing around the empty room. No one was inside, and even the dog had curled up by the door, content to wait, eyelids closed. No one is watching you. She glanced up to the ceiling, searching ridiculously for a hidden camera. You're getting paranoid, she told herself, but couldn't keep her pulse from racing, her heart from beating a little faster. Using her crutch, she made her way to the windows. It was getting close to dark, twilight shadowing the rugged hills, and she had to squint to see into the shadows. Snow was falling, but slowly, and she thought there might be a chance that the sky would soon clear. In her mind, she prioritized the tasks of returning to civilization. First, get to the hospital, then call her mother and Emily, her neighbor, about her cat. She'd have to deal with the insurance company about the car, check her phone messages to see if anyone had work for her, and she froze, thinking that she would still have to track down Aaron, if he were truly alive. And if not? What if this is a wild goose chase? What if someone lured you here just to shoot at your car and cause the accident? What if Zane McGregor is a part of the accident? What if everything that's happened to you is scripted? "Oh, shut up," she said so loudly, Harley lifted his head and let out a startled little woof. She felt like an idiot. "Sorry," she said, but couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching her, a pair of malevolent eyes glaring at her with hatred from the twilight's shadows. She edged away from the window. Whoever had shot at her car had used a high-powered rifle, and even though the overhang of the roof was low, Jillian was backlit by the soft, warm glow of the fire and lanterns. Someone who forced a car over a ledge wouldn't think twice about shattering a window. And then there was McGregor, with his rifle. She licked her lips and eased away from the light so that she, too, was hidden in the partial darkness. "Who are you, you bastard? And what do you want with me?" Her fingers tightened over the handle of her crutch as she thought of the reason she'd shown up here. Her first husband, supposedly dead. From deep in the cabin, she glared through the window, trying to locate the source of her fear. "Okay, you prick. How the hell are you connected with Aaron?" Pescoli was eyeball-deep in reports. Lab reports, notes on the victims' relatives and friends, and cell phone bills. She'd read each of the women's backgrounds until she felt that she knew them as well as their siblings did. All of the victims, it turned out, had traces of Valium in their systems, so Pescoli figured the guy who'd held them had restrained them all with drugs, probably tranquilizers and pain pills. The FBI was already all over the local distributors, hoping to find a link to where the killer could have gotten the drugs. The trouble was, each of the victims had prescriptions, legal prescriptions for anxiety, pain, and sleep. Her back was beginning to ache a bit. She'd never been one to sit for hours on end. She just had too much restless energy and had to keep moving. She never would have been able to handle a desk job. As it was, the time she spent at her desk Reading through files and clicking on the damned mouse of her computer was enough to drive her crazy. She walked down a hallway and saw for the first time in days a sliver of late-afternoon sunlight shining through the windows, bright rays cutting through the clouds, which were collecting again. For a few seconds the light was nearly blinding as it bounced off the thick drifts of snow piled outside around the parking lot and the yard where the flagpole stood. Old Glory moved slightly in the breeze. The state of Montana's flag, too, billowing a bit, gold fringe glinting in the sun. Thank God for the tiny break in the weather, even if it was predicted to be short-lived. Now, if there was only a break in the case. She walked to the kitchen, poured herself a cup of Joelle's special blend, according to the note left on the counter, and headed back to her desk. Taking a sip as she sat in her chair, she thought the coffee tasted the same as it did every day. "Special blend, my ass," she whispered, setting the cup down and scanning the lists of friends and relatives of the three women one last time. None matched, nor did towns where they lived, schools they attended, anything. As far as she could tell, the women didn't know each other, but they were all targeted by one guy who had connections with each one. She was sure of it. Her cell phone rang, and she recognized her son's number on the ID. She let it ring twice and reined in the urge to answer with, "Where the hell are you?" Instead, she picked up and said neutrally, "Detective Pescoli." "You called me?" "Yeah, Jer, I did. You're supposed to be with your with Lucky this weekend." "I didn't want to go." "Why?" "It's boring over there." "And?" She prodded, twisting her desk chair around so that she couldn't see her computer monitor or the notes spread over her desk. "He's not my real dad." "He raised you. Part of the time, 'cause he had to," Jeremy shot back indignantly. "Look, Jeremy, this is part of the deal. You know it, I know it. You spend every other weekend with Lucky. It's your deal, not mine," he said. "I didn't get any say in it." "I guess I need to remind you that you're the kid. I'm almost 18. She winced. Hadn't she uttered the same words with the same passion to her own parents? This might come as a big surprise to you, but just being 18 doesn't mean you get to do anything you want. "I'll be an adult then." If only. "Jer, the rules won't change just because you're another day older. 18 schmeighteen. I think it just means that legally I can kick you out of the house." "What?" His shock waves radiated through the airwaves. "Kick me out? Great, Mom, real supportive." She wasn't going to be lured into that argument. "Well, for the moment, you're not 18, and you need to hustle your butt over to your stepfather's place." "But I was going to stay with Ryan tonight, play video games." "Take it up with Lucky." "Way to pass the ball, Mom." "I gotta go. If I don't hear from your stepdad that you made it over there or worked things out, there will be hell to pay." "Aren't you tough?" "Yeah, Jer, I am. Love you." She hung up then, before she could hear another word of protest. The truth of the matter was that she could collar a suspect in a restraining hold, cuff him, toss him into the back of her rig, take all kinds of verbal abuse and put it right back at the damn perp, but when it came to her kids, hell, she was a wimp. A stupid, crazy-about-them, dyed-in-the-wool wuss, and it pissed her off. She cradled the phone in her hands for a second, thinking about calling her son back and starting over with a cooler head. Instead, she gritted her teeth, reminded herself that if she were on the outside looking in, if one of her friends were dealing with their rebellious teens, she would have told her friend to hang up. "Sorry, Jer," she said, and twirled her chair around to see the image of Wendy Ito's corpse stare back at her. "What the hell happened to you?" she asked the eerie photo. "Who did this?" Whoever had shot out the tire had to have been a hell of a marksman, one who could hide and wait, with his sniper rifle at the ready, and be able to fire off a shot in perfect timing to hit the vehicle dead on. She had been going over lists of ex-military sharpshooters, winners of marksman competitions, members of the local gun clubs and hunting associations. The lists were long, but so far she hadn't found anyone with obvious ties to any of the three victims. "Who are you?" she muttered, feeling the urge for a cigarette. She settled on a stick of nicotine gum instead, telling herself she had to quit again, or at least cut back. She was up to half a pack a day, and that could escalate in a hurry if she didn't nip it in the bud. Her cell phone beeped again, and she caught a glimpse of the incoming number. Her heart did a stupid little flip, and she remembered the last time she'd seen him, lying across the bed in the motel room. "Pescoli," she said in a soft voice. "Busy?" His voice was husky and rough, and just the sound of it made her think of sex. Ridiculous. "What do you think?" "I think all work and no play makes Regan a dull girl." "I was going to say bitchy." "Bitchy. Isn't that sweet?" she said sarcastically. "And I love you, too." "I know," he said, even though she'd been teasing. "Get over yourself." "I thought we could get together." "With lines like that, how could a girl resist?" "Okay, I take it back. You're never bitchy." "Liar," she said, but smiled. He had that ability to burrow beneath her thick skin and get to her. It was damned irritating. He wasn't right for her. She knew it, and he knew it. In fact, he'd said as much. But then there was that chemistry thing that couldn't be denied. They made each other laugh, had fun together, and were good in bed. In fact, even Lucky paled as a lover, and though Pescoli hated to admit it, Lucky had been damned good. But now he was second best. Second to Nate, the outdoorsman. "So let's get together." "I'm pretty booked." "I'm just talking about a drink after work." "Just a drink?" she asked, knowing better. "Well, we'll see." She wasn't that easily conned, but she felt a little zing of anticipation slipping through her bloodstream. "It's never just a drink, now is it?" She envisioned his slow grin, a crooked slash of white teeth against his tanned skin. "No, Regan, you got me there. With you, it's never just a drink." His chuckle was low and knowing. "Give me a call when you get off." She thought about saying something dirty to his get-off line, but bit her tongue. No reason to appear crass, even if her retort was clever. He hung up, and Pescoli tried to tell herself that she wasn't interested, that he was just no good for her, that she wouldn't call him or meet him in one of their favored bars. But she knew it was a lie. She'd meet him. She couldn't help herself. He was like a damned cocaine habit, one she wasn't going to give up any time soon. The bitch wouldn't stop moving, even after nearly an hour. In that time the weather had changed again, moving from clear sky and patches to storm clouds gathering, looking more fierce than ever. Jesus, it was cold. And Jillian Rivers wouldn't stand still. She would come close to the window, appearing as a ghostly shadow, nearly close enough to catch in the gun sight, but then, almost as if she knew there was danger, she'd slip back into the interior of the cabin, making the shot tricky. What to do? Take a chance? Shoot wildly? But then there was the risk of missing, of warning her. Even though the point was not to kill her. Not yet. Just wound her a little more. Incapacitate her. But it was better to wait. The bitch was going to slip up, and shooting her hadn't been part of the plan. No, there was still time. In this case, patience was truly a virtue. Chapter 14. Jillian glanced at the clock in the bookcase. Battery-powered with an old-fashioned dial face, it clicked off the seconds of her life. She didn't know what day it was, but she was pretty damn sure of the time, and McGregor had been gone over an hour. Her old paranoia kept taunting her. What if he doesn't come back for you? What if this is part of his plan? She looked to the door where the dog was waiting patiently. No way he would leave old Harley. No, he would be back. Unless he was hurt. Oh, Lord, she didn't want to go there. She kept searching through the cabin, searching for clues as to who he was, where they were. There were maps of the area on the walls, but they didn't mean much to her. Forestry Service maps, topographical maps of mountainous terrain. She hitched her way over to the gun cabinet and pulled on the handle, but he'd locked the damn thing. Out of habit? To hide something from her? No, idiot. So you couldn't turn a gun on him when he returned. She thought of the eerie sensation she had that someone or something was hiding in the shadows outside, and her skin crawled. She knew how to use a rifle. Grandpa Jim had made certain of that when she was still in her teens. He'd taken her out and shown her the kick of a .22, the damage it could inflict to targets, helped her learn to sight the rifle as well. She wasn't a crack shot, but she could hold her own. She tried the door to the gun cabinet again. It didn't budge. "I guess it's back to fillet knives," she said to the dog, who actually gave his tail a couple of thumps on the floor, which was somewhat encouraging. The beast was warming to her. She poked around in a closet, found more hunting gear, a few clothes, and, on an upper shelf, under a couple of hats, a few board games that seemed to have been there since the 70s. If things got bad enough, she and McGregor, if he ever returned, could play Chinese checkers. Great. She hadn't found anything exactly illuminating, nothing that would give her any insight into the man who had rescued her, or captured you. She pushed that stupid idea aside. He didn't want her here. He'd made that abundantly clear. But he could be a liar. Yeah, right, well, aren't we all? Defending him now? Rather than have this discussion with herself and admit she was really going crazy, she kept searching through McGregor's things. She glanced up to the loft, a room she couldn't ascend to. What was up there? If she reversed as far as possible and ended up standing at the fire, her back to the grate and door leading to the room where her cot was placed, she could see the upper half of the room, but not what was in it. Did he use it for an attic? A storage area? A den? Guest room? What? It was in shadow, and as far as she knew, he'd never climbed the ladder. But you're not certain, are you? You slept for days, or were nearly comatose, right? You were stuck in the smaller room, not knowing anything. She checked the bookcase one more time, and picked up what looked like an empty vase, a rough ceramic replica of a worn cowboy boot. She looked inside. It was empty, aside from 2 photographs. So here were some snapshots. Good. In for a penny, in for a pound, she told herself, when she felt renewed hesitation at prying into his personal possessions. Dusty and wedged tightly into the hollowed boot, the pictures had obviously been left untouched for months. The first was a photo of a baby, swaddled in a blue blanket. A boy. His son? The second was of a woman in jeans, her long blonde hair tied into a ponytail that had fallen over one shoulder, a toddler balanced on the outstretched hip. It was summer, leaves green, steep mountains rising in the distance behind her and the boy. A shadow cast by the photographer, indicating it was late afternoon. Hadn't he said he wasn't married? That he didn't have children? Could this be a nephew? She stared at the woman and decided this was not his sister. No way. In her heart, she knew she was staring at Zane McGregor's son and girlfriend, or wife. She bit her lip and felt betrayed. So he lied. So what? Did you really think he would pour his heart out to you? Staring at the woman in the photograph, she felt a little sizzle of jealousy stream through her. Ridiculous, but true. There was something in the woman's confident smile, the easy way she balanced her son, the almost cocky turn of her head, as if she and the photographer had a special connection, one that set them apart from the world. For the love of God, Gillian, you're making a big deal out of a couple of photographs. What do you care? What indeed? She reminded herself that she barely knew the man. So why did she feel a tiny sense of betrayal, of disappointment? It wasn't as if she cared a fig about McGregor. Gillian glanced at the boy one last time. His coloring was like that of the woman, but there was a resemblance to the man who had pulled her from the wreckage of her car. Or so she thought. She stuffed the pictures back into their hiding place and made her way into the kitchen and bathroom, searching, but she didn't notice anything unusual. When she faced the kitchen window to the rear of the cabin, she saw only encroaching darkness and swirling snow. Was there movement beneath the snow-laden bough of a pine tree near what appeared to be a woodshed? A dark figure pressed against the trunk of the tree? No way. Her mind was just playing games with her. Right? She swallowed hard and tried to melt into the shadows. She hadn't carried a light with her into the kitchen, and she wasn't backlit, but she still felt as if she were being watched, as if unseen eyes were following her every move. "You're paranoid," her mind insisted, as the wind picked up again, whistling through the rafters and howling outside. She stared through the icy glass, but the movement, if she'd seen it, was gone. Probably a tree branch shuddering in the wind, nothing more. But she was left with a cold fear in the middle of her gut, and when she heard a thud at the front of the cabin and the dog let out a quick bark, she nearly screamed. "Jillian?" McGregor's voice boomed through the cabin, and she didn't know whether to feel relief or fear. "Get a grip," she told herself. "In here." Using the crutch, she slipped through the doorway and found him unlacing his boots. "So, how was it out there?" "Not good." Her heart sank. "So your storm radar wasn't up to snuff." He snorted, stepped out of his boots, and started peeling off his clothes. "I still think the storm is going to break, but there are trees down on the road, buried deep, too heavy for me to move. I'll have to try and tear through the trunks and branches with my chainsaw, but that will take a while." He glanced over at her and appeared to note her disappointment. "I was hoping we could get out, too, but I'll have to take the snowmobile to the places where the road is blocked. Then I can cut the trees up and remove them piece by piece." His gaze found hers and held. "It'll take time and good weather." "So we might be up here for months?" "Hopefully not that long. Days, certainly. A week, well, maybe. But hopefully not any longer than that." "I'll go stir-crazy," she said. "You and me both." Harley was dancing at his feet, so he hung up his jacket and leaned down to scratch the dog behind his ears. "Miss me?" he asked, and though he was petting the dog, he glanced up at her. "Me?" He lifted a shoulder. "It's isolated up here." "Didn't answer my question." Leaning a shoulder against the door jamb, she said, "Probably about as much as you missed me." One side of his mouth twitched a bit, and his eyes gleamed. "That much, huh?" "Yeah, that much." She inched into the room and tried not to notice the angle of his beard-shadowed jaw, of how dark his pupils had become, or that his hair was long enough to curl at his collar and over his ears. She pretended that the cabin didn't seem intimate with its glowing fire and kerosene lanterns. She couldn't even go there. Wouldn't. To think that her situation was the slightest bit romantic was just plain insane. She'd heard of women who took a chance on a man they barely knew, even going home and sleeping with that intriguing stranger. Jillian had never fallen into that trap, never been intrigued enough to tumble into a stranger's arms or so fascinated by potential danger to throw caution to the wind. She knew she was brave and had more courage than some women, but she wasn't foolhardy. Or hadn't been until this moment in time. The only explanation was that being caught up here alone with a man for so many days had addled her brain, clouded her thinking. That had to be it. She could not be attracted to Zane McGregor. Not on a dare. "So," she said, and hated that her voice sounded husky. Clearing her throat, she moved to stand behind the couch as McGregor put his gloves and ski cap on the mantel to warm. "How about an educated guess? When do you think we can get out of here?" "If I could predict that, I'd sell myself to the Weather Service and make a fortune." "Terrific," she muttered, and hiked her way to her chair, where she sat down. "Well then, if you can't predict the future, maybe you can tell me about your past." "Maybe," he said. But she caught the hesitation in his gaze, the tiny tensing of the corners of his eyes. "When you were outside, were you ever in the back of the house, or, I don't know?" She felt more than a little embarrassed. "I had this feeling, I guess you'd call it, that someone was outside, watching the house." His expression turned hard, and she felt more than a little drip of fear in her blood. "Did the dog react?" "No. I thought it might be you, standing outside and staring at the house." "I'll go check it out. No, it was probably nothing. I don't want you to—
To what, Jillian?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just paranoid.
Well, we're about to find out.
He threw on his outerwear again and reached for his boots. You don't have to go out and—
Of course I do, he said, and stepped into his boots. You were in a car that wrecked because someone shot out your tire. At least, that's what we think. His jaw was set. I'm going to check out what's going on. He whistled to the dog. Hardy, come. Then he thought again, reached into his pocket and tossed her a small keyring. You know how to use a gun?
Yes.
Good. The ammo's in the closet. Lock the door behind me.
With that, he and the dog were out the door.
Jillian didn't waste a second.
She threw the deadbolt, then walked directly to the gun closet, pulled out a .22, found the right shells, and loaded the chamber. Then she waited in the dark, the barrel of the gun aimed at the main entrance. Every muscle stretched tight. She listened hard, half expecting to hear the crack of a rifle. But all she heard was the ever-present rush of the wind, the creak of old timbers, and the ticking of the clock.
On her computer screen, Pescoli placed one map over the other. First, the topographical, which she overlaid with the road map that had been marked with the cabins of known winter residents. Then a third map of the locations where the victims and their cars had been found. She saved this new map and printed it out, hoping that it would give her new insight into the path of the killer. Studying her new map didn't help. She even marked the homes of Ivor Hicks, Grace Perchant, and Bob Sims, the people who had located the crime scenes. Still, no epiphanies. Time to give up for the day. Or night. It was late, nearly 9, and she still had the Jeremy issue to deal with, as well as the Nate issue. She thought about calling him first, but decided she'd better deal with her son before she made any plans. Grabbing her purse with one hand, she dialed with her free hand, and, of course, her call was thrown directly into his voicemail box, which just happened to be full. So she couldn't leave a message. "Clever, Jeremy," she said, knowing full well her son had somehow filled the damn thing so she couldn't leave a message. "Real clever." She settled back into her desk chair and muttered, "Oh, Jer, you are so toast." Switching her phone to text mode, she typed him a quick message that told him in no uncertain terms to meet her at home. Then she signed out, barely noticing the gold letters looping along one of the bare green walls. "Merry Christmas" had been swagged in the area near the door, and below it, in silver letters, "Happy New Year." The tape was coming loose, and the letters were on the verge of falling, but Pescoli didn't have time to mess with them. Besides, it looked like this was Joel Fisher's attempt to brighten this old drab place up, or bring in a little holiday cheer, as she had said about 500,000 times in the last month. How she kept her job was beyond Pescoli. Walking through the doors to the parking lot, she found her Jeep with 4 new inches of snow on the roof and hood. And more flakes fell by the minute, adding yet another layer to the already covered ground. Yes, she lived in western Montana, but this winter was like no other she remembered. Using her gloves, she brushed her windshield clear, then climbed inside. It was freezing. Even in department-issue down jacket and ski pants, she was cold to the bone. She switched on the ignition, the Jeep's engine fired, and she pushed the thermostat control to the highest setting. Wheeling out of the lot, she ignored her sudden craving for a cigarette, more because she didn't want to try and shake out a Marlboro Light while wearing gloves. Not worth it. By the time she turned onto the plowed streets, the heater had kicked on and she flipped on the blower. Wipers battling the falling snow, she drove into the hills and the rural area where her little piece of property was located. She paused for the mail at the roadside box, then shifted down, and the Jeep ground up the lane, the beams of her headlights washing on the trunks of a thick stand of pine and hemlock. Jeremy's truck was parked in front of the house. Well, that was a start. She hit the button of the garage door opener and drove into the small space. Less than a minute later, the door was grinding down and she was stepping into the house, where Cisco was going out of his mind, and the smell of microwave pizza permeated the kitchen.
Jeremy's tools of the trade, pizza cutter, plate, oversized big gulp cup, and the box the frozen pizza came in, were scattered over a counter amid tomato sauce smudges. "Hey, Jer, come up here," she yelled down the stairs, as Cisco demanded attention, jumping onto the couch and ottoman. He yipped until she unzipped her coat and petted his wriggling, scruffy body. Yeah, I love you too," she said, her voice an octave higher than usual. "Yes, I do." She turned off the television and plugged in the Christmas tree, noting the scraggly thing needed more water. "Jeremy!" she called again as she walked to the kitchen, tossed his mess into the sink, and filled a glass measuring cup with water. It took 2 trips to fill the tree's basin, and she ignored the fact that there wasn't a single package under its limbs. This was the weekend she had planned to go shopping in Missoula, but between the storms and ongoing investigations, she'd probably have to resort to Plan B, whatever the hell that was. Since there was no sound from the basement, she headed down the stairs to Jeremy's room. Cisco shot ahead of her, nearly tripping her. She found her son asleep on his bed, earbuds from his iPod jammed into his ears. Even so, she heard a thin stream of music. The kid seemed determined to make himself deaf by the time he was 30. Geez, he could piss her off. She stood in the doorway and looked at him. On his back, slightly snoring, this big lug of a kid appeared at peace, and a lump filled the back of her throat when she remembered bringing him home from the hospital and being terrified of having a son when she'd grown up in a family of 4 girls, her father being so terribly outnumbered he'd finally left. Well, that probably hadn't been the reason, but he'd taken off when Regan was 11, and had said something about not being able to live with a house full of females. That was when she'd understood that the reason her parents had so many children was because her dad had been dead set on a boy. It hadn't mattered that Regan, the baby, had excelled at sports. Her father never knew she had learned to shoot a rifle as well as a layup, or that she'd been such a tomboy she'd been called gay and lesbo from the time she knew what the terms meant. Considering her choices in men, she thought now, maybe she should have thought about swinging the other way. But that would have been impossible. The truth of the matter was, she liked men, was turned on by them, especially the sexy badasses. Not the criminals, no, they were just plain losers. But the players, yeah, she had a fondness for them, or, as she sometimes admitted, an addiction. Like Nate. How stupid was that? Yet she couldn't wait to hook up with him. However, first things first. She stepped across the threshold into Jeremy's room, a room that reeked of pizza and something else? Oh, damn. Was the kid smoking weed? The smell was masked, but she was pretty certain she caught the scent of smoke and the musky, sweet odor of marijuana. Damn it, she muttered. The kid needed a dad. Maybe that's why she'd tried so hard for Jeremy to accept Lucky, so he'd have a father, a male role model, something she'd missed as a kid. Too bad she'd picked such a loser. She touched him on the toe. "Hey," she said. Then, when he didn't respond, gave his foot a shake hard enough to get his attention. He blinked his eyes open, and all the peace she'd seen on his face seconds earlier disappeared. "What the fu—" He caught himself just in time, and, scooting into a sitting position, pulled out the earbuds. "Geez, Mom, you scared the hell out of me." "I thought we needed to talk." He rolled his eyes. "You always think we need to talk." "Why don't you want to go to Lucky's?" she asked. And when he opened his mouth, she held up her hand, palm out. "Give me a real reason." His face was a cloud of frustration. "It's boring there." Yes, it's boring here, too. And, by the way, the next time you make yourself dinner, clean up." "Oh, God, Mom." "Have you been smoking weed?" He started. "What the hell are you talking about?" "I smell it, Jer. Remember, I'm trained." "Fuck!" "Watch the mouth." "No, it's not weed. Mom, I swear, I've never done any drugs. None." She didn't say a word because she wanted to believe him. but she worked for the sheriff's department. She knew how prevalent everything from ecstasy to meth was. You haven't experimented? I've been where they have stuff, yeah. And don't ask me who, 'cause I won't tell you. But I haven't used. God, how she wanted to believe him. So, the weed I smell? A friend came over. I told him not to do it here. He left. Jeremy narrowed angry eyes at her. I won't rat him out. I'm a cop. I don't care. Regan hesitated, then said, Call Lucky. Tell him what the deal is. I think he planned to take you and your sister Christmas shopping tomorrow. Jeremy flopped back on his bed. Save me. I know, a fate worse than death. Have you ever been to the mall with Michelle and Bianca? He was shaking his head violently. It takes forever. Nuh-uh, I'm not doing it. Then call Lucky and straighten it out with him. She was tired of arguing. And figure out how you're going to get your sister a present. Just Bianca? And your loving mother, of course. She glanced at the picture of Joe on the shelf. And Jer? Yeah? He was already reaching for his phone. Just for the record, I miss your dad, too. Then why do you go out with all those losers? Oh, Jesus. I go out because he's gone. And so you married Lucky? Well, yeah, I was in love with him. He's not like Dad. No, you're right, but he has his good qualities. She held up a hand to cut off further discussion. Let's not get into trashing him, okay? He is what he is, and what he is Bianca's father and your stepfather. Give the man a little respect. You don't like him, and you hate Michelle. I don't care enough about her to hate her. And anyway, we're a family, okay? Maybe not the traditional, leave-it-to-Beaver type of family, but a family, warts and all. Leave it to what? You've never seen or heard of? It's a sitcom from the 50s or 60s about a family that... No, never mind. His grin said it all. Okay, smarty, so you got me, she said, realizing he'd been pulling her leg. And you call yourself a detective? Pinewood County's finest. Poor Pinewood, he said, but the twinkle in his eyes returned. Regan felt a moment of parental pleasure, fleeting as it was bound to be. I'm going out for a while. When I get home, will you be here? I told you, I'm going over to Ryan's. He looked up at her. He's got some and... Don't joke with me about it. Okay. He shrugged as Cisco tried to find a place to lie down between his long legs. We're not doing any drugs. We're just going to play video games. What about Heidi? She asked, bringing up Jeremy's on-again, off-again girlfriend. A sticky situation, since Heidi was one of Court Brewster, the undersheriff's daughters. We broke up. He shrugged as if it didn't matter, and he, at least, didn't seem heartbroken. This time. Okay, I'll see you later. Call Lucky. He held up his cell phone, and his eyebrows arched in reproach. I'm on it, Mom. Got it. He waved at her with the hand holding his phone. See ya, and be careful. What? Jeremy's grin stretched wide. Full of the devil, he suddenly looked a lot like his father. Hey, I'm just saying what you always tell me when I go out. Smart ass, she muttered under her breath, but headed up the stairs, feeling slightly better. Jer had his struggles, but didn't they all? She left him at the house, and as she drove onto the county road, she clicked on her cell phone to call Nate. Tonight was suddenly looking up. As long as another dead body or wrecked car wasn't discovered. Chapter 15. Jillian heard the sound of boots on the front porch, and she tensed, training the barrel of her gun on the doorway. A few seconds later, the lock clicked, the door opened, and McGregor stepped inside. Beside him, bounding joyfully, Harley swept past his long legs. Stopping at the fireplace grate, the spaniel shook his long coat, sending drops of water onto the fire and causing the embers to sizzle angrily. Jillian's heart did a stupid little flip at the sight of McGregor as he secured the cabin again, throwing the deadbolt back into its locked position. "You okay?" he asked as he ripped off his ski cap. His dark hair stuck up in awkward spikes, but he didn't notice. "I guess." "Then maybe you should point the gun somewhere else." He motioned a gloved finger at the muzzle of her rifle, which, of course, was still aimed at the door.
"Sorry."
She lowered the rifle, watching as he unzipped and shrugged out of his jacket, then hung it on a peg near the door. He was wearing a thick, bulky sweater, but even so, she noticed how fluidly his muscles worked as he moved around the cabin. He was earthy and male and off-limits. Why the hell did she even notice? She'd heard of captives who had become enamored with their abductors, who had even imagined themselves falling in love with the only person they were allowed to see, but she'd always thought the whole concept was ludicrous. But here, cut off from the world, the threat of danger at the door, she found herself attracted to this rugged man of few words and a very dark past. What a crock. Get over yourself. She dragged her gaze away from the intensity of his. "What did you find out there?" "I'm not sure." His thick eyebrows pulled together, and he double-checked that the door was locked. "What do you mean?" "I think I saw some kind of disturbance in the snow, most likely tracks." He shoved one hand through his hair, only messing the dark waves further. All the while, he never let go of his rifle. "Looks like someone used a pine bough to scrape over the tracks. That might work in dirt or sand or dust, not snow. Certainly not deep snow." He took a position in front of the fire, warming the back of his legs. "And it would only work if whoever was outside wore snowshoes. Boots sink too deep." Silhouetted by the firelight, he thought hard, his jaw sliding to one side as he scratched his chin. "But I didn't catch him. The way I figure it, I took off out the back and didn't find the front tracks for a while, until I doubled back. Since it was snowing pretty hard, I really don't know what was going on out there, but nothing I feel good about." Panic streamed through Jillian's blood. All the fears she'd tried so hard to allay suddenly came into hard, sharp focus. "So, what are we going to do?" "Nothing to do but wait it out," he said, as if he'd considered the limited alternatives. "We'll lock all the doors and keep the guns ready, and the minute there's a break in the weather and the roads are clear, we're out of here." "You make it sound like we're in some bad movie from the 50s and the zombies are lurking in the woods." He didn't so much as crack a smile. "Whatever's out there isn't dead." "You're worried?" "Cautious." He looked at her intently, with eyes that darkened in the half-light. "Just cautious." "I'm worried." She didn't add that she was scared to death. He probably figured that already. He nodded and glanced out the window to the darkness that had gathered. "Why don't you try and sleep? I'll stand guard." "You think you need to?" "Maybe not, but as I said, cautious. And I need you as strong as possible. The only way we're going to get out of here is if you're as strong as possible." "I couldn't sleep even if I tried." One side of his mouth lifted in that disarming grin she found so damn charming. "Try. You can stay in here if you want, or the bedroom." "Here will be fine," she said reluctantly, then worked her way to the couch where she dropped down on the lumpy pillows. He settled into the chair with the ottoman and turned down the lanterns. The wind sighed, low and long, a branch beating against one side of the house. The fire hissed quietly, while Jillian's nerves were strung tight as bowstrings. She thought about what she'd discovered about McGregor this afternoon, the bits and pieces of his life she'd been able to ferret out, and she nearly mentioned the pictures of the boy, but stopped herself. This wasn't the time to admit that she'd been prying, searching through his things. Though he probably expected it, and she was dying to know more about him, she decided to hold her tongue. For now. She was alone in the mountains, being guarded by a stranger with a high-powered rifle, while outside, hidden somewhere in the shadows, was a twisted killer. And it wasn't McGregor. If he'd wanted to harm her, he would have done it by now. She had to trust him. Had to. There was no other choice. Selena threw in the towel for the day, or the night. She'd testified in court earlier, then returned to the sheriff's department and worked long past the time she should have gone home. Now the offices and cubicles for the detectives were eerily quiet, most everyone having left hours earlier. The calm before the storm, she thought, as she grabbed her purse and pushed back her chair. The lights had been turned down, and her footsteps, in the boots she'd worn to the courthouse, rang loudly on the stairs. The whole place was kind of empty and eerie. Alvarez usually liked working alone in the office, late at night, when the phones didn't ring and the buzz of conversation, the laughter, and angry outbursts from suspects didn't bother her. But tonight was different. Maybe it had been testifying in court. She'd been on the witness stand only a few minutes, explaining how a 5-year-old had been killed in a hit-and-run accident by a drunk driver. But the mother's tortured, tear-streaked face, her guilt for having taken her eyes off her son for just a second, had gotten to her. And on the other side of the courtroom sat the defendant, a boy of no more than 20, scared and remorseful and guilty as sin of being drunk, leaving the scene of an accident, being a minor in possession of alcohol, and on and on. So many lives ruined. She walked outside and hit a button on her keyless remote to unlock her rig, a department-issued Jeep, not unlike Pescoli's, snow covering the roof and hood. Using a scraper she kept in the pocket inside the door, she brushed the snow free from the windshield and climbed behind the steering wheel. It had been a long day, a long week. Hell, it had been a long few months since the body of Teresa Charlton, the single schoolteacher from Boise, had been found. That had been the start, clear back at the end of September. Her body hadn't been in the forest long. There'd been minimal decomposition and animal activity when they found it. And ever since, her brother, Lyle Wilson, had been calling, demanding answers. "If only," Alvarez said as she started her SUV and pulled out of the lonely parking lot, where only a few vehicles remained. She angled down a side street before connecting to the main artery that cut down the hillside to the heart of Old Grizzly, the part of the town that was first settled, where the brick courthouse was flanked by narrow streets lined with offices and shops that had been built over 100 years earlier. Located nearly 500 feet below the hill where the sheriff's offices and jail sat, this part of town had been built on the banks of the Grizzly River, just below the falls. It had originally been inhabited by miners and loggers, an old sawmill downriver giving testament to the boom of the early 1900s. Rather than head straight to her empty apartment, she found a parking space on the street near Wild Will's, one of her favorite haunts, and a place she knew she could get a decent meal. She climbed out of the SUV and felt a coldness on the back of her neck, a premonition of someone staring at her. She turned and saw a man across the narrow street. Wearing a thick parka, his face hidden in shadow, he sent one final glance her way and ambled off toward the river. "Your cop radar is on overload," she told herself, as he disappeared around the corner, and she decided there was no reason to give chase. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her that she hadn't eaten since a carton of yogurt and an apple that were supposed to be lunch. Adjusting the strap of her purse, she walked through the cold night air to the restaurant. Wild Will's, sporting an 1880s Western wilderness theme, was decorated with rough plank walls, hanging wagon-wheel chandeliers, and the mounted heads of moose, deer, elk, bighorn sheep, and antelope, all with glassy, fixed eyes staring down at the patrons. A stuffed grizzly bear, his mouth open in a perpetual bared-tooth growl, greeted the customers as it stood on hind legs near the front door. He'd been dubbed Grizz by the townspeople, and the owners had always decorated him with the seasons. The huge, shaggy bear had been known to wear a red, white, and blue top hat, reminiscent of Uncle Sam on the 4th of July, a small flag wedged between his sharp claws, and last Halloween he'd been outfitted in one of those freaky masks from the Scream movies which had somehow been pinned over his face and gaping snout. His props had been a chainsaw and witch's cauldron. Kind of mixed signals, but hey, it had been Halloween. Personally, Alvarez had always found it weird and disturbing, but she'd kept her opinions to herself, and today, as she shoved open the glass doors, she found Grizz decorated to the max, glittery angel wings appearing out of his back, matching halo propped over his head, a necklace of colored lights strung around his furry neck. All the while his glittery glass eyes glowered in rage, and his lips pulled back to expose his wide mouth and sharp teeth, despite the open book of Christmas carols tucked into his outstretched paws. Like, oh yeah, he was trilling away on Silent Night, the page to which the book had been opened. Well, all wasn't calm tonight, nor was it bright, she thought, as she walked through the foyer to the main dining hall, where the decor only got worse. As she headed to the back of the large room, she passed tables and booths filled with patrons and guarded by 100-year-old dead herbivorous animals staring down at her, all their antlers dressed in winking lights or draped in tinsel. It was damned freaky. Welcome to Grizzly Falls, she thought, struggling out of her jacket and realizing that some of the customers were gazing at her, questions in their eyes for the cop who was trying and failing to find a maniac. Ignoring the garish display on the walls and the customers, who turned back to their meals, she settled into a booth near the back. She sat facing the door, a cop habit she couldn't shake. She just couldn't stand it if she couldn't see who was entering or leaving a restaurant. Sandy, the owner-waitress, came by. In her hands were 2 steaming coffee pots. "You want coffee? Or something stronger? The drink special tonight is what we call a Wild Christmas." I hate to ask. The last drink special had been known as Wild Will Hiccup, and had been a god-awful blend of whiskeys. "Eggnog, creme de cacao, a splash of cola, and a shot of wild turkey." One of Sandy's eyebrows lifted over the rims of her jeweled glasses. "You can have another kind of whiskey if you want. We use wild turkey because of the name." "I think I'll stick with decaf," Alvarez said, turning up one of the cups on her table and watching the warm stream of dark liquid flow. "Any luck getting that psycho?" Sandy asked. She was a tall woman with a long, gaunt face and eyes darkened with heavy liner and, today, probably in a nod to the season, glittery green eyeshadow. She had once been married to William Aldridge, for whom the establishment had been named, but Will and she had divorced, or so rumor had it. Will had ended up with his favorite pickup, the RV, a hunting cabin, and a 20-year younger than Sandy girlfriend, and Sandy had become full owner of Wild Will's, expanding the bland fare to include exotic dishes created from local trout and venison. She lived in an apartment upstairs, and was at the restaurant 24/7, or so it seemed. Sandy also hadn't been able to hide her satisfaction when she'd heard Will's younger girlfriend had dumped his sorry ass. She'd confided this little morsel of information to anyone who'd sat in the faux-leather booths and cafe chairs in the past 2 years. "We're working on it." "Well, speed it up, will you? It's got everybody in town nervous as hell. No one's talking about this blasted weather. Nope. It's all about the Bitterroot Killer. That's what Manny over at the Reporter calls him." Alvarez had seen the article written by Manny Douglas of the Mountain Reporter, Grizzly Falls's answer to the L.A. Times. "We'll get him," she said. "I have faith." But it was a lie. Alvarez saw the nervousness in the edge of Sandy's glossy red lips as she slid a menu across the table. "The special is buffalo steak with a wild huckleberry reduction and red potatoes or rice pilaf. It comes with a house salad of spinach, green apples, and hazelnuts, or a cup of cream of broccoli soup." A man at a nearby table held up his empty drink glass, and Sandy scurried off toward the bar in search of another Wild Christmas, or something about as palatable. Selena glanced around the room, where normal citizens, some with shopping bags, were clustered around tables or stuffed into booths. She listened to bits of conversation over the soft music, country western ballads whispering through the speakers that battled with the loud thrum of the furnace and hiss of the fryer whenever the doors to the kitchen opened. As upscale as Sandy wanted to make the place, most of the patrons ordered steaks, burgers, and fresh-cut fries or onion rings. What kind of a monster would do it? My goodness, this was such a nice town. A woman wearing a gray wig and large gold cross around her neck said to the man seated opposite her. Their meal finished, they were lingering over 2 cups of coffee and sharing a slice of coconut cake. "If you ask me, we should get ourselves a posse going. Search the hills ourselves." The man waiting for his new drink was already a little flushed and full of Old West bluster. "We all got guns around here. Maybe it's time to take justice into our own hands. Damn police. Ah, thank you, dear," he said to Sandy as she deposited the fresh glass onto the table in front of him. He picked it up and nodded. "These are real good, real good."
"I heard they were tortured and tied to trees with some kind of weird satanic symbol cut into the bark."
Another woman, wearing a hand-quilted jacket and dour expression and seated at a table not far from Alvarez's, was leaning over the remains of her buffalo steak special and stage-whispering to her friend.
"Who would think it here in Grizzly Falls?"
her companion replied with a kind of relish that meant she was savoring every tidbit of gossip cast her way. Alvarez turned her attention away. Who indeed? For years she'd hoped to be part of an investigation of a major case, one that would get her juices flowing, one that would offer some recognition, one that might even garner national attention. But not this one. Not a case where women were held, probably tortured, then, when the sicko was finished playing with them, left naked in the woods. She ordered trout almondine with risotto and spinach salad, and though she tried, she couldn't take her mind off the case and the victims. Teresa Charlton had been left around the 20th of September, near the cusp of the astrological signs, just as Chandler had pointed out. Nina Salvador a month later, then Wendy Ito, and now Gillian Rivers. Was the killer really a Zodiac copycat? Or something else? She glanced around the room and noted the normal-looking people out for dinner or drinks. Grizzly Falls had its share of nutcases, but now, did they have a twisted killer? He had to know the area. He had to know his victims. He had to keep them somewhere close by, in a lair of sorts, a cabin, a cave, a basement, a barn, a shed, a damned attic, but hidden away, and right under your damned nose. Everyone was working nearly round the clock, but still it was almost as if they were spinning their wheels, getting nowhere in a big hurry. Pescoli was working on the maps. The FBI was checking files and creating a profile. Alvarez had calls into missing persons departments throughout Montana and the surrounding states. People of interest were being interviewed and re-interviewed. Everyone was going over notes and talking to friends and family, people in the area who might have seen something. The public had been alerted, the sheriff's department asking for citizens to report anything they deemed suspicious. Men, dogs, four-wheel drive units, and helicopters had been searching for more victims or abandoned wrecked vehicles, or any damned piece of evidence they could find whenever the weather allowed. All in all, it was frustrating. There weren't enough leads, and certainly not enough hours in the day. So much for the glory of a major case, she thought as a sizzling platter was placed in front of her, and a country Christmas carol sung by Winona Judd filtered through the speakers. So far they had no idea who was wreaking terror on this usually sleepy little Montana town. She picked up a knife and looked at her plate, where a rainbow trout, head attached, seemed to stare up at her. Everywhere, it seemed, eyes were watching her. The man in the parka outside the restaurant, the other patrons here at Wild Will's, the heads of dead animals mounted high on the walls, the unseen eyes on the street outside, and now even her damned food. Ah, well, she stared the trout down and cut into it, slicing out a flaky bite. Bon appetit. It's time for the next phase. As I stare at her, I know. The woman is healing well enough. With little assistance, she can walk on her own, make her way through the snow. I think about that, how I will rope her and prod her. She'll try to curse me, of course, as well as herself, but she'll not be able to do anything but what I wish. As I sit in the cabin, the fire crackling and warm, I'm keyed up and anxious to get rid of her. Keeping her much longer will only up my chances of being detected. The police, as ever, are clueless. But that could change. I must not underestimate them. Besides, my note is ready, the letters perfect, the position of the star precise. But then, of course it is. I made the letters as soon as I determined whom the women I would sacrifice would be, and the star alignment, that was preordained. My nerves are jangled, my mind already playing ahead to the time when she realizes that I've duped her, that I'm not setting her free after all. That moment when they realize I have ultimate power over their fate, when I notice not only fear, but a bit of wary resignation in their faces. That is the sweetest moment of all. Nearly orgasmic. Soon, I tell myself, only a few hours more. But I'm tired of pretending, playing a character that is foreign to me, flirting, laughing, appearing easy-going and affable. It wears on me. Right now, she's sleeping, unaware of what is about to happen. So I have time. And though she doesn't trust me completely, she's accepted that I am her only lifeline. She has no one else to save her. I saw the change tonight, and now I can move forward. The snowmobile is loaded, ready, and the heavens are in agreement. Aren't the stars in perfect position? Oh, yes. Isn't the storm breaking, at least for a while? There should be just enough time before the next Arctic blasts bears down on these mountains, not only for one, but for two. I smile when I think how that will confound the stupid cops. They won't know what to do, not that they ever do. Seeing her asleep on the couch, fire reflecting on her face, I feel just a bit of a tug on my heartstrings. But I won't go there. To feel any kind of emotion would only complicate matters, and I could make mistakes. I could want her. I could even take the chance of making love to her. She's already considering it. I saw it in her eyes today. Yes, she's still frightened, but a little thrilled and beginning to depend upon me. That's unacceptable. I walk to the kitchen where it's cold, the fire in the cooking stove long dead. I pour myself a drink. Neat. Walking back to the doorway into the living room, looking at her, I take a sip. The warmth of the whiskey trails down my throat and slowly eases into my bloodstream. I swirl my drink and have another long, warming swallow. The whiskey calms me, and yet heightens my anticipation. I watch her as she lies so innocently, like a lamb to the slaughter. Oh, I could easily start the seduction. Kiss her on that little bend of her neck. Let my fingers trail lower, exploring as I hear her take in a swift little breath of anticipation laced with fear. Almost eagerly, she would let me strip her. And I will, but she'll be expecting more. She'll want my fingers to push her legs apart, to tease her. She'll even hope that I'll lower my head and kiss her there, even caress her with my tongue. Her nipples will harden, and she'll moan with desire. Just like the others. In the end, they all want it. To feel what it is to have a man dominate them completely. Oh, they, if given the chance, would protest it to their friends, but the truth of the matter is that every one of them wanted me to love them, to fill them, to hold their breasts firmly and press their butts up against my cock. They longed to feel the hardness, the maleness of my erection, and wriggle against it. They ached to pant with desire, desire tinged with just enough terror to be erotic. They all hoped I would caress and touch them intimately, strain over their smooth backs, even nip at their necks to draw just a hint of blood as I stiffened and came inside them, their buttocks and abdomen tightening in reaction, their pussies hot and wet. Empty, soulless cunts. as if I would degrade myself. It would be too easy, and without meaning. I study my drink, swirling the amber liquid before draining the glass, and knowing that, at last, the time has come. It is time for this one to go. Another is already waiting. For the dawn, at the other cabin. She, too, is about to meet her fate. She, too, wonders if she can trust me, if I will have my way with her, if she will let me. Smiling to myself, knowing all about them, I take another long swallow. Silly, stupid girls.